showdown against the mechanical geniuses of East Asia.
No means of escape and flying into the wind. Zeta Division once again rise high.
It was business as usual for the Humble squad, taking a clean 3-0 against Loud.
This stage and one more chance for today, but Humble, silence their opposition.
And adding insult to injury, Loud also fumbled against the dark horses from the Chinese mainland, Toxic Lotus.
First, it was a set win, then a match taken LCQ, and now...
All that leads us to Day 3, with SK Gaming, Zeta Division, Humble, and Toxic Lotus in our top 4. Toxic Lotus gave us an incredible showing in Day 3, putting up a good fight, but still fell to SK Gaming 2-3.
Joker's bluffed it! And for SK Gaming, this is just another bump in the road!
Humble further asserted EMEA's dominance by winning 3-1 to Zeta Division.
Names of this Bar League damage, and these three Humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas!
With an LCQ spot on the line, Zeta Division played their best against Toxic Lotus, winning 3-1.
Toxic Lotus pushing in, but Suzuku is good! The mechanical monsters are now master tacticians, bringing home an LCQ slot for East Asia.
And that leads us to the grand finals of the Brawl Cup. Two-time monthly finals winner SK Gaming versus 2024 World Finals champions Humble. The energy was electrifying, and the crowd was wild, as the highest level of gameplay was played on stage. But alas, there can only be one, and that was Humble.
Joker trying to be the hero that SK Gaming need. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing in, Semantic running it down, and the rebellion ends here.
Humble secured an extra slot in the World Finals for the EMEA region. SK Gaming, as well as Zeta Division, also secured their regional slots for the LCQ later this year. All that action, all that excitement, and we're only halfway through the season. I can't wait for what's in store for us this summer split.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! His gadget won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance at the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
South America, it's your time to shine. The same 8 teams qualified for the SA Finals each month, but not once have we seen the same winners. This could change today. The stakes are doubled. With the summer split in full swing, one team could finally rise above the rest in this beautifully chaotic race to the World Finals. With the Brawl Cup behind us, one thing is clear. Expect the unexpected. Loud fell early to Toxic Lotus, a team thought to be a footnote, but who nearly went the distance. As always, I'm not alone today. Joining me are our Brawl Esports experts, locked in and ready. Let's bring them in. It's Kenny, Reddy, and Ark today. Gentlemen, so glad to have you here today. We've had 3 unpredictable months so far in South America. Do you see anyone finally breaking the pattern and starting a real streak?
I think there's a legitimate chance of it. I think several teams in the mix for sure, but Loud look pretty good. The meta hasn't changed too much. Not a lot going on. I mean, they've taken care of business since the Brawl Cup. I know it wasn't the smoothest sailing, but I think they still got it.
Same here. I'm putting like my full faith in Loud here. They look great at the Brawl Cup, fantastic against the rest of the world, doing things that we hadn't seen from South America at lane in quite a while.
The first quarterfinal is already going to be a reflection of the last month. A little bit of that, but we're going to talk about that later. We already have day 3 of the June monthly finals. We've already seen East Asia and now also EMEA. And we're looking right now at the most picked and most banned brawlers from the last weekend. What's interesting to me here, Kenny, is that Draco, despite being the most picked up in East Asia, doesn't even show up on this graphic.
doesn't show up because it wasn't selected at all in EMEA. It's pretty wild to see the little differentiating factors on each side. But one thing for sure that I think is going to be continuing across all of our regions, Lumi's the best brawler in the game to me still. 40 bans on that top right-hand side. As you can see, 10 picks that slide through. I imagine that win rate will end up being pretty good by the end of the weekend. And of course, Casa, the newest brawler on the bottom right, is one to keep your eye out for.
It's going to be an interesting one once again. We learn the meta with the players every single weekend. We know in the past South America has been known to pick Zurita, for example, every single map and mode. Let's see if they're going to show us something new today again. As mentioned in my little intro already, we had the same 8 teams qualifying for this monthly final already. Again, same 8 teams, but we do have some new teammates here.
This is true. Like, one that stands out to me is Fenix. Of course, they used to be a Limpo squad. Dropotas F8 shouldn't come as a shock that, yeah, they were dropped from the org. And you see a little bit of that around here. Some of the teams have switched up rosters as well, which we'll get to touch on later. Some spicy things have been going on in our third quarterfinal.
I think it was even Legion Otaku went to Cross Gaming and now they're Dropotas. That team switched every single month, but they have been playing in every month, even though you don't find the name in the other times. Well, the leaderboard is updated with those new names. Of course, we want to have a look at it here. Kenny, since we had a different winner each month, they're all kind of close in points here.
It's a big deal, especially now that we enter the double points for our second half of the year. 194 for Loud. A team I'm looking out for today, though, is Casa Brawl, who are sitting in that second spot 3 months in a row. Lower bracket team, a team that represented this region at the World Finals last year, has had multiple years of success, and they really haven't gotten off to such a hard start. Obviously, they won the first monthly final, but since then have really cooled off.
They've sort of like limped through this, honestly. Casa Brawl, they made it through the lower bracket, but they're here, and they're here now in our fourth quarterfinal. Let's take it from the top, though. We're starting off with Loud and Zurita gang. That's a rematch over the previous monthly finals back in April. Then we have Fenix versus BC Gaming SA, and then to follow that, SK Calalas SA versus Dropotas FA. That's one that sticks out to me a bunch because they actually had a couple players switch around on the rosters, so it'll be a rematch against former teammates.
A win today puts you at the top of the leaderboard going into the second half of the season. A lot of those teams want to do this, but of course the current leader is still Loud, that have been playing at the Brawl Cup as well. We want to have a look at what you guys are saying. Who do you think will maybe upset the whole leaderboard and shake it up a little bit, Kenny?
I mean, it looks like I'm the only one straying away from the pack. I'm going to go with Alpha 7 here. I'm not saying that they should be favorites, but they are the upper bracket team for a reason. And like I said, Casa Brawl, while they have historically been the better team, really consistent. That's something that's disappeared since month 1. They've consistently been in the lower bracket. They consistently have been bounced in the first round. I think they got to earn it back for me a little bit. Last time these two teams played was last month. Casa Brawl with all the stakes in the world, and they still crumbled when it matters most. Now that we're in this spring split, I'm curious to see if they can get a big win here. Alpha 7 have looked mighty good.
Yeah. I think it's going to take more than like one loss for Casa Brawl to lose my faith. But once again, after seeing them go through like the lower bracket to qualify for this monthly final, I'm beginning to question things. It's just like such a shock for me because I believe March was sort of a fluke. Like a lot of regions got shaken up, like meta changes, I think, threw everyone for a loop. And then coming back, they still couldn't really get it done. So I want to see Casa Brawl get stuff done. I'm putting my faith in them one last time. If they mess it up this time, I'm full steam ahead with pretty much what they're facing.
Let's see if they can fulfill your dream. You both are wearing striped shirts on that prediction graphic, by the way. You bring those back into fashion. You both look dashing, by the way.
Thank you.
If anybody watching didn't put their predictions in just yet, you still have some time to do that now over at event.brawlstars.com. We're just less than a month away from the new ranked season and the new Pro Pass as well. So if you still need some XP for the current Pro Pass, you better get those predictions in right now. And with all that said, the stage is set and we can now start with our very first match of the South America June monthly finals. It's Loud versus Zurita again. And Kenny, the teams returning from the Brawl Cup haven't exactly hit the ground running in EMEA. Do you think Loud could be hit by the same fate today?
I am expecting them to get a W here. It was a very close matchup the last time these two teams faced off, but Loud were clutch last month. I gotta say, it was by far the most impressive of any of the monthly finals in this region. Coyote Dog, Firecrow, Adinho, all fierce players, and they've been one of the teams that I expected to be better this year. I'm hoping they can stay a little consistent.
Loud are sitting at the top of the leaderboard at the moment, at a solid showing at the Brawl Cup. We had the chance to sit down with Firecrow, one of Loud's members, as we see here, and we wanted to ask him about his expectations for this summer split.
Minha expectativa para esse segundo split é manter o top 1 da região. Então a gente está top 1 agora. A gente quer manter isso até para se classificar para o Mundial e se classificar com o seed do top 1. Foi muito legal jogar Brawl Cup. Eu sempre gosto muito de jogar campeonatos internacionais. Infelizmente a gente não conseguiu passar para o terceiro dia, né? Que era ficar entre os top 4 melhores times do mundo. Foi por muito pouco, a gente perdeu uma derrota dolorosa, né? Por causa do reverse sweep. Mas valeu. Tá ligado? Valeu a experiência e no final de tudo o que importa é o Mundial. Então no Mundial a gente vai sair melhor.
Looking forward to this double point split. They did have a decent run at the Brawl Cup and they even had a win against Tribe Gaming. They knocked out the top 1 seed of NA in the Brawl Cup, Kenny.
I have a feeling that you titled that, Sonny. That seemed a little personal, a little too soon. In the PR department, we've gone through a lot recently, but you know what? It's deserved. We're not on top. South America is 3-2 victory over Tribe Gaming, of course. Humble kind of got them good, though, and then following that, Toxic Lotus reverse sweep from Chinese mainland. That's a big deal, and I like to see that Firecrow's got a good mental, learning from the experience. He's not down on his team. They still are going to trust the process, and I think they've got a good chance of getting it done here today.
Let's see if they can get it done, if they can make it out of the quarterfinals. Their opponent is someone that they have faced before. It's Zurita again, and they have been facing off against each other in the past, I think, Reddy?
This is true. In fact, the previous monthly final, so that was back in April, Zurita Gang started off with 2-set wins, and it seemed like we'd almost see the unthinkable happen.
Those teams all know each other too well, so I'm always super excited to also hear some statements about what Loud thinks about Zurita, what Zurita thinks of Loud, and luckily we do have that prepared for you as well.
Loud encuentro que es un equipo muy sólido, ya llevan al menos un año jugando juntos, se han sabido mantener en todos los meses que han jugado y su nivel en la Brawl Cup se mostró muy bueno. Lamentablemente no se dio el top 4, estuvieron muy cerca, sí, y se nota también el apoyo que brinda la organización de Loud para ellos. El psicólogo, todo eso que han estado trabajando, son un gran equipo, son un muy sólido equipo y esperamos ganarles en esta Monthly Final.
Sobre a Zurita Gang, eu acho que é um time muito forte, porque eles têm um coach muito bom, que é o coach da Tribe Gaming, o Killer, e os drafts é uma parte muito importante da competição. Então acaba sendo um time difícil, porque eles têm bons drafts, então tem que sempre ter atenção para jogar contra eles.
Zurita again is saying that they would have liked to see Loud making it to the top 4 in the Brawl Cup. Of course, they would have liked that LCQ or even the World Final slot in the end. Loud did end the spring split strong with a reverse sweep against Zurita again. This was our April monthly final, Kenny.
And now we get it as a quarter-final match, which is pretty wild to think about. The respect clear for these two teams. There's a lot of pride between the regions. That's one thing we can certainly learn from the Brawl Cup. And the killer component of all of this is really interesting because obviously he's going to be quite familiar with getting a landscape of what Loud's going to be like, drafting against them. So hopefully he learned from that Brawl Cup loss and can take it with the new team.
And now we want to find out if maybe Loud has also suffered from that post-travel cooldown, like in other regions before, some teams that returned from that global stage, or if Zurita again maybe didn't have the run that they want, or won't have the run that they want today. They didn't have the run they wanted in the qualifiers ready. It looked a bit shaky.
This is true. I mean, Zurita Gang, they made it through the lower bracket. That's fine, but when you're making a run at #1, then it gets scary. Then you have to face a team like Loud in your very first round. And only 5% of people watching, voting on event.brawlstars.com, are going with Zurita Gang. It's far more than that, I gotta say. Zurita Gang started off with 2-set wins the last time these guys faced. And we also have like a coach-by-coach revenge arc, honestly, with Killer previously drafting for Tribe Gaming at the Brawl Cup, now drafting for Zurita Gang against this Loud squad. I'm excited to see what he's cooked up and perhaps what he's learned from that last matchup.
We're heading into our very first draft of today. It's Loud versus Zurita gang, and I'm super excited to also see if the meta is a bit different in South America, like it usually is. Once again, in June, monthly finals in East Asia, we had Draco as the most picked brawler. In EMEA, we had Gus. Now, is it going to be Ross for South America, Kenny?
What a start. Not the first pick I was expecting. Normally on this map, we're going to see something like a Chester or a Gus in the middle, the most frequent picks, I would say, in this region, and especially for Loud right now. But obviously, they're on this 2-3 turn. Look, Colonel Ruffs is not a bad brawler. It's more of a pro brawler, I would say, than our casual player base, but this is interesting to say the least.
It's a bit peculiar. It's not unheard of any map, honestly. Hard Rock Mine has got to be one of the strongest ones for him, since he will behave similar to a Rico on the lane where he bounces his shots. It's also like got some pretty decent range. You're looking for synergy as well. He's got a hypercharge, you know, instantly give hypercharge to a teammate as well when they pick that up. So there are merits to playing the Ruffs. I think it can be also versatile if you want to keep someone alive, but this seems like the beginning of a troll comp, to me, honestly. When you're first picking the Colonel Ruffs, there just seem to be higher priority things to me, also just quite counterable. Those bags, a lot of brawlers can shoot through them, like a Janet could do that, and she's pretty solid here. So I see ample counter options for Loud, but they're still looking to forge their own draft here, Kenny. They're not playing too responsive just yet.
These are the two brawlers that I mentioned just a second ago. Two early picks, too, that Loud have scrimmed a lot with recently, Chester and Gus. Chester being a fantastic anti-tank right now, brings the vision on a map like this as well. And of course, that big burst of damage can handle some of those tankier brawlers that you see in that graphic earlier. Runs like Hank that are running rampant, obviously not going to be a factor here as he's in the ban stage. Bo coming up next. I'm curious to see how they approach this with the Bo, if this is a vision play, if this is for the mines. I mean, Bo's gotten a lot more love in pro play recently, and I know Tribe Gaming, especially a killer coach for them as well, really likes this brawler, at least uses it more than others. So I'm curious if this is going to be the same philosophy.
Bo's a brawler I think has a pretty underrated gadget in the Super Totem. You can give Hypercharge and Super to a teammate pretty quickly. You just have to have good position. And look, these are pro players, so they're going to be able to get some of that. We'll see what that final selection is from Zurita gang. They're playing into a Chester, and Kenji is open, and they're going to go for it. Okay, historically, Chester has been one of the main ways to deal with Kenji. But since Loud had that last pick, Zurita gang have to pick proactively. Even though there's going to be a bad matchup into that Chester, they sort of need to pick up this brawler. Now Loud has the last selection. They can choose that they want to like counter this Kenji harder, go for something aggro that would be good to combo with that Gus, you know, something that can go in if necessary, especially anything that could get on top of that Bo. Since he's a difficult matchup to fight at range, Ashe is a way that they're going to go and hope to get in close range versus the Bo where he's significantly weaker.
I think this Ashe selection's a really good one. Loud, to me, have a very solid draft. They've got that big burst of damage in Chester that handles Kenji quite well. Obviously, he got that hypercharge nerf too. Ashe at the end was one of the two brawlers I was anticipating. Was waiting on a Jackie or an Ashe just to deal with this enemy composition well. It's a couple brawlers that Loud in particular have used throughout their scrims. I think this is a really good setup for the green side. Obviously, there's going to be familiarity between all of our teams, but Zurita gang, out of all teams right now, would love a little bit of revenge. It's going to be a rematch of our previous monthly finals to start off the day.
Still a huge question mark for me in this Colonel Ruffs. You see places down the bags and they're dealt with fairly quickly. Loud still keeping them at range effectively. And Firecrow pursuing the ideal matchup for him into Jay on the left side. Pretty much running all the way to spawn. Expertly avoiding the super from Jay, but is still going to fall. On the right side, Prazi also encroaching on this territory, looking to set up in the bushes. That's where Colonel Ruffs can be really, really strong. Potentially giving a damage boost. Also looking to break open some walls. And just create overall control for the team. It's a pretty slow-paced game so far, but Loud are in control.
In terms of individual matchups, don't mind Ashe into a Kenji at all, and Gus is going to be able to outrange that Bo. One tap, make it a second with the gadget. Mines go down. Kyodog skirts to the left-hand side. That's a big-time miss, but going to be a wasted super as well for Jay, so all even there.
Jay still looking for the ideal entry point on the left side. Going to get a bit of assistance from Kyodog. Uses the gadget as well to stay alive, but ultimately is taken down on re-entry by the Gus. We'll see Zurita gang continuously forced back by Kyodog, who's utilizing his gadget to get additional damage onto exit. He wins this range matchup, which makes it very difficult. But here comes the hypercharge out from Prazi. Jay is looking for the ideal time to come in. He's got the hypercharge. That's huge. So that's the strat, is get the hypercharge onto Kenji. He's got one of the strongest hypercharges in the game in spite of the recent nerf. He's going to use it solo, but that's an important kill. If you can get Kyodog, that's absolutely huge. They force Loud out of position. They're looking for some sort of spawn trap here, which Hard Rock Mine is pretty notorious for.
They're going to burn through that shield given to Firecrow immediately. Kyodog still on the back lines, and Firecrow now goes down. It's going to be Adinho, bodyguard for Kyodog. They're swerving in on him as Jay is in this back lines now, dashing forward. Mines to cut them off. Kyodog backs up. Adinho with a nice little shot there will get the elimination. Kyodog will survive, but nonetheless, Zurita gang are on countdown.
Zurita gang pretty much safe and sound. There's 4 more mines that Kyodog has to deal with. He does have the Hyper Super now, and he'll be able to tank this. In fact, get the speed to go to the enemy side. Assist Firecrow? No. Jay's got him taken down. 5 seconds to go, but that's enough gems for Loud to stall this countdown for a moment longer. That, and they have control. This 3v2 is looking to be in Loud's favor as they have Firecrow in position to possibly get this takedown. We'll see him fall, in fact, to exit, and Zurita gang have tied things up.
Ooh, Kyodog with a nice kill there. And it's going to be a gym for the other end. Back and forth, but now they have to deal with these mines as well. 5 in the middle of the map. They're going to slowly trigger each of them. Adinho just eating those bullets. This could be danger. Firecrow in a one-on-one interaction. Will dodge, gets the kill, but all the gyms being stilled up. Perosi going to grab his super. A few extra sandbags to protect him, and now they've got 25 in the pocket. It's going to take a whole village to bring down the Zurita gang with 7 to go. Loud encroaching. Kyodog catching up to his teammates here. They have to find a big-time frag, and they don't have enough time on the clock. It was close, but not quite. Zurita gang open up with a game win.
Seriously well played by Jay there, I have to say. The Ashe just was not enough to deal with Kenji. It can be such a frustrating matchup. You're telling me this brawler heals like every other attack that he lands? And yes, that's exactly what happens. And even for Ashe, the more damage that he does, the more rage he gets more damage, and then he also gets to heal himself using his own rage if he wants to, which he's going to need to in this pretty extended matchup when he 1v1s the Kenji. That, plus the Colonel Ruffs seemed to work. I don't think it was like a game-changing thing. I think Prosy played it well. And also, the Hypercharge is a good idea. Getting that Hypercharge super onto Jay, even though he did use it for a solo super onto Firecrow, as long as he can keep that back and force this 3v2 repeatedly, Zurita gang are in a winning position.
Feels like they've got so many ways to get those hypercharges too, and the more purple buttons they're cycling, obviously it's going to favor them a little more. Bo had a couple, and then obviously with that Colonel Ruffs, like you mentioned, his hypercharge feeds hypercharges, so they can cycle Jay in and out. They can throw Bo mines down. I feel like there's just so many pressure options that I didn't necessarily see when we were just looking at this in the draft.
Yeah, another pressure option that should be coming out soon is Exic's first super. He's got the super totem down and just needs a few shots on a Kyodog. Whoa! A snipe from Colonel Ruffs. You don't see that often. And the hypercharge is down from Exic. We'll see Firecrow having to sort of run for the hills as Jay is hot on his heels. That's a takedown, and now Jay is looking to establish himself on the enemy side. 4 more mines left for Kyodog to take down if he wants to grab any of these gems. That's very, very tedious. Those moments that you get to take down the gems are few and far in between, but look at that! Double takedown for Loud. Zurita gang now forced to retreat into their own spawn.
Lots of value coming out of Firecrow's Hypercharge super right there. He gets the kill onto Jay, and then those little robots march their way right through those mines and trigger every single one of them. 12 on the clock, Kenji diving in. No contact there as Firecrow's going to be dueling there. On the other end, 10 gems in their back pocket. Perosi trying to close the gap. Hypercharge for Ashe once again, making connection with Exic. He falls. Perosi, the last man standing, and Loud will equalize our set 1.
That's pretty much all off the back of a double kill. Without that, none of this would have happened. It goes to show just how, honestly, brittle the breaking point is for this matchup. If Loud gets an inch, I mean, they'll take a mile, really, versus Zurita gang. Zurita gang managed to play this nice and controlled in game number 1. Game number 2, they let it slip for just a moment. Lost all their control, lost all the gems. The mines were no longer establishing the pressure that they were so reliant on, and it all crumbled. We'll see the matchups off to the races once again. Jay going to get taken down on the left side, but it's a trade as well with a double takedown. Zurita gang now at a huge deficit in a position we haven't seen them in just yet. An early game spawn trap from Loud.
Loud with such a beautiful start. Going to be putting a ton of pressure on Zurita gang to try and claw their way out of the spawn, and Firecrow just swiping it through him immediately. Kenji didn't stand a chance, and now Firecrow already has his hypercharge ready to go.
There you go. That's huge for Ashe. As long as he can stay on the appropriate matchups, going to try and go on a Prosy, then Exit. Jay hot on his heels, going to get the kill. and Edinho in the favorable matchup of Chester versus Kenji. He'll be lucky for Jay to escape with his life. He's going to go for it. The assistance from Prosy was not enough. It's still a trade. The most valuable brawler on Zurita Gang's roster is being taken down repeatedly. He's being targeted by Loud, and look at how much of a gap this has created. Despite Prosy's best efforts to establish pressure on the right side, Kydog's still going to get gem number 10.
Tiptoed his way around those mines. Still a couple left. A hypercharge coming in from Exic. Prosy hot on their heels as well. Kyodog has to dance along all of these brawlers. He goes down. Firecrow has to save his teammate here. Jay, just enough HP to swipe through. Is ransacking the entire enemy side, and he's going to the other end.
He's running for it. 10 seconds to go. Edinho needs to get in range. Same for Kyodog. He's got a hyper at his disposal. Must be one shot away from the super as well. There, he's got it. Now trying to get in close range. As much damage as possible. No. Blocked by the wall. Gets a takedown. Got to see those bow shots make it onto Kyodog. No. Prosy, the last bastion of defense. Kyodog escaping by the looks of things. Jay trying to catch up. There's the assistance, but it's not going to reach him. The supply drop is not enough. Kyodog alive, staying away from the super of Jay with 10 seconds to go. Zurita Gang closing in around them. 5 seconds to go. Jay trying to get in range. Needs a super more than anything else. Can't get it down. The mines as well as the interruption, and it's another countdown for Loud.
Zurita Gang buying as much time as possible. Loud have their entire roster standing though, and now Firecrow on the enemy lines. 1v1 versus Jay. Jay going for the super, will get the kill, but they have to worry about this bottom right-hand side. A hypercharge going down. Edinho able to dodge through all of that. It was a close call back and forth, but Loud take what was rightfully theirs from the get-go. They hold on to those gems.
My goodness. What a near comeback. A total near miss there. You saw that trigger discipline as well from Gus, holding on to that hypercharge because he was one shot off super. He got that shot that he needed, popped the hypercharge, got that spirit animal damage buff, got in there, got the kill, escaped within an inch of his life at the risk of being taken down by a Kenji. There was so much beautiful stuff that happened there, Sonny.
That match just turned into a tug of war. We had 3 resets in Gem Grab. We don't usually see that in our usual games, but yeah, in the end, Loud takes it. It almost looked like that Ruff's first pick works out though. In the first round, they certainly looked good. After that, it just seemed like they knew how to just counter out the Kenji, focused up on him. Dexter couldn't really get any control in, and Firecrow and the Ash, pretty much the opposite here, Kenny.
I mean, despite the tough matchups, you know, we have Ash on the field, we have Chester on the field. I feel like Jay did a pretty good job. That game 3 really just came down to Loud dominating the entire early game, and Zurita Gang made one big play and just turned this entire game 3 around. They were able to keep themselves in it the whole time, but Loud at the end of the day had such a significant start, finally got the kills necessary and held on for dear life. But Zurita Gang clearly coming to play. A reminder for the folks at home, this is a rematch of our previous grand finals, the last time you saw South America, and Loud was the Brawl Cup representative. So the fact that Zurita Gang is challenging them as much as they are, I think that's a good sign for this region.
And in that last match, it was a 3-2 in the end for Loud. So it was a very close matchup. And I think the fact that we have 3 resets now in Gem Grab also shows how evenly matched those 2 teams are already.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch there. I really enjoyed watching that. And also just the discipline as well from the individual players on Zurita Gang. You saw also, like, just making a callback to the stats. That was 12 kills for Colonel Ruffs. The typical, like, seemingly off meta first pick, doing the best on the entire team is just wonderful to see. So if this is what Killer's cooking up for the squad, I'm looking forward to see what they got in set 2.
During the draft, when I saw Kenji picked up, the hypercharge nerve certainly didn't hit him too bad. I feel Jay still did a phenomenal job. I felt like Zurita Gang should have had this one. They almost did with that runaway, the first steal, the first reset. But in the end, Loud takes set number 1, and they're continuing their winning streak that they started in April, Kenny.
Now we move over to Safe Zone 2. I'm going to expect Lumi to be in this band stage here. Chuck, Angelo, Colette, a couple that come to mind here too, but there's definitely a little balance going on, I would say, in our professional meta right now for this game mode, especially with the rework on Heist. We've got checkpoints at 75%, 50%, 25%. Bo's been a big pickup because he has a little technical thing where he can pierce through that damage or those checkpoints with his gadget. So there's just so many brawlers I feel like to juggle right now in Heist.
We saw a lot of Carl. Sorry, we saw a lot of Carl last week, and also Bonnie is now pretty good on Heist since the recent rework. So super excited to see if those 2 brawlers also come into play here in SA. Lumi is going to be banned out. Kenny's right. Angelo, one of the best mid brawlers as well, and of course Chuck is a brawler that you rarely ever see anywhere outside of Heist, but here he's just too good. And yes, Bonnie is going to be the first pick here, so at least that has came over from East Asia and EMEA ready.
Yes, I like the Bonnie a lot. I think also Bonnie's able to win some matchups that you wouldn't typically expect, like into Colette, which may be the direction that Zurita gang decide to lean. I think that Bonnie can win it because she has a gadget, so as long as she defeats the Colette or gets the appropriate lane while the gadget's active, then she's in a great position. Note that Bonnie is going to be going right back into that cannon form after landing. Kaze, okay, so it seems a stretch here. First of all, Kaze is able to do crazy damage on the high safe. In fact, I remember we saw it on EMEA on Safe Zone. So same map, same deal. It's going to create some aggression that keeps the enemy back, and endless aggression into the enemy side can sort of stuff them into their own base.
Would be surprised to see a bow here for this squad too. It's something that's been practiced a lot, and like I mentioned before, Killer has definitely been prone to use it. That's going to be their sign of aggression. I feel like they would look for a little control. 8-bit could be in the mix here. I think Eve could be in the mix, but it just feels like this is a very predictable one for this side in particular. And like I mentioned, with the gadget, you can pierce through those little checkpoints on the high safe, so it's a little cheeky way of kind of pro players getting around that.
So we have that. Into this bow, what do you even go for? You can outrange it for sure. You can out-aggro it as well. Carl is still a pretty popular pick into bow just because you have the mobility, you have that super that's pretty good at absorbing the damage as long as you're running protective pirouette, and you're also able to get in range with the additional speed. We'll see Colette out here picked in tandem with the Bonnie, but they're going to need some long-range options, as well as something that has like CC in close range. A lot of times Colette, she's going to want to run that shield to survive when she goes onto the enemy safe. Otherwise, she's basically going to be completely vulnerable. If she supers onto it, she'll die every single time. So what is here to accent the Bonnie? They have a couple of lanes. They're also like strong options on this map that can float over the water if they decide that they want to go the Eve route. Maybe that's what Zurita gang are leaning towards. Kenji is going to provide similar aggro ability to this Kaze, and he can also shut himself in one of these back corners, making him difficult to remove. It takes at least 2 brawlers to combine to pinch him out of there.
This is really interesting because we've seen a lot of the aggressive options already picked up. We saw Melody and Daryl in that band stage. Kaze gets picked up early for Zurita gang. And so we're kind of going down to the bottom of the barrel here and grabbing this Kenji. On the other end, we get a Barry. Zurita gang with some really spicy drafts coming in today. The Kaze bow start did not surprise me. And Barry's a good brawler, but to bring him out as a 6th pick, I mean, you really have to believe in the matchup or the pairing that you've got with your side.
Now this Barry is going to be pretty good if he wants to at getting additional damage on that save. He'll be able to use a gadget that makes the ice cream stick around for longer, but he can also run a bit of CC in close range. If he's worried about that Kenji getting on top of him, needs a bit of an extra heal, then he can run that regular gadget that knocks people back. See which one he is running, as he's already thrown down the ice cream to keep everyone alive. And this is the team-based strategy from Zurita gang. They have lost 1 of their number, but Prosy is going to be popping off that first super. Though the thing to keep in mind is that when you are absorbing so much damage, you are feeding supers to Kyodog. He's already gotten his first one off, and Firecrow is all over that safe. Edinho also left totally undefended, will get additional damage on Zurita gang safe.
Now they've got a super, going to be connecting it. Little fan storm doing some extra damage as they'll pierce through that first checkpoint. A dash in for Colette. They're working on the second. It's already 20% lead for Loud. They're running away with this one so far.
Once more, aggression out from Zurita gang. They have the position, but they don't seem to have the aggression that gets them onto the enemy safe. Edinho is doing his best to defend, just closing around the right side. Excellent hypercharge super in from Firecrow for the double kill. Another super available. He'll knock this next shield off, and now there's only 1 more shield sitting between Loud and victory. They've taken this down to 25%, and Firecrow is looking to close in. He's going to take a lot of damage here. In fact, he might almost go down. Has that super up. It only kept him alive for a little bit longer. No shields, no nothing for Zurita gang. They have to make this win happen here and now.
Bo gets a hypercharge down. Jay popping one of their own, and now that's a dive in, but they have to worry about Colette on the other end. They're just committing to this. There's only 13% remaining, though, for Loud. They're just going to walk to the other end and end this one. Loud, dominant game number 1 of set 2.
Huge. They managed to cycle, like, what, 2 shields in rapid succession? They got 1 shield finish? Cool. Here, send in Colette with her hypercharge. Now, who's feeding her that hypercharge? I wonder, could it be the infinite healing and standing in one position that is pretty much just a big old battery for her to charge her super off of. Is Zurita gang going to change this strat up at all? I guess we'll get to see. See immediately Fire Crow taken down. That's a trade for exit. Idinho on the enemy safe. Can also pop into this cannon if necessary. Hiding. If you don't attack, they can't see you. It gets him alive for a little bit longer and provides some time for Fire Crow and Kyodog to close in.
Louder just all over the save, but Dino even managed to stay alive. Another early go there from Fire Crow. A little bit of a wasted super, but nonetheless, a marginal lead for them. Kyodog still working on Perosi, and now there's some shots coming in from Exig. They need as many reinforcements as possible. They triggered the first mine. There's a dive in from Fire Crow. They are slicing their way through every bit of this high save. Finally, Zurita gang are able to extend past their spawn side, but other than that, they're receiving some heavy fire.
This is real rough. Zurita gang have nothing in terms of defense.
Yikes.
Loud have evaporated their safe. Not a trace left. 2-0. Just in and out like a Colette super. They are completed with this set.
I mean, what's the opposite of a base race, but it's like one-sided, you know what I mean? Like, that's really what
beatdown.
we just got there. A beatdown is probably a good word for that. That was one of the most convincing sets I've seen in a while, not just in this region, but across the globe. That was a rough go at it for Zurita gang.
This was also part 2 of the marital dispute between Kenji and Casa. They've only been picked up once so far in the monthly finals, both standing on either side. The first time around, the wife won, of course. But now, Kenji definitely came out on top. Fire Crow was absolutely popping off on that brawler. I feel like single-handedly he did damage, he got a lot of kills, he kind of did everything that round, Kenny.
I mean, Kyodog just putting in as much work as the entire enemy side. They just never found a way to the other end in that game number 2 from start to finish. It really just looked like Loud. I don't know if that was just a massive draft diff, if that was a skill diff, what it was. I mean, Loud looked good. I liked their composition. I wasn't convinced necessarily by Zurita gang, but I didn't absolutely hate it. But what we saw there was something quite different than our opening set.
Yes, I'm curious to see what's going to change for Zurita gang. Looks like they've tried to draft diff, they've tried to get something like creative, and they also, I think, didn't play super responsibly. Like, you see the Colette happen, and they go, cool, we're still going to run this berry. And I think they knew what was going to happen, because you just can't feed Colette supers like that. You got to outrange her, or you got to outrange her, okay? That's like the way that you deal with Colette. Or you ban her, okay? Those are viable strategies. They don't get to play Heist again, though, unless they make it beyond this, but they don't get to play it against Loud once more. No more mistakes beyond here. 2 set losses, they've already used up those chances. It's got to be a sweep from here on out.
2 set losses, they certainly need to turn things around now, otherwise it's going to be over for them. And maybe they need to start picking something else other than the bow as well. Picked him up twice so far, didn't really work out for them. Let's see if we're going to see something else now in triple, our map number 3. Kenji so far also picked up a hefty amount once again. I don't think his hypercharge nerf has hurt him too much. As well as the Lumi nerf, I feel like she's as strong as ever, banned out every single round so far, Kenny.
Yeah, Lumi and Jae Young, top of my list right here. We haven't seen a ton of Jae Young in the ban stage yet, but it's still super early on in the day. Want to call out, too, Mo is somebody that's been used quite a bit here by Loud. I think they like the mobility that he brings, the burst of damage, but as early picks as well, got to look out for things like B and Chester. But honestly, this map is really interesting right now. I feel like especially for South America, they've got such a wide stretch of different kinds of brawlers between throwers, aggressive brawlers, and even these ban stages can differ quite a bit.
And you mentioned throwers, something that we know. Yeah, exactly. Ready, and we had the same pointer. Something that we know SA loves to pick up is the Jujers. He's going to be either showing up in the ban or in the pick stage here. I'm certain Barley we see quite often here as well. Throwers are pretty good on this map, as well as a Hank, for example, a Shade, anything that can make use of those walls. And there he is already. I still got it ready.
This is true, and I wonder what the last pick in this is going to be. Zurita gang could totally go for a Dynamite here. It would honestly crap on the Hank, okay? It's one of the strongest things you can go into it. Even though Hank is able to shoot through the walls, it's still just one of the best ways to deal with Hank. But we also see some things that may have been missing at the top of the show when we discussed like top brawlers, especially in East Asia. Draco, love Draco into the Hank. It's just one of the strongest things that you can do because he runs him down. He has a bunch of health to operate with. Chester also mentioned as a top selection here. Can't argue with that. Great into the aggression that something like Kenji might provide. Any brawler that has to get right on top of you is basically asking to get hit with a 5k Chester shot to the face.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to say the least, because Chester is such a good one because he can bring enemies down quickly, especially with his shot. That's why he's a DPS character. Lose somebody that traditionally is going to do really, so I'm curious to see if Zurita gang double down here. I don't think they want to go too control-oriented. Less could be a good bout. It Surge is an early selection here on that 2-3 turn. Can't imagine that was something Loud were necessarily thinking. Zurita gang grabbing this is really interesting just because Surge isn't bad by any means, but maybe not the most popular way that I've seen to deal with Hank, so curious to see how they go about this.
He's pretty off meta. I think that, you know, his low health makes him quite vulnerable to getting two-shot. He can get tapped by one thing, and then Hank pretty much deletes him off the map. He does have a jump, but he's got to earn it, and that can be a struggle if your enemy doesn't provide you opportunities. Hank is not necessarily asking for it in the early game, and Loud are really doubling down on countering this Surge. Usually the discussion around the Surge is like, oh, well, he's weak into like spammy little spawnables that block his shot, but a lot of times they don't get picked. He's just sort of ignored their higher priority things to go. But Charlie is a direct response to that Surge and possibly into an aggro last pick from Zurita gang. The Cocoon is always so strong, but also the ability to spawn spiders is going to make it pretty good into the Chester just because his projectiles don't pierce, but especially useful into this Surge because Surge is going to waste all of his ammo just trying to get rid of those spiders.
I think you're going to have to get real creative with the Zurita gang here. Stu is a very popular one in this region right now. I would say all 4 of our regions, this is where I expect to see Stu the most this month, at least after watching practices for this region. Barley coming in. You know, it's a tricky spot. I feel like this is a pretty strong composition on the left-hand side. I haven't necessarily been a fan of Charlie as an individual brawler, but I think into this matchup can certainly work. Not a lot of wall break going down there either, so Barley can get some value. I feel like that's a very standard 6 pick on this map. If you like your matchups enough, you're probably just going to roll with a thrower. Going to try and keep Barley untouched at a distance, Herbal Tonic cycling in, or if you're worried about the aggression, you can go for the other gadget, but here we go. Loud, strong start here, up 2-0 in a rematch of our previous Grand Finals. Zurita gang need to come alive here if they want a chance at extending their tournament lives.
This Barley's going to have to put in the legwork for them in the early game. They're going to get a pinch on the left side, eliminating the Charlie that would be so troublesome for their Surge, who's not going to be offered anything for free on the right side. Edinho now coming in, hit with a jawbreaker by Exig. Man's getting a little bit lucky on the selection of supers that the bag of tricks is producing for him. Sort of a different story, though, for Jay on the right side, where he's repeatedly denied any supercharge by Kyodog, who's perfectly content keeping this at bay. He's going to feed a little bit of damage to Jay, and not looking for any wall break at all. On the left side, also Edinho repeatedly running in and giving some damage to the enemy side. But Zurita gang have managed to stay in control all along.
Fantastic bounce back there from Jay. Grabs a nice kill, a little predictory shot as Kyodog tries to skate away. It's not enough, and now Hypercharge going down for Brozy. Exik gets an elimination alongside his teammate. It's a red Roster rushing up the middle of the map and punching one through. Loud on the reset here as well. Kyodog, left-hand side, gonna be working along the enemies here. Fire Crow. Hypercharge super in the back pocket. Jay diving in to his demise. Kyodog left hand in. Super up and down. He's going to be working this top left-hand side. Perosi working on his way to try and defend this net. Nadino can finally climb through ready.
This could be huge for Loud. They need to keep up this pressure. Jay on the right side is on his last legs. Firecrow needs to lay down one more swing of the yo-yo. Edinho in. Had the hypercharge and super available, but didn't pop it off. He was on low health. Still, that could have gotten them a goal. Kyodog's going to go for the super. I think he knew that that wasn't going to go in, and now the ball's actually out of their reach. Maybe not the best move for him, but at least he's still got his super, and he's still establishing the pressure. They can work things down to overtime, and with Jay on low health, with Kyodog, stunned but still alive on the left side, it could get hairy. A recovery from Jay on the right side as he's attempting to keep things back, but he's out of ammo, and Edinho's got enough health to walk this through.
Tie ball game with 20 on the clock, reset in the mid. And as this map opens up, it's going to be a pretty interesting one. We've got brawlers like Barley, we've got Stu with short range, and Hank with a giant bubble. Not some insane distance. This is a good start here, though. It's Loud moving forward. They did lose a brawler, but they have gained map control. But Exik trying to contest on this bottom left-hand side. 60 HP for Firecrow dodging. Kyodog there to save him, and in the 2v2, ball is netted right on that bottom right-hand side.
How are they going to get this to the enemy side? They got a bit of time to work this out, but they got to fight through the last call from Prosy on the right side first. Edinho's got plenty of health, but he doesn't have the DPS really to avoid the super pass up to Exik. Could be the alley-oop. Needs to pass over to Prosy. Snipe down the left side, right between Edinho and Kyodog. Zurita gang are still on the map.
Beautifully played there. A lot of action going down. I was a little bit nervous after that second one for Zurita gang, but it seems they're climbing their way back here. I feel like that's one of those sets where it's just, to be quite frank, so bad to the point where you just move on, right? You know you're a better team than that. And now all of a sudden, Zurita gang giving themselves a little bit of life. Game number 2. Zurita gang starting off in the mid and Loud slowly working their way to encroach things. Joker on that, Jay on that top right-hand side is going to be trying to get that surge stage much earlier. It worked out for him on the last go, but it's more of just a battle of chicken. Dog needs a super, Jay needs a super. Neither of them want to give it up, though.
Yeah, but who wins this 2v1? Yeah, I think we know who wins that. Edinho pretty much evaporates this brawl on the right side. Prosy taken down. All it's going to take is some good passing. We'll see Exik fall, and Firecrow needs to pick this up. They'll feed a couple of shots to Jay, which is pretty good for Jay, honestly. Only cost him a goal to get his first stage, which he's going to be using for a bit of speed and the range that he needs. He's 2/3 of the way to his 3rd stage, and now he's got it. The last call in to force Edinho and Dog back, and now Jay can start his sort of reign of terror on the right side. He's totally surrounded by Dog and Edinho, though. Things fall back on the shoulders of Exik, who throws away these pop rocks as soon as possible.
Buys just enough time for the teammates to respawn. Jay has a super in the back pocket, will hit that tier 3. Dog left hand in, dueling against Exik. Win for Exik. Edinho, though, moving him into a corner, has the bubble and bursts it right on top of his dome, and now going for another one. A nice tie up there, and that's going to be a beautiful cocoon. Firecrow should have enough time to get away here. Dog ready to go and aim at the other end. What a takedown, but Edinho, meanwhile, top side, bolsters all of his HP and will put Loud on match point.
Yeah, put a couple brawlers in front of me. I don't care. I have pretty much unlimited health. Shield, I'm standing next to a wall. I got a super that heals me. It shoots out torpedoes. Yeah, you deal with it. We're at match point now. We're Loud. We put up numbers at Brawl Cup, especially for the South American region history, and they are once more on a warpath straight to a grand finals if they keep up a streak like this. Still got to get through Zurita gang. They've only dropped a couple of games so far. They can make it only 2. They get it here and now. You can secure a 3-0 sweep for them. They're already off to the races. Super up to Edinho. Wide open goal. Edinho's going to try and walk this through. No, couldn't go for it. I suppose he didn't see the math to get that one across the goal. It would have been tight anyway. And that's costing a potential goal for Loud.
Oh, and speaking of close calls, 28 HP. Firecrow will survive. I think they were hoping to get a takedown into Jay, but not enough there. We've seen several supers already being cycled. Jay with an early one there. A nice tag there from Edinho. They're trying to work their way up this map as that ball is pocketed on that top right-hand side. They've got herbal tonics to protect him. Exik just puppy guarding this ball right now, but Edinho can get past the wall. That's a big-time shot, and Dog now charging a super is going to let loose. Kick over to the left-hand in, right into Perozi's hands. It's Jay trying to kick it away, but it's not going to be enough. Loud cluster over this ball, cluster over the enemy net, and will knock one through.
This could be another beat down at the hands of Loud. If Zurita gang cannot hold their own here, they need Jay to get this level 3 to keep his range versus Dog. He's gonna get it, and he's fed extra shots. Pop the gadget at the perfect time. Now they get to close in on the enemy goal. They need to move through Firecrow's hypercharging super on the left side, which is gonna be used to extinguish that Chester. A jump in from Jay to stun Edinho, hit immediately by the torpedoes, cycled out and gets the kill. And they have the pressure to eliminate Dog on the right side. What is happening here? They just assume that, yeah, if we all walk at him at once, then we'll be able to get that ball. No, they lost all their control, they lost the ball positioning, and they lost one of their number. That, and they can no longer get that goal.
That's a rough one. Now a hypercharge for Edinho will keep him up a little bit longer. Jay looking for the flank. Dog popping off with his brawler. Oh, he gets the pass off through. Edinho was ready for it. Now he's dancing on the graves of Zurita gang. 3-0 for Loud. #1 seed in South America will stay on top for another round.
Dog was phenomenal in those final moments. Firstly, he was cornered, didn't really have the ball positioning, and managed to not only get a takedown, but super the ball through that gap that he had just created with a kill. That, and then he gets the pass up to Hank to finish things off. That was just beautiful. That's why this guy is one of the best dudes in the business.
If Dog doesn't get MVP of the disc performance, also the Colette before, I don't know what is. Zurita again, they had a Barley. I didn't really love him against tanks. He's not the best of the throwers, I feel. And still, Prosy did a phenomenal job. He did score in that overtime match. There was a beautiful goal in between the legs of Loud. But other than that, we didn't really have some crazy showings from Zurita again in that Brawl Ball set. They had a bit of unfortunate ball positioning at times, cornering the ball there in that last round. Dog was able to clear that again and again. Phenomenally played by Loud. Zurita gang, they're not looking as strong as they did in the previous month. I am looking forward to see them as strong as ever in the next month.
Definitely a tough one, and Dog obviously with 9 kills going to lead the lobby there, but they don't show in the stat lines assists and saves, and that's something that Dog was doing, especially in that last game. Maybe a little recency bias, but I'm right there with you. I feel like the guy gets an MVP just for that showing.
Prozzy did earn a lot of him quotes just because he had that beautiful goal. Zurita again had overall some great showings today. Also in Hard Rock Mine, they made it close, got that first game, but in the end, it's a 3-0 for Loud Ready.
This is huge. Loud have totally trounced Zurita Gang, nearly ending their run in last month's grand finals, and now they have not only overcome that, but they put an exclamation point on that win over the draft versus Killer, who was drafting for Zurita Gang this month. And I gotta say, look, the win does say quite a bit. But also, I think this was pretty much an outdraft, like every single set. They're looking fantastic. I don't even know who could hold a candle to this performance from Loud throughout the rest of the day.
After last weekend, we were talking about how maybe the other teams that don't have many points so far maybe are a bit hungrier now that we have double point season. We did have a huge upset in EMEA, for example. Now here it seems like Loud is as good as ever. Let's see if that's gonna continue also for the semifinals. You have some time right now to lock in your predictions for the next match. It's gonna be Fenix versus BC Gaming SA. And we're heading into a quick break. Welcome back to the June monthly finals here in South America. Finally, we're back here, and again, Loud takes the win in that quarterfinal number 1 at least. We also get Arc back. Arc, we had the same 8 teams in this region in every single monthly final so far. Do you feel like somebody's gonna break out and starting a streak finally?
I mean, for me, this is the region that I covered for years, and it's always been pretty much just 2 teams throughout the year. I want to see this region explode and have the competition be a bit more drawn out. So for me, this is perfect.
I mean, Loud had a pretty decent run at the Brawl Cup, now also in quarterfinal number 1. Enough talk about them though. First up, we head into our match number 2, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's Fenix versus BC Gaming Ready.
This is true. We'll start off by talking about Fenix over here. Kawe, Tufa, Wesley. Wait, hold up. Something seems awry here. If you're familiar with the Limpo squad from the previous months, and you're probably wondering, what's Tufa doing here? I thought this is a guy that like makes Piper shorts on YouTube or TikTok. No, and if you're like a real old head in Brawl Stars, then you know that this guy has made so many World Finals appearances. He's subbing in, rate of foot, he's out. He needs the carries from Tufa. He needs to, you know, give Tufa the chance to like farm some more clicks and some more content, possibly.
And Tufa's was a big boost to feel, honestly. I feel like Tufa's, you know, always the name that springs to mind with the South American region, but hasn't necessarily been on top of the world as of late.
Fenix didn't look the best so far in the monthly finals, yet still they qualified for every single one. So I do feel like they have some chances today, especially since now double point season is starting, and sometimes it's possible to catapult yourself from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way to the top. On the other side, we have a team that also has not yet won a monthly final, but they should be pretty close to that. They just came short in March, losing 3-1 in the end to SK Calalas. But before that, they did beat Loud. That's the first time Loud wasn't in the finals ready.
This is huge. I think they've had to go toe-to-toe with some of like the strongest teams in the region quite early on. To take down Loud is absolutely incredible. And also, like, against SK Calalas, I believe SK Calalas wound up winning that month. SK Calalas has been a front runner in this region as well. So no shame in being taken down by some of the victors here.
Yeah, looking back as well, the scoreline for the April quarterfinals, where we had this very matchup, and we also had it back in March as well, which is not on this overlay, but it's quite the grudge match, and BC Gaming currently out on top. Both of those scorelines, by the way, going to a 3-2 in favour of BC Gaming. Match point only just, so there really is so little in these two teams.
Last time the two faced each other was in the qualifiers. Now, let's see if they can turn things around here. The predictions are going all into the same direction here. Ark, you want to talk about that?
I mean, I feel like when you stub someone in, it doesn't necessarily go your way time and time again. We've seen, haven't we, this year, we had substitutions and Tufa coming in. Again, you know, it's the question of that synergy. Are we going to kind of see a newfound roster just kind of get off the ground running and, you know, make some plays, or is it going to take some time? More often than not, it takes a little bit of time to find that kind of footing. And we have seen it once or twice at most. You know, Patchy springs definitely to mind as the person that really is the sub that comes in and gets things done. But outside of that, for the most part, it doesn't tend to go the team's way.
I was grinning like that because Ark was really undecided between those two teams coming into today. Now he has decided to go with the majority also of the people at home. Most of them voted that BC Gaming is going to take that one. We're starting to draft and now it's our match number 2, quarterfinal number 2. And we already have the bands in now. Kenji once again left open. Is he going to be picked up here already? What do you think?
I'd say it's possible as like a later thing. You just have to deal with some of these potential like lanes that shut you down really hard. It can be difficult to change lanes as well unless there's wall break, which to be honest, there's probably not. Like the strongest wall breaker on this map has now been eliminated. That's going to be Brock. I think Colt maybe also an option in that regard, but you know, I digress. The Eve selection first is sort of like yesterday's meta, but she will be able to change lanes easily, float over that water. Bonnie, Bell, way more the direction that I was thinking. I think Bell as a brawler can get run down if something aggro comes in, like say a Melody, for instance, but aside from that, she's a hugely consistent lane, and it's important to take that away if you want to run the Bonnie.
Yeah, I was thinking Melody myself as well, and it's interesting picking Bonnie into Eve. Not the easiest of matchups at all with that slow reload, but certainly Bonnie is that top pick brawler across every single region on this map. So I really like that for BC Gaming so far. Daryl, that's what I was thinking in terms of getting that roll onto the safe for sure. A really, really strong brawler on the offensive. They combine it with Melody. A great dive potential really there for Fenix to be had. Let's see if they want to do just that. But certainly for BC Gaming, they can go with something of the sort of second-hand Daryl approach by bringing in the Carl. Lily's a great pick actually here for Fenix as well. Really quite high up in the player and win rates. Also a top 10 brawler for sure. Melody. That's the one I actually kind of prefer, to be honest, over that Lily. So for Fenix, yes, the Lily can work. It can really kind of keep your opposition on those back lines and certainly within the spawn and keeps them guessing for sure. But for Melody, you know, all you really need is that one good dive and you've already got a stage that's safe down. So for BC Gaming, that's the final pick that I'm surprised turned up to be the final pick brawler, because Melody, for all intents and purposes, is really up there as a 1 or 2 for me.
Yeah, I'm also the type to take a Melody over a Lily. However, it can be difficult to win the range matchup as Melody. You need to get those shots off before you can get in range. Some of those shots could be blocked by Cowie. Derp out here with like the fastest Bonnie super that we have seen in BSC, surely, as he's already gotten on the enemy safe, and that first shield is going to be knocked off. Wesley's doing his best to defend, but he's not a defense brawler over here. In fact, he's going to be eating some of those Melody notes and trying to create some space for Cowie, the lone defender.
So I'm saying, Zurita's playing it fantastically well. They're staying alive and already they're safe down to 50% only on the side of Fenix. But on the other side of things, Wesley going to town also and getting some good damage here too for now, trying to get some good aggression also. And Cal as well coming up the middle lane there to get some of his own, but that's safe. Still just that one stage down for BC Gaming, so a little bit of a defensive sigh of relief now as Dropotas makes a break, gets some good damage as well, taking down the 25% mark. That's the key, and he does. That's huge for BC Gaming.
Oh my goodness, well here comes the Legion of Eve babies. Derp says, fine, I'll heal a bunch of health, get it done, just 3 more shots will do it, but he can't take a single shot from Kawe BR, or he can, but he won't be able to get that last shot down. Doritos has a hypercharge though, that one's been cooking all game. That's 1 for BC Gaming.
That's a solid opening for sure. And again, that Melody was the brawler which really opened up that door. The Rangers played it fantastically well, staying alive as well. And you got to remember that was the final pick brawler, one that really could have been picked up by Fenix. And they went for the Lily, which didn't really do too much for me in that game. So let's see if they can make it count just a little bit better next time round. Wesley going straight into the realm. And Wesley's a very good player, no doubt about it, on that particular brawler. Fond memories of him, but cleaned up very nicely there by BC Gaming. A very assertive defense. Now Doritos getting the safe down almost to 75%. That bell shot's going to be just shy as well. So they would like to have really established that, but Derp should be able to get the stage down, which he does. That's good timing for BC Gaming. But it's pretty neck and neck on the other side of the field too, because the BC Gaming safe not looking so hot either.
Doritos gonna try and get some damage here onto Tufa. Gonna get rid of those Eve pets as well. Taking some eggs to the face, honestly, from Kawe VR. But the gates are open for Loco to get this one down. Maybe get the second shield. Almost was able to do it. Now has to defend versus Tufa. That's just gorgeous right there. The mark from Loco. Doritos tanks with his respawn shield. Just an excellent bounce back. And Derp has got to be close to getting his next super, especially with Tufa feeding this to him. He's got it. Now gonna try and get past him. Oh, goes for the kill. All right. Now Kawe's got to deal with 2 things. He's cross-eyed. 2 things to focus on at once. Fenix saying goodbye to their second shield on the safe, but they're being largely ignorant of that. Going to the enemy side, trying to get Tufa and Wesley on top of the enemy safe.
Yeah, Tufa's getting some great dives, but Loco on this bell pick is getting him marked up nicely and consistently so. Derp staying alive in this bottom right as well is a menace, and dancing now onto the safe. Also 12%, 10% is all that remains now. And the final dive, forced into the realm by Wesley. That's huge. Tufa rolls in with a hypercharge as well. Loco will find the pickup. That's massive. Can he get some ricochet bats onto the safe? No, Calva coming off the safe there as well. Not going to ricochet anything at all. Doritos goes down the right-hand side, opening up some space for Wesley. He's got to heal up, but Derp with a final jump should seal it. Nicely done for BC Gaming. First set will go their way.
2-0. Total draft diff. If you ask me what's going well here for BC, I'm saying they really just have a more versatile composition. They have something that can play heist. They're not going all out aggressive. They're able to defend and play offense at the same time. You look at the strat from Fenix, what do they got? They got like an Eve. That's pretty much all they have in their pocket as far as defense. So overall, I think draft diff, good stuff for BC Gaming SA.
That was indeed a very solid comp. What I'm super happy about is that we don't see any Mikos this time around. We saw him so often last weekend. Everybody tried to copy Toxic Lotus' homework, but it did not work out for them. Now we're kind of back with the tried and true, like Bonnie, Belle, Melody. Those brawlers have been good on this map forever, ever since this map came into competitive gameplay arc.
Yeah, the thing for me though, Miko is good on this map, but it's not necessarily a top 5 brawler for me. I think the thing that I feel that this game was won on was simply draft, like Reddy says, and the first pick was an Eve for Fenix, followed up by a Bonnie by BC Gaming. That's the #1 most picked brawler, certainly in the EMEA region for sure. And I feel like their draft, when we look at things like the Brawl Cup, has to be spoken about. And then again, that Melody, that was on the hands potentially of Fenix. They didn't go for it. It was picked up by BC Gaming. The best brawlers were left open and picked up. I think it spoke for itself.
I didn't hate the comp either. In the end, we did have 2 very aggressive brawlers also on the side of Fenix with Lily and Daryl. They did have some damage on their side, but not really the range to really go up against that comp from BC Gaming and do efficient damage consistently. Now we're heading over to Shooting Star here. It's usually a very clear meta ready, especially like 2 years ago, we always had Nanny Piper take mirror comps before draft. Now, what do you pick here? What's your first pick?
I love to see some kind of like sharpshooter first pick. Like Mandy is one of those that stands out to me. If she's available, then you can really go for her. Something that I've also seen actually is Casa, who could be sneaking in here as well. We see that Mandy's open. Hey, she's a pretty viable option. Fenix also going for one that slipped my mind real quick in that Angelo that has been banned. He is so strong here, just as a sharpshooter in general, but now you're telling me the guy can float over water, which, guess what, guys? There's water on this map. Yes, I know, and it's very useful to be able to take down mid. We'll see the Nanny for a selection. This is actually quite uncommon, but I'm guessing that they prefer this over the Mandy.
I guess 2 years later, we're still back with the old meta. Nanny coming in, Max and Jean banned out. Those two are usually the picks you want to counter the Nanny with. Gus is now coming in as well as the Grey. That's a little bit of a more recent idea, Ark, that you maybe pick a tank here last to teleport him into the lines of the opponents.
Yeah, great for me. Great shout. Carl available here though as well. Byron for some good heals with the Dre Young ban and the Jean ban. There's not many healing brawlers left, so that could be an option here as well. Let's see, Artie, it's not too flashy, but it's certainly a great pair of hands and a good walking cane. Pull the Jean ban, it can go a long way. Tick gonna come in, not a bad one. Often banned out, not my favorite. There is the RT though. I quite like that one. A bit better in my opinion. But Fenix got the advantage here of the final pick. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to get something aggressive. Certainly with that Tick being the most vulnerable of brawlers. The RT's there to defend it. So if they can get just the RT down and leave the Tick vulnerable, that's going to be huge. And the Grey's already be doing pretty well into that. So something to be able to really counteract the RT aside from the Gus would be kind of where I'm thinking here. Or something a bit wild, like an Ollie pick. Add that kind of shielding with the Ollie and just go in. Juju, very South American pick. And certainly with that mid control with the Tick thrower, makes a good counter for it. So I don't necessarily mind it. But it would have been nice to see something a bit more aggressive on the side of Fenix. It just keeps the kind of game a bit fun. Less control, kind of more sporadic, lunging towards the enemy spawn. But certainly Juju, it gets a bit forgotten, doesn't it, in other regions, really. I feel like it's still a really viable brawler. Certainly in South America, they still feel like it's very much within the meta.
Yeah, well, she's able to walk on water, which can be useful here. She can also throw at longer range, meaning that keeps her competitive with Tick. Tick is still going to be, hands down, the best thrower on this map. You get so much pressure with those mines. You pretty much get to own mid. Wesley is going to be able to get this, though, with the left lane collapsing. He's still able to do that. Okay, and BC Gaming pretty much let him have it for free as well. When I look at Fenix's comp, though, it's sort of a head-scratcher. I just wonder, what's the big idea here? You have a Gus, you have a Grade that would enable aggression, and then boom, here comes Juju. I don't really see the synergy here. It hasn't necessarily worked out for them either because they are down by 1 star. So, once more, it's just a bit of a mystery for me. I'm waiting to see how this one unfolds and how it actually synergizes.
Well, so far, it's good aggression so far from Fenix. And Tufa's got derped down to 1,000 HP. But there's the return to sender. And that's painful. It's going to be 4 stars and the blue for Fenix. 2 stars for BC Gaming so far. But Fenix can now retreat. I was going to say that. And then Caster's Curse. We see the player fall. 4 stars in the blue. Then back over to BC Gaming as quickly as that. But certainly better so far from Fenix. Some aggressive pushes forwards. And they can then sort of sit back a little bit here into the mid. Not too much though. Time is ticking, 45 seconds now on the clock on the hour behind, but it just needs one single takedown. Left-hand side, Derp could be it here. Nice return to center yet again. Ticket goes out, but then it's all back to square even. 35 seconds now to make the play. It's not over here yet for Fenix.
Not quite. I'm still curious, what's the strategy for Fenix? What is their entry point? BC Gaming SA, they've had this stalwart defense that seemingly cannot be pierced at all. And Doritos has got to be getting close to that super. There it is. He's got the hypercharge as well. That'll be able to stave off any push that comes in. That's a missed walking cane from Kawaii. He's going to get a special Tick super served straight to his face, but he does manage to avoid it and hypercharge in from Tufa. No super to pair that up with either, sort of one out of desperation. All they need is 1 kill. 5 seconds to make it happen. That's 1 takedown, and now it's gotten even more difficult. 2 takedowns. Tufa cannot get it done. BC Gaming SA, that's 3 wins in a row. And once more, for my judgment, a seeming out draft. I have said it like 2 or 3 times, and I will say it once more. What is the synergy here from Fenix? What is this composition? And how is it going to work together?
Yeah, I think that's that. For me, they're not bad brawlers. They're just not really anything that's going to synergize. And they kind of all depend upon different strategies that aren't really in motion. Whereas he falls immediately there to the hacked gadgets of Loco. And now that's going to be 2 stars and the blue. That blue hand over immediately. Derp again finds the upper hand. Time and time again, this left-hand side lane does seem to do so. Going to get some damage potentially here onto Tufa. Changes his mind and the best of connections there into the mid, but will take away slightly somewhat of that push, but not what he was aiming for sure. Where's he going to have to heal up to for low on his left-hand side? Might get caught out of position and does. What was that? It's going into no man's land. He can't do that.
He was sort of forced to stay there because Tick kept throwing the mines behind him, creating these zones where then he was able to be taken down by Derp. We see Cowie sort of clutching up, though, getting a bit of damage. He's got 1 kill. That's more than we could ask for the other brawlers on Fenix so far, who are all playing super disjointed. Finally, Cowie is going to get a bubble shield, but what's that really going to do for him? He doesn't have a teleport in. He's going to get pressured in this left side where Doritos is once more locking him in. That's a bit of wall break and a kill onto Loco, and another one onto Derp. Wesley might be able to turn this around. They've gotten a 3-star lead over BC Gaming SA, but if last game is anything to go by, it could be just on borrowed time. They've got 40 seconds, and BC Gaming SA are surely going to get a kill here.
Well, BC Gaming have got good positioning power here, and also Tick Hypercharge combined potentially with a Nanny waiting for Derp to get super could be the play here. Doritos goes now, Tick goes out, not going to find too much, it's going to force a little bit there to the side there of Fenix, and Cal goes in as the loader starts handed over, and none of his teammates are there for the pickup. Tuba's trying to push it, but it's not going to be able to get the distance now. Loco's going to be healing up, Tick's a bit of a smash to the face, but still staying alive. A nice block there of the Walking Cane. But still, no one's able to get close to BC Gaming in the lead. They get the stars as well. Hand over, only 1 star in, and it stays with them despite the trades. BC Gaming get the set, and still Fenix can't break them.
Oh, sort of an eye-watering finish there from my perspective. That was everything crashing down at once, covering their retreat and just burning everything along the way. In my eyes, nothing that Fenix really could have done in that situation. BC Gaming SA, they're bringing out good mechanics. They're bringing out the better draft so far. I don't see how Fenix turned this around.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Reddy. I love the draft in that one. It's the second 2-0 now. Not a single game taken by Fenix, and it's shaping up to be another 3-0. What else can you say in this one? Which, by the way, will make me really sad. I would like to see those two teams fight it out a little bit more. Whoever wins this one has to go up against Loud. So we do want to see them warmed up for that semi-final. Derp is going to be sitting here in 7 kills. He's the MVP in that round arc. You feel like, yeah, that was the key to their success, picking up that Nanny, something that we coming into the draft discussed as a meta from 2 years ago.
I mean, it's still really quite solid. You know, it's sort of for Esports second highest brawler to be drafted on this particular map as Heretics 3rd and Heretics 1 in EMEA this month. So, I mean, if they're kind of like, scrims and drafts or anything to go by, I say that it's back in full force. It's definitely always been a staple diet here, but one that I feel like is just slightly forgotten about sometimes. But I'm not really sure why. Cycling those peep heads and good choice of gadget as well. What's not to love?
Last time those two teams faced off against each other, also BC Gaming came out on top, but it was a 3-2. It's kind of the same exact story that we had between Loud and Zurita again. Make it a little interesting. Let's see if Fenix can take a round in this one now. Open Business is going to be our next map here, something where you want to have a lot of area control. In other regions that we've seen last weekend, we saw a lot of Lumi here, was surprisingly left open, and as of this day, picked up quite a bit, but still at 100% win rate ready.
I think that she is a must ban. She did get nerfed. Her slow with her star power has been nerfed by 1 second. So now she only slows you for 1 second. Hooray! Yeah, like you're still slowed. You're still a dead man walking if you get hit by the return of those maces. So she's still a high priority ban. If your enemy has first pick, Fenix have decided to take that route. And this, I think, is also just part of the story where, like, hey, the enemy picks Nanny. Why are you not, like, also going a pretty strong sharpshooter? I think they're afraid, honestly, of leaving some of these picks open, and it's costing them a little bit. They have been wise to ban that B, in my opinion. It's one of the strongest picks on this map. If you can secure it with some wall break, it's a strong, like 4-5 pick. You could go at first pick, honestly, if you want. BC Gaming SA decide to leave with that Hank. And Arc, I think that this has counters.
Draco, Kenji, Barry, Frank, I'm looking at you guys big time. There's a huge amount of like Frank counters for BC Gaming, and then let's go with the Grey. I mean, it does say cheese. You can bring in some tanks into the mid. Not the worst of ideas on this kind of particular map, but it is still a cheesy comp. Believe it or not, Doug could be combined with this. It's a weird one, not one that I'm a fan of, but with the Griff ban, wall break potential could be something which is denied a little bit more so here. But I think, yeah, Frank, Barry, Hank, Sort of Draco, Kenji's, that's where my mind is at here, but the Berry's the most important one. I would value the Berry here much more than the Grey, in my opinion here, to be completely honest. So it's a little bit scary. Du's kind of a pick that could be South American here as well. Certainly for Hot Zone, it's the place to see it. I think, there's a good amount of options here. But I think BC Gaming just got to tank it down. Charlie, yeah, I mean, it's one that creeps through from time to time. Certainly not my favorite, but certainly the Cocoon, it takes you immediately out of the equation when it comes to the matchup. So I didn't necessarily mind it. Some time to work with things. With a Hank having to reload with that slow charge rate, it can give you that little bit of a breathing space.
Something I would love to see here is the bow. I wonder if they go in that direction. The Charlie makes sense. Okay, you put him in the Cocoon Chester. Yeah, huge burst damage. Sit on top of that TP when the enemy is coming through, and you're guaranteed a bunch of damage. But his reload speed can be pitiful, and he's going to need that wall break now because here comes Barley to counter really all of these matchups, in my opinion. He's able to take down the spiders really well. He's able to deal with Hank quite well, in my opinion. He's going to create some healing for Fenix that already dealing with healing on their side because that Grey TP will likely heal. Then you also have Frank, who has a bunch of health, so he'll be able to heal pretty easily. So I'm liking this sustain from Fenix. BC Gaming SA, the thing that I'm questioning is that Charlie. She does not have any burst damage at all. She just spams a yo-yo in close range. And she'll be looking to get that Cocoon as early as possible to potentially Cocoon Kawe. Then they can sort of search and destroy the remaining brawlers on the enemy team. There it comes. Loco was given it for basically free, but now the TP's been set up, and this is not a good look.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of either draft. To be honest, the Hank, I was siding with BC Gaming, and then the follow-up just wasn't really it for me. Just a great tank counter, no problems with the chest necessarily, but Charlie, and as well, the Barley over the Berry. Big question marks here on both sides of the field, but nonetheless, a good start by Fenix here, now being overrun by BC Gaming, who are able to have plenty of time for Zurita to heal in this mid. I say that's Wesley comes straight in, wasting no time at all with the hypercharged TP as well. And that's going to be quite fierce there. So the Charlie going to be making its way forwards, and it's quite handy for that reason. But you got to have the teammates to be able to pick up quick pickups like that, and fortunate they do. But can they keep that ball rolling?
Oh man, Loco finally didn't have the super ready. The double hypercharge out and another one to send Derp to an early grave. Fenix have taken back control. The whole method to this madness of a composition from BC Gaming SA was to get that super out reliably cycled for Loco. He was able to do it the first 2 times that Kawe had a super, but not the most important one, that he had a hypercharge. Now Fenix are climbing up to 90%, and they just gotta hold. They got diamond hands. They need to stay on this point. They have a bit of healing. They're going to get deleted by Derp, but here comes Kawe looking for the super. He's got to take down to Derp if he gets one more shot. Oh, Derp with a last-second gadget keeps him alive, but only 2% keeps Fenix in this game. They're going to commit, if they can, just 1 more percent, and that was a bit of an extended torture there at the end, to be honest. Fenix get a game, though. That's more than we could ask of them in set number 1 and 2, but they are now back on the map with a winning draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, with the dimensional doors on the zone, it's a matter of time before you just get those extra percentiles along the way, isn't it, really? But it's going to come down a great deal to this Charlie pick and having the Cocoon ready to hand, and you can see there, without that, Cow is just honestly dangerous on this Frank pick. Even with the map completely open, being able to come straight with a hypercharge. Oh, missed walking came from Wesley, though. Not a great start there. But does finally pick up onto Doritos. Derp coming into a good position here. No connection there from Cal there on that Frank pick. And there is the Cocoon, enabling then BC Gaming to come forwards a lot better. Coming together nicely there. Swift takedown is great as now Derp flanks around. And that's a fantastic start. Night and day difference for BC Gaming.
I think what BC Gaming SA have done is they have isolated the problem with their strategy last time. They fed Wesley that super immediately, and that cost them control for so long. Another Cocoon out from Loco. He's got the cycle going. It's going to take him a bit to get that farm back up once again. It takes Charlie like 5 hits to get that super charged up, and Wesley's pretty much given those shots to her for free. Wesley could seriously use a hypercharge out here. That's what enabled the win last game. He's got Kawe TP'd in, and once again, hypercharge super onto the Frank. BC Gaming SA, they have solved this matchup.
Yeah, some big mistakes though. Derp there was going to get a super when the player came out of the cocoon and just went completely prematurely. Hypercharge coming in now. Oh, BC Gaming ready for it somewhat. Doritos is stunned though, and Loco is the last man standing, able to get away from the stun. This is what happened last time around, and Fenix were able to increase their lead. Cal now finding nothing on that super. That's going to be value lost. Tufa almost falls down as well, one shot away. And Loco's not sealing it again. It's keeping him standing. Now he falls. Good time wasting then. And BC Gaming should be moving on here to a match point scenario. Not really much that Fenix can do on the zone. And that is going to be the way the cookie crumbles. The game in the bag. The job still to be done. One game away from BC Gaming making the semis.
I will maintain what I said earlier, though. I think that this is a winning draft. It really comes down to execution, which was simply performed better by BC Gaming in this last game. They managed to deny that gray super, they managed to deny the gray hypercharge, and also basically they didn't screw up the Charlie super cycle. So basically, as long as they play perfectly, then they win. Who would have thought something like that? Good dodges from Kawe BR to start us off, but he is going to get put in that cocoon. Wesley will be able to get a super, though. That's the early game super that we needed to see. He's just got to get in position. Took him down to 28 health, but he's got it. A small time lead for Fenix, and also they've got a Frank teleporting in. He's surely going to get super by Loco.
Coaching we've already said, just play better equals win. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Just simple, straight to the point, and no messing about. But for Fenix, they need to really pull themselves together here. We haven't really seen too much. I think this could be a set which goes their way if they can just keep it together a little bit. Really, BC Gaming ironed out some of the cracks in that last time round. There's going to be a huge stun missed there by Cal. Dirt will get some shots conceded, but nonetheless stays standing. Big blunders, and this is not the time for it. An easy pick up there from the middle for Loco, leaving Tufa all alone on this left-hand side. This early start dwindling now. Hypercharge, but then cocooned out by Loco. Good timing on his part. Can Cal bring something here? Loco's got full HP. He can go. He can afford to go on the aggressive here. Get some taps in, get a super or something. But now Wesley comes in and shuts the idea down.
Oh my goodness. Fenix look like they might be able to pull this off. They are dodging these Charlie supers. They're... Oh my goodness! BC Gaming, they can't land that. It's absolute mayhem on the point. Dorito's gonna fall. Another missed super from Loco. That's 3 in a row. Only 10% more for Fenix to take this back. Loco can cycle out the super to put Kawe in the cocoon, but 6%. How are you coming back from that? They will get a team wipe here. At least they'll be able to force Tufa out. But Wesley's got that TP. He's got a walking cane as well. Kawe in with the super. Loco, no super on his part. And Fenix have done it. What a performance. Is that jukes? Is that dodges? All I'm saying is I saw 3 missed Charlie supers in a row that absolutely cost them the set.
Oh, but way more than that. The amount of mistakes were littered. There was constant Hank missed supers during the cocoon phases. A Frank super, which then went into the teleporter and went backwards and wasted. I mean, break it down. There's about 20 mistakes in that set.
But Fenix managed to win their first set, which is exactly what we wanted to see, no? We want to see some close matches here as well. We don't want 2-3-0s today already, and Fenix managed to do so. Now it's 2-1 overall. Loco, despite the missed Charlie super, still has 10 kills. Definite MVP in this match, also the most DPS. And yeah, to me, it all comes down to draft once again. This time around, Fenix for me has the better draft here. Pair that great teleport with a tank, and suddenly you have a wrecking ball dropping right into your backline. That Frank really worked out ready.
Oh my goodness. And once more, I will stand by everything that I said, really. I think this is a winning draft for Fenix. Obviously, we just saw them win, but I think they won in the draft because the only way for BC Gaming SA to deal with it was to play perfectly. There's situations where even if you play perfectly, you can still lose, and this is not necessarily one of them. I think it was winnable for them. It's just that Loco was really off on those last 3 supers. Missed a couple of hypercharge supers as well, which is just absolutely critical. I think that's pressure really getting to them. I don't really know what else to call it, because what we saw in the last couple of games of that set, that was a very different BC Gaming from what we observed in the first couple.
Maybe a little bit of pressure, maybe also just getting too overconfident. That 2 first sets were just a walk through the park for BC Gaming. 2-0, not a single game taken by Fenix, and now all of a sudden they fight back.
I'm not really sure what to make of it, honestly. I mean, the draft just went in a bit of a direction that I didn't kind of foresee coming. Just didn't kind of make too much sense. Brawlers being prioritized over far stronger ideas in the meta that weren't banned out in that equation. Into Double Swoosh though, draft coming in now, and certainly a chance to redeem themselves. I'm looking at this double Tara ban, which is a bit odd to me, but leaves the Gene open for sure as definitely the safest pair of hands in that mid area. But be very careful on a map like Double Swoosh, can definitely cater to a lot of tanks, and therefore tank counters. Chester be a good pickup early on here. Be the one that they go for. Quite like that so far from BC Gaming.
And just as you mentioned him, Chester is going to be picked up here. Do you like the Gene as mid? I would probably go with the Grey here now as an answer. Still pretty good here. You can also pair him with a tank. We did see him before on this map with an Ashe. Fenix would technically still be open here as well. One of the strongest brawlers in the current meta, as well as Kenji that has been left open here. And with all those bushes on Double Swoosh ready, he would do well, I feel.
I think he could. He just sort of has to be selected by BC Gaming SA because I just don't really see Fenix deciding that they're going to go Kenji into this Chester on the right side. We'll see Janet. She's going to be probably put on the right side duty, the bad side scouted out, you know, get your gadget down, get some visibility. Also viable mid if you need to. She can be a great gym carrier since she has such a powerful escape mechanism. She escapes so far using her super. What do you pair up with this Janet? I'd say she's fairly versatile and doesn't need anything to be paired directly with her. So now it's more of what are we going to place on one of these lanes? Buster. Really strong to put on that left side since you have the ability to suck someone in with that slow-mo replay. But also, if you stay more towards mid, then that's also cool because you can get some easy super and hypercharge combined with your teammate.
Ray, BC Gaming. But realistically for me, Amber is open here. I mean, it's a really dangerous brawler to have. If you're playing Buster and the bushes are completely open, you know, where have you got to hide? That ability to attack from surprise kind of dissipates. Let's see whether they might be trying to cook that idea up. Jackie, you see, and that's even worse to pick in without an Amber being, I mean, that's an Amber pick for Fenix here, surely. And then, I mean, yeah, I get it. You know, Grey, Janet, what's not to love, what's not to understand, right? It's full on cheese, but ultimately, when there's brawlers that can just eradicate all the bush here, it's a really risky brawler to have at this stage in the draft with so much ability to counter. The question is, do Fenix pick this brawler right to counter it?
You might have to, because this is not really a winning matchup for Buster into the Jackie. I'll say this anytime I see Buster on the screen, that the way to deal with this brawler is to go something that runs at him, basically. Dude, Buster's shield can't block a radius of damage that exists on the ground whenever Jackie decides to press the red button. So it makes Jackie one of the best matchups into that Buster. However, Jackie's going to have an awful time into Surge, just because Surge is going to be fed his super so quickly off of a Jackie that's approaching, as long as he's, you know, expecting it, of course. There's also counterplay for the Surge with the jump and everything. You got a stun. You got some fun stuff with your gadget as well. This is going to be a more mechanical matchup. It's more down to execution, especially more so than what we saw in the previous one.
I don't know whether it's just me maybe today, but I just don't think Surge is the final pick, honestly. You got an opportunity to just burn down the entire bush, just have full visibility over the course of the game. They're going with Surge. It can get some good results, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like with Jackie, surely if you just break open everything, I mean, that's just going to be a dead pair of hands. Nonetheless, I feel like BC Gaming with the combining of the Grey and the Chester, with those TPs over time, allowing that grass to stay on the map, it's going to go into their favor, in my opinion. 4 gems, regardless, are with Fenix. So it is down to BC Gaming now to put a bit more pressure on. There's a good drop of the gems, good pick up there from Wesley. They go back into the hands of Doritos, but nonetheless, it's definitely quite tied up as far as the gems are concerned. Oh, big pull. Cal there, it's caught off guard, but nonetheless, created a huge opportunity because Doritos almost went down there.
Derp needs to get back to safety. He's waiting for that TP and decided, hey, I'm not going to use this new one, and I won't be able to use the old one. It wasn't even ready in time. That's the escape from Tufa that we needed to see. He's playing a very safe game here on this Janet. Loco also at risk of falling. Wesley's got the level 4, so he's looking safe and sound. And that's a slow-mo replay for the 1v3 that Fenix is obviously going to win. They got 8 gems on hand, but they weren't expecting this TP in from Loco. He's going to be going all over him, and he's got to get home safe. Whoa, the dodge and the takedown for Doritos. What a thing of beauty. BC Gaming SA running away from this after 1 critical error. There's still a bit of time for maybe the hypercharge to come in and get an interruption. They need to take down Doritos, but he didn't have any gas left in the tank, and no last shot for the Buster to interrupt. That's a match point for BC Gaming.
I mean, that buster shot was like a pixel out. I swear that would have been a reset, but then you got to get the gems out. The Janet has just used super. Never an easy thing to do. We've seen a couple of times this year, twice, in fact, that comes to mind, that we've seen Janet stealing those gems off the spawn. It's such a rarity to see, but a couple of missed bombs, gotta be honest, there from Tufa may have made all the difference, but we'll never know. Let's see, though. BC Gaming with a really fierce comp. Loco's so dangerous, and Fenix cannot turn their backs on that. Oh, what a gadget there from Tufa. That's dropped the base there. Was tanked from the walking cane, so nothing there of value to be found, but both sides just sitting back trying to earn their utilities early on, just poking here and there. Cal those lurking, goes with a super there, gets the gadget off, the TP into the straight into the line of fire. They're not great on the side of there of Fenix.
No, but this is fantastic for BC. You're telling me only a few seconds into the game the gray TP is already down? Wesley gets hooked. He's right onto the TP, but there was no one there waiting to take advantage of that positioning. That said, Fenix, they're at 7 gems. That's pretty good. I don't know how they're going to get the last 3, though. How do you push into that TP, especially knowing that a Jackie could be coming in at any second? They know that it's safer to exist around there now since the Jackie can't TP in. She's all the way on the right side, but they're going to have to fight through some of this candy spray on the left side. Derp in with a hypercharge, and now there are 2 avenues of entry into the enemy backlines. There's a hypercharge route, and there's the normal route, and Loco gets to choose either one, whichever tickles his fancy.
You can just see how much difference the map is made with no grass. It just really causes a big, big struggle. Loco goes down. Cal on the right-hand side stays up. 5 and the 4 makes 9 for Fenix, now 10. And the countdown's there, but the TP is with Derp. If he gets to pick up the buster, which he does, it'll provide him some space, and there's a hypercharge there for the Chester. That's the biggest hypercharge in the game for me, and Wesley's going to fall immediately to it. Can he cycle? That's the question. Tufa takes the skies and denies it. The gems go to Cal, but now dropped again. Loco staying in position, hypercharge in, but Wesley will seal it to still stay alive. They're going to get the countdown yet again, but so far BC Gaming, you're stalling really nicely. Gems in the middle are picked up, but it's not enough time still. Going back to reset now. Can they do it all over again?
BC Gaming SA just need to pick up a couple gems here. In fact, they got plenty of wiggle room. Loco needs to be dealt with. Here comes a hypercharge from Tufa. Gotta get some pressure here. That's number 10 for Derp. Immediate TP back. Loco's got the takedown. He's gonna run it home. That's 10 on one side and only 9 on the other. They just need one more gem. Tufa could really use a super here. Not gonna get it. He had to be just 1 tick away. 5 seconds to go. Coway had a hypercharge, but no way to use it. And Loco's gonna go for 18. That's it. That's the match. BC Gaming headed on to the semis.
Loco just tore it up on that Jackie pick with the help of some good grey TPs. BC Gaming swiftly through to the semis. Spectacular fashion. Looks very comfortable here today.
3-1 in the end. Congratulations to BC Gaming. They're gonna face up next against none other than Loud. It's definitely not an easy one. The semifinals number 1 is now ready. And I mean, I told you that before. Just pair Gray with a tank. Your enemy set up the TP and boom, all of a sudden you have a tank in your lap. What can you do against it, Reddy?
Seemingly not that much. I think Wesley was prepared for some of them. He was able to get off some pretty rapid supers, and in game 1, he actually looked pretty strong towards the late game. He was operating with level 4. Yeah, doesn't even care about like saving a super for the next life if he gets taken down, but Fenix sort of got the rug pulled out from underneath him. It only took 1 TP in from Loco to totally turn things on their head. And then you saw Kawe BR seriously suffering in game number 2, where he just was not able to fend versus that Jackie. It places BC Gaming SA in the semifinals versus Loud.
Yeah, but look at their facing. That's not a place that I'd like to be for them, but certainly an interesting matchup nonetheless. Cannot wait to see how that one goes down. Could be quite a close one as well.
It should be. I hope so, at least. We already had a 3-0 today, now a 3-1 Fenix versus BC Gaming. And next up is SK Calalas versus Dropotas FA. Another one of those teams that we need to talk about. That team name, they changed 3 times by now. MVP of this match was none other than Doritos Arc. Is that well deserved or not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Zurita's played a good game in pretty much every set that I saw, for sure. So I think that, to me, it could have been anyone really on the side of BC Gaming. I think Loco, for that last set, deserving of it, in my opinion. But nonetheless, I think that, just being a solid rock throughout is kind of what gets it done either way. But certainly some mistakes on both sides of the field. But BC Gaming definitely had the least of them. And Zurita's played a great game today.
With 2 quarterfinals down already, we do need some refill, I think, on snacks, on drinks maybe. Also log in your predictions for the next match. It's going to be SK Calalas versus Dropotas FA, and we give you 1 minute until then.
Yo creo que pues en el primer puesto que seríamos nosotros, SK Calalas, creo que tenemos un buen desempeño y lo estamos demostrando. El segundo pues es Low, que creo que es el equipo más consistente de la región, que actualmente está primero, pero consideramos que en estos 3 meses que quedan podemos quitarles ese puesto de la primera posición. Tercero pues sería Alpha 7, porque consideramos que es un equipo que está dando mucho de qué hablar, está demostrando muchos resultados. Creo que hay muchas expectativas con ese equipo y creo que va a ser un equipo que va a sorprender a varios. El cuarto pongo a Zurita porque, bueno, en la última mensual de abril, pues quedaron subcampeones, prácticamente casi le ganan a Loud y estuvieron a nada, ¿no? Creo que tienen una base muy buena de draft y creo que los va a ayudar bastante a llegar a esa cuarta posición. Y quinto, que sería Casa Brawl, porque bueno, es un equipo que tiene mucha experiencia. Aún así considero que capaz está perdiendo un poco de fuerza debido a que no están planteando buenos drafts y al respecto. Eso sería mi explicación.
Two quarterfinals later, we're here with quarterfinal number 3, and we get Kenny back as well. Super happy about that. Kenny, I'm sure you watched a recent match. BC Gaming looked pretty strong in that one.
Definitely a little more convincing. I will say it was a pretty sloppy showing. I think Loud's going to be quite the challenger for them, but nonetheless, a win's a win.
A win's a win, and a win's a win also is going for the next match that we have on today's agenda. Whoever wins today is going to be taking home that top spot on the leaderboard because we have the double point season, because we never had the same winner in this region. Whoever wins the June monthly finals is the top 1 seed arc.
Exactly that, and we've already seen, haven't we, just huge moves being made in other regions. This is the time to get it right. SKC already had a good showing in the first half of this season. The monthly final win can't be said for the majority of teams here. So already off to a great start, but the question is, where do they go from here? It's been combined with some quarterfinals exits, in both February and April. So it's been very kind of lopsided in that regard. You've got, a grand finals win in March, but then you've got quarterfinals exits in, February and April. Both, to be fair to them, are 2-3 scorelines, so close games regardless. But, SKC are a bit all over the place.
They did win a March monthly final. It was a very chaotic month overall. We did not have Loud in the monthly finals for once in South America, and the performance kind of dipped afterwards. Let's see if they're now back at the top or still kind of at the bottom there. Dropotas FA, a name that we don't really know just yet, but it is a team that we know. The faces are the same. They competed first as Legion of Taco, then Cross Gaming, and now they're Dropotas FA, Kenny.
4 talks past, and then Brian joining in with this team. It's a depressing team name, but it's some skilled players nonetheless. And obviously some familiarity here too. The old switcheroo, Brian now moving over to Dropotas, and Dacon used to be a part of SKC. SKC very confident, it seems, ranking themselves as the #1 team. You need that in fairness, but obviously if SKC were to let themselves lose one here against Dropotas, one of those lower seeds, and SKC having a monthly finals win, that would put quite the damper on things.
They're quite consistent in making it into the monthly finals, but they're yet to win a match in the monthly finals. They're the only team that did not make it out of the quarterfinals so far. Maybe today's the day. Once again, whoever wins today, the monthly finals overall, will be the leader of the leaderboard in the end. So definitely worth to give it your all today. Once again, predictions, we're pretty much on the same page here, Art.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, SKC have won a monthly final, whereas their opposition hasn't, escaped the quarterfinal stages. I think that if now's the time to get it right, it would be great to see because it is double points, so therefore we'd see a bigger shift. But is that player swap enough? I'm not convinced.
Let's see what Brian can do for SKC. Daikon went the other way, so it's really for Dropotas. So it's really a super interesting match, this one, because we have those two players that kind of know each of the rosters very well. They should know exactly what they want to pick. And talking about picks here, Kenny, I'm super excited for this draft that's coming up in the next few seconds, because so far SA has proven to be going into a little bit of a different direction than maybe East Asia and the EMEA.
For sure. I mean, I feel like the band stage in general has a pretty good consensus across the globe. But when we get down to these picks, especially later on in the draft, I mean, we've seen some interesting stuff coming out of this region. I feel like it's often an interesting one, but I feel like particularly today, we've seen some stuff everywhere. I mean, even something like Colonel Ruffs as our opening brawler really surprised me.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you say surprised. I'd say I'm not a fan. 94% are a fan of SKC, which is a pretty substantial poll in their favor on the event site. 6% only of Dropotas. Definitely not, I feel justified either. I think Dropotas have got some solid players, certainly on their roster, so I'm not running them out here at all. I think, you know, if you really want to push it towards a tough prediction part, say 70-30 at most here for me, probably more like a 60-40, honestly. Let's see the hideout. The bands are in, the Kit, the Hank, and the Ollie to the Lumi, the Angelo, and the Gus of Dropotas.
The stars so far have been Chester, Bo has been picked up quite often, and also that Grey Tank comp. Let's see if these two teams are gonna follow suit with the rest of the region. Here we're in hideout, so those long-range brawlers would come into clutch. Angelo, probably one of the best ones right now, is banned out here immediately, as well as the Gus and the Lumi, of course. First pick, therefore, probably on the side of SK Calalas. They themselves banned out a lot of those tanky options. They would do well with, again, a Grey maybe, but we'll see if one of the two teams has another comp in mind that maybe doesn't follow that long range and thrower comp that we usually see.
I think Gene comes to the top of the mind for me here. Bell also in the equation. I would also be willing to put all of my Brawl coins on the line that with Lumi banned on that right-hand side, it's probably SKC with that first overall selection here. So it seems players are pondering what they want to do. Gray, like Sonny mentioned, so whether supported with tank or unsupported, has shown up quite a bit in scrims for SKC. Jay Young in the equation, I think, here too. Somebody we haven't seen a ton today, but I definitely think is a worthwhile shout out.
I like Sonny shout out of the Grey, for sure. Is it the right time for it at this stage in the draft? That's the question really here for me. Gene as well, not too opposed to it. It's that kind of safe brawler to start things off with, and the Magic Puffs certainly go quite a long way. Bell, for me, wouldn't be the worst of shouts either. Just kind of a relatively safe one, but good also into the sort of tank-heavy brawler picks that could show their faces. Kenji, I'm looking at you kind of there in that regard. SKC do go with the Grey first pick, so I quite like that for them. It's just a bit safe. Allows them some options to have some big, tankier HP come in to the swing of things. But again, on this particular map, you know, being able to force your way forwards with the Kenjis, with the Ollies, that kind of thing, definitely quite a scary prospect as well. RT, I think, as well, is quite a long-range idea that can get some good staple damage and also defensiveness as well. Yeah, it's going to be the Gene and the Byron coming in combined there for Dropotas, so that's already quite nice for me. The Gene, always going to be a good pair of hands. Byron for double heals. Good stuff for me so far in this draft.
Yeah, we'll be walking you all through this draft, having a little issue on the visual side, but the players are going through. So SKC, the left hand in with a Grey first overall. Gene Byron response on the right. There's that Jay Young coming in for SKC as pick number 4. Feels like a lot of support so far. We really don't have much heavy firepower here.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. There's a lack of DPS for sure here from SKC. They're going to bring in Casa rather as their third and final pick, which I feel like does pack a punch, but you know, only really engage your form. And I've been playing it a lot, and I'm really not a fan of it so far. I feel like it's very underpowered. So I think combined with the Grey and the Jay Young, the Jay Young's definitely my favorite brawler in that kind of lineup. But is it really the map for it? I really do love the support which Jay Young brings, so having those additional heals and the speed combined with it. It's gonna be 8-bit coming in for Dropotas. Just a bit of a surprising one to see over the RT. But I mean, you know, I guess they want to just hunker down behind a big, beefy damage station with all the heals and just kind of sit back, which is fine if you've got the lead. But if you're chasing a victory, it can be a really slow and sluggish brawler to have on this kind of map.
Yeah, this is a really spicy one. So rounded out Gray, Jay Young, Kaze on our left-hand end, and on the right, it'll be a Gene of Byron in that 6th pick, 8-bit. SKC have a lot of confidence coming out of that interview, putting themselves on top of the region. We'll see if the results will speak the same.
I've really got my eyes on Reese here. I really want to see what he can bring on this Kaze pick. I do prefer like the assassin mode myself, but certainly they're going to be looking to dash and slice around the map here. Brian not going to be providing any heals, just going to have the Byron in the mid and just try to assert himself on that left-hand side, try to gain his super, get that magic hand, and then come back to join his team for the swift takedowns. SKC are fine with this. They're just going to stay standing behind cover on his right-hand side, but now Dropotas start to push forwards, and there's some big heavy fire there from the 8-bit shots of Portox. Heals needed, and now there we'll see that change form in the Jae-Yong, but as I'm saying it, Reese falls and that star's handed over.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an oof for me. I mean, they just sat idly by and really let Dropotas walk their way up. I mean, they didn't really give themselves much of a fighting chance. I know they're supporting RHC a lot here between Jae-Young and a great teleport in the future. Like I said, future, they haven't even gotten it yet, but they're just taking so much heat right now. That's another takedown, 0 for 2 for Kaze.
You can see there, just the limited range there. It's just that's what I kind of feel Kaze brings. It's just like, it's just a little bit underwhelming, really, unless you can really make this Geisha form work, and that's not the easiest thing by a long shot, let alone on this kind of map where it's so openly spaced. There's going to be a lot of heals needed from this Jae-Yong to get Reese in position. Walking Kane, that's a lovely combination there from SKC, but they are still behind. And there was a lot of synergy needed for that one single takedown. They're going to have to do it all over again against the clock. 15 seconds left here.
And now it's going to be left to Dropotas to hold on here. Blue roster needs some aggression. The fan storm going down will give SKC a little bit of coverage. The pull missed. RHC with the dive to the left-hand end. Heels coming out from Bass, trying to encroach on the enemy side. They are all hunkered down on their spawn wall. The pull goes through, not even close to enough damage. Dropotas will hang tight and take game 1 at ease.
Yeah, it's kind of how you called it from the very beginning. There's just so little DPS on the side here of SKC. And you know, the final pick of the Kaze, just, you know, I've got to be a little bit reserved for it, despite my own opinions, having played it quite a lot. It just feels very, very underwhelming. But then again, it's me playing it and feeling that, and I'm not a pro. So I've got to respect it. If it's picked up, there's got to be a strategy behind it and some confidence for sure. But that wasn't it there for SKC. They've got to do it a little bit better this time round. The synergy was getting better towards the end of the game. Now there's a bit of a lunge coming through, but it's the speed there being activated for the Jae-Yong. Is it enough to ensure survivability? It is. But some big damage gadget wasted there, yeah, and that's a bit of a concern. That's a really powerful gadget there, by the way, from Jae-Yong.
It's a brawler that's been tested a lot, and reasonably so. It's the newest one in the game. It's the first of its kind as far as brawler archetype. Now Christian, the little dive in there, gonna grab one. Right-hand side, TP. All right, this SKC composition really starting to come together here. Now they've got the teleport set up. They've got the heals coming in from Daycom, and RHC has 4 stars. I mean, this is a huge change of pace compared to what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, SKC are cooking. They really are. They got so much utility down the map, and it really has been opened up by this Grey Hypercharge. Reese forced back now, though, as it's getting a little bit hot and heated. Speed coming in from Jae-Yong. And now Brian has got the pull, but he's nowhere near his teammates. He's going to have to do it with it on his own, and now aggressed by the Grey. Heals needed, and a good amount of splash damage again from that Jae-Yong gadget. That damage to Weakened Warrior really is quite dangerous. There's a big difference. 15 stars for SKC. Just the 6 there, a little trickle handed over. It's somewhat of a gesture, but with 30 seconds on the clock, 2 hypercharges are on the map. Dropotas now, Portox pops his first on the right-hand side. That booster is going to be giving nothing. It's now pulled open. That's not going to be the best thing actually for SKC themselves to have that on the map. Taken care of now, Reese in a very aggressive position. 92 HP, survives and comes out. Stars handed over. There's no time really for Dropotas here.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go. Brian does have a pool available, but I'm more concerned with the star count and the timer, and KR will end that right there. I like how you frame this in our game number 1. Obviously, Kaze, very new to the game. Players are still experimenting. We're all learning together here. But one thing you mentioned is it's a hard thing to pull off, and if you make it work, I think it's going to work great. But it's not the easiest thing in the world. I feel like this is a very high skill cap brawler, and especially with this composition, you're relying on your Kaze to be perfect. You have Jae-Young and Gray. They're not dishing out damage. They're here to enable RHC. In that opening game, they were so passive, just hugging that wall, letting RHC go down a couple times, and now they're finally starting to show what Kaze can really do. I love the aggression they brought out in that game too.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Casa is just such a high risk, high reward brawler. Carl there as well, pushed out of position. Can he TP back? No, I think Reese was trying to get there to get some body blocks, but not quite enough. It's going to come down a lot to me for the Jaeyoung to be able to have the speed and the heals to support the Kaze. It's just that basically, and whether the cycle is right for it. Now, they can just changing his mind towards the left-hand side, support the Graves, trying to get maybe a little bit of a walking cane connection onto Brian. Or maybe the 8-bit to get the turret in the end to open things up just slightly, but again, a 4-star lead for Dropotas. Hypercharge, though, is available for the Grey, and that's what really elevated SKC in the last game.
Now they've got the gimmick set up. They've got a great teleport on the top-hand side, and they also have a hypercharge in the back pocket. They need to make it count. Less than a minute to go. They're still holding on to this middle positioning. Now KR going to move to this right-hand side. Brian flashing that super. At a moment's notice, you could see a Daikon disappear.
That goes past. Huge takedowns. Portux low himself, relying on these magic puff heals from Brian, who now has this hypercharge to hand as well. And Portux can be there to really swiftly take down someone if they can just connect it. They are just about in the lead with 1 star. And we know what the hypercharge can do for the Gene. And there's the lovely TP away. You can't go for the Gene shot. The Grey surely there. You've got to pick someone else. Walking Kane again. Bast now in a terrible spot. Brian forced to be delivering these heals yet again. And there's the kill, which SKC needs to get the stars in their favor. 8-7 now. And a retreat. Bast too low to be able to contest this as well. And taps coming in for the Jaeyoung. Can SKC hold on in this set? They need this game to win it. Immense pressure. Jaeyoung low down to 733 HP, but it survives for SKC, who take the set.
How did Daikon survive that? I mean, just by the hair of his chinny chin chin, somehow made it out with about 700 HP. I mean, the TP didn't go off until after the clock. I can't believe they pulled that off.
This set really felt like an endurance test to me. Nobody could really build momentum. It was just a back and forth between the two of them. The Gene trying some pulls. Grey had some moments, some tried pulls as well. That end of game number 1, I think it was. But it did not work out for him in that moment, but in other it did. So the Grey for me, the absolute MVP, yet still, I liked the Gene Byron 8-bit comp. It was a good answer to the aggression that SK Calalas was showing up against them. Kaze couldn't really risk to go in most of those moments.
Felt a lot like both teams were kind of waiting on each other until SKC made the leap, made the stand, as it were, really, and allowed Reese to really start to work this Kaze pick. In that final game, though, I mean, it was really quite neck and neck. Just came down to these very final moments just to ensure that kill there. And again, Reese being the person in that Kaze pick to be able to do so. Very high risk. You know, I'm all for it. I think that once we see a little bit of a buff, which I think is on the horizon really for Kaze, just after a bit of time, seeing how she fares in the stats side of things, I'm sure. But I think that that's going to be a brawler to look out for in the future. But so far, it's just not really playable everywhere.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. Back to that endurance test topic. I really felt like SK Calalas gave the pace that everybody was just waiting for them to go in first, and it was hard for them to find the right moment, I feel. Yet still, they did make it in at the end. 1-0 now for SK Calalas, but this first set is showing us that this might be a little bit more of an even matchup here, Kenny.
I think so too. I mean, that was a scrappy one to say the least. Ring of Fire going to play out very differently. I think one thing will stay the same, and that's Lumi being banned. But after that, it really feels like there's a ton of different options. All right, hopping in here quick. Gus going to be that first overall selection. And Sunny, I expect this to be paired with something like a Hank, a Buster, or a Kaze later down the line. We'll take a quick glance at these bans, of course. But nonetheless, I think a very normal start on that left-hand end.
Would love to see a Hank. Unfortunately, he's banned out here as well as Salumi, so you were right with that one, Kenny. Picks are flying in now. Pam is something we don't see too often, Ark, but I personally think it could work out. I really like the idea.
Yeah, it's definitely one that was forgotten about, and now it's coming back a little bit with the help of sort of East Asian EMEA. But as a first pick, I mean, it's making a huge statement. I don't know whether I like it that much, and enough to really kind of have the bell to have in your back pocket as well, to have as a deterrent, whereas throwers really should be on the minds of Dropotas. Squeak can access the turret, so the placement now going to have to be forced back slightly on their side of things too. I'm not as much of a fan of it as you, I don't think. I think for me, SKC, if they combine potentially something with the Gus here, I think the Squeak's good for control. Definitely though, the Pam, it's not a bad pick. I just don't know whether it's first pick worthy with so much still to show its face, and I'm surprised that, I mean, the berry ban's kind of taken a bit away from the potential of tanks, but surprised to not see kind of both
No
teams
mercy,
opt for
no
tanks and
survivors.
have a Chester in the back pocket as well. And Kaze again, the SKC, they really seem to like this brawler.
Kaze was one of their top picks here, and when I mentioned earlier Gus, a lot of the time that pairing ended up being Gus Kaze, and when I see that Pam, I think especially somebody like Kenji is just off the table at that point, because that Scrapsucker gadget is such a powerful asset into some of these tankier and popular brawlers right now in the meta. I think that's why you're seeing it pop up, especially on Hot Zone, as an early 2-3 turn kind of pick. And paired with the Bell, I think this is very stable. They have a lot of defense, and Daryl's going to be an excellent answer into that Kaze. Having a shotgun brawler to go right at the face of Kaze and Squeak, excellent choice there.
I think this draft's just a little bit wild for me, if I'm being just completely honest. I mean, every single brawler of these 6 that are picked, they're not in the top 10 most picked in EMEA. It's very odd stuff. I mean, no kind of like, big tank idea. Draco on this map's great. I mean, the very ban I can understand might deflate the idea of bringing it in, but there's definitely some options to consider that just weren't these brawlers for me. I think that Pam first pick really kind of threw off the proceedings slightly here, and we'll see whether it pays off for Dropotas already taking some heavy fire from KR there on that Gus pick, which I think is probably my favorite out of everything that I'm seeing. Already going to town, getting some huge tabs. Already got super, got some great gadget use as well. SKC clear up. That's huge for Reese on this Kaze pick on this left-hand side, because he needs to be in position.
Look, Ark, if you weren't taking the Pam seriously before, now it's an egg Pam. I'm curious to see if this increased or decreased the legitimacy of this composition for you. Finally drop the autos. A little bit of action going down. Dacom with the super here. Portox in the mid. RHC right back in on the action. Bass with low HP as Scrapsucker completely missing. That's just part of the power that Kaze brings to the table with that super.
Well, roll there from Portox, rolling straight off the other side of the map. I don't know whether that got him into a better spot or a worse spot, to be completely honest. But there, the Pam's going to be quickly taken care of as RHC going to town on this as well. Another team wipe for SKC, who are making this look so easy breezy. Only 15% left for them to be able to obtain on this zone, and everyone on the side of Dropotas really just falling like flies. Portox with a final dish attempt leads to no avail. 100% to 16% only. That was dominant. That was disgusting.
Yeah, that was not pleasant for the right-hand side there if you're a Red Roster fan. Better days ahead for you, hopefully. I mean, to be honest with you, we saw that just from start to finish be all SKC, and I like the Daryl on paper, and I'll stand by that. And to several of these brawlers right now, I think it's one of the better options, but I still feel like because of how poor of a start that they had, they were just outgunned from the get-go. Christian was making taps. I mean, Squeak's doing damage. Look, he's cutting off this middle right here. Portox has to get an angle, desperate, and just goes down. 3 brawlers able to focus him so easily.
Yeah, it's a great start yet again already. KR going to the right-hand side now. Staying on this Pam, I think, makes a lot of sense. They wanted to pride the healing station early. Portox, though, is a menace. Rolls straight on to Dacon's head there and gets to pick up now Dropotas for the first time, really, in this set. Gets in control. Can they hold on to it? Portox already under heavy scrutiny, quickly falls. And now, Bast slowed up on that right-hand side. Big taps, hypercharge from KR as well, allowing RHC from the right-hand side to come in to get some heavy fire too. But Bast stays on his feet. Portox as well. Good survivability. It's just KR now for SKC staying alive. Huge juke there of the Bell mark. That could be pivotal here.
I mean, KR is just dancing around these shots. It's unbelievable. Bell is just not tapping right now. Portox has to do the dirty work up close. Bass joining his teammates as well. More nest eggs going down. Portox really wants to get this aggressive matchup. It's a Squeak hypercharge to match. It does make a connection in the middle as well. Fanstorm eating this enemy side alive, and RHZ pounces on the enemy. Bass with such low HP, sure to go down here, and SKC will extend their positioning.
Well, SKC finally get back their control. Huge sticky residue there from Dacom, and that forces the hand of Dropotas as to where they can realistically go. Porto's going to roll here as well. Riz is there, gets some swipes, gets the kill most importantly, but there's a Bell tap between himself and Dacom, and he goes down. Dacom's going to heal up here as well and falls regardless to Brian. This could be an open door. Have SKC made enough of a mark on this zone? That's the question. Is there enough time and enough capture for Dropotas to be able to come back here? If Reese has got anything to say about it, the answer is going to be no, as SKC will take yet another set in this series.
That was another rough set 2 for our South American day. Look, one thing this region has not lacked is entertainment the entire year. It's been the same 8 teams every single month, but we're starting to see some cracks here, and I feel like as the season's expanding, it's really looking like we have some teams that are showing themselves just to be a little above the rest.
that's such an important point as well. In every other region this month, we had some changes. Some of the biggest teams didn't even make it to the monthly finals, and then some from the bottom of the leaderboard move up all the way and are now the leader of the region overall. I did expect this region to also maybe show up with some new teams. We have the same 8 teams yet again, but I still feel like there could be a power shift in the end. SK Calalas looking as strong as ever though. 2-0 so far, pretty solid. The PEM, I liked it, but it did not work out as expected. Even the Scrap Soccer gadget could not really help them to do much here. Yes, it made it so SK Calalas couldn't not pick up the Kenji, but RZ just looked so solid on that Kaze in the hands of SK Calalas today. Kaze has a 100% win rate, and yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see her again.
Yeah, I think for me as well, that's the kind of man that they've got to focus their hand on. They've got to ban the Kaze. I think RHZ's just too dangerous with it. He's clearly very accomplished, and you know, is last not the best place for it? I don't know. It's still such early days, but I think you just can't take the risk at this point.
Last Stop is a map where we do see some tanks. It's very bushy on the side lanes, so you either want something with area control like the Ember, like the Chester, or you go in with those tanks to just, yeah, go behind the backlines of your enemies and wreak some havoc there. That also calls for Gray again, doesn't it, Kenny?
Gray could certainly be in the mix here. You know, you noted tanks, and that's one thing I think Last Stop is known for, is having these aggressive side laners down this long strip of grass. One thing in particular that I took note of SKC when they were practicing this map a ton this week, it's really been oddly control-oriented. A lot of brawlers that I've seen from them, Chester, Gus, Finks, Janet, Bo, those kinds of brawlers. So I'm curious to see if they stray away from that, if the ban stage takes them away. I mean, look at this top left-hand side. Hank, Lily, Kenji, all aggressive brawlers. They're removing some of those, which makes me think, yeah, maybe they are going for this more control-oriented style.
Okay, I see. Kenny did his homework. That's super interesting to know, especially for me as a stat nerd. Thank you so much. We do have some long-range options spanned out on the other side. Dropotas spanning out the Lumi, Gus, and Finks themselves. Jae Young is going to come in, so something else that makes Kenny very happy. He was waiting to see him. We saw him once before. Now we see him again. What I kind of didn't expect coming out of EMEA and East Asia was Crow on this map again. Max was picked up, and Jean, of course, has always been one of the best mid-brawlers here at ARC.
Yeah, Crow as well is a very South American pick, absolutely. So, hey, for me as well, I wouldn't mind a Pearl on the lane side, or a Pam, actually, believe it or not. And Kaze again, yeah, I mean, it's not banned, and it's this time going to be in the hands of Dropotas, but you got to ask yourself the question, is that just to take it away from SKC? Were they even planning to play it here? These are my thoughts coming into this particular map. It's definitely an aggressive brawler, but we also know that it can also struggle quite tremendously. So there's the Pearl lane. I think that's quite a good brawler pick. We've seen, again, in EMEA, the Pan coming in slightly as a bit of a poor man's Pearl, in my opinion, but it can help a little bit with that utility, have that healing station. We've already got some heals from the Jae-Young, but SKC would be the worst of ideas to double down in that regard, I think, as well. But certainly the aggressive lane size here got to be considered highly. Amber could be a good brawler to be able to eradicate that bush and just take away from the Pearl or the Kaze and just kind of keep them back in that regard. Wouldn't mind it. Buster, they're going to try and use the bush to their advantage and get the upper hand that way. That's a brawler pick that I really like on this map.
I'm curious to see what they pair this with, because I feel like with 3 really aggressive bans, you know, they no Hank, no Kenji, no Lily. Maybe they were hoping they squeezed by with a Kaze after that Jae-Young pick, but instead they'll grab Buster. I think Tara is in the equation here for one of these 2 teams. I'm curious to see if they double down in the aggression and just let Jae-Young shine, or if they want something that's more of a side laner, something to be assigned to Brian and that Kaze, assuming he plays it. The Pearl's an interesting one. Sometimes you'll see a Leon surprise pick, and I think that eliminates that completely. And there's Chester. Chester, a very popular one on this map. Super normal, I would say. I think for a big reason, it's the anti-tank ability that's probably there to address that Kaze.
Yeah, there is the Amber. Yeah, I quite like that pick. You know, the Chester can play really well into the Pearl and the Kaze as well, so SKC really doubling down with that particular final pick. And the Buster, you know, it's a really, really strong brawler here to have. The speed in the bush, it's really, really dangerous, but without that bush, that's the thing. And that's the Amber, staring them in the eyes now for SKC. They've got to be so careful to not feed in to that particular brawler and to try to close the gap in other ways. It's all about mid control. This is where this is going to come down to. If they can just keep that Amber back and suppressed and not able to really do too much. It's going to be Pearl mid, by the way, as well, which is not what we expect to see Pearl on this map. Definitely more of a lane side brawler here to be had, so we're going to be taking fire from all angles.
I feel like you kind of have to with this combo, though, no? I mean, I guess Amber can technically play that mid due to the range, but I feel like you'd rather have her just aiming down these side lanes, especially with how skinny they are. Look how easy it is just to sit there, auto-aim, and get an elimination. That's a rough go at it for Christian.
Good mid control from Dropotas. Gems evenly split. There's that burn into the middle now, so nowhere to hide for SKC. That's there, seeking out KR rather, does find the pickup as well. He'll be able to heal, as Dacom is doing so far on this right-hand side for RHZ, but Brian's in a great spot already. Is that mid control and those lane side controls that are there for Dropotas. Hypercharge from Brian. Not going to find too much for a super yet. Just using it for some ability, I guess, in the buff, but goes down now. Speed from Jae-Young to get Reese into a good spot here, and more Amber burn potentially, but we're a bit careful to not burn his own side here as well. Let's see on this top right how they will fare. KR falls. I think Dropotas are looking much better this time around for me.
That's super, honestly, super helpful. I mean, look how much of the map they're able to cut off here. RHZ, though, putting up quite a fight. Will go down. Christian, ooh, so close, but wasn't on the healing. It was the extra speed, so he is going to go down. Finally, Dacon can buy a little bit of a time for his teammates. Hopefully get them back in the mid here, because they're still down a couple gyms, and Dropotas are all back in the mix.
It's going to be a huge hypercharge there. The heals from the Jae-Young are going to need to keep KR alive, and he falls. Politox pushes forward with the hypercharge as well. Great timing with himself and Brian, and that's exactly how it's done. Finally, Dropotas looking confident, and they should surely be able to hold on, but the speed from the Jae-Young might say otherwise. KR, though, not going to be here for this push. Goes down on the left-hand side. Good pull from RAC, but everyone on the side of SKC is too low to contest it, and that's going to be a game for Dropotas, finally getting something on the board.
It's a really interesting draft. I mean, like you mentioned, Pearl in the mid. Not something you ever see here. Amber being a side laner, and of course, Kaze getting in on some too. Kaze's been a really interesting one to kind of follow throughout South America in particular. In other regions, they've been banning her quite a bit, and I think that's the recency. Like you said, I don't think anybody's necessarily claiming she's some busted, broken brawler. I think it's just the newness of her and everybody trying to figure out how to bring the best from her. And Brian finally got the ball rolling a little bit there. I didn't think he was the cleanest. He had a rough hypercharge, but once he started cycling in those fan storms, it really made a difference.
Yeah, SKC definitely struggling this time around. Politox going to break that side as well. All that bush eradicated. It's huge. Nowhere for Reese to go realistically here. And if he feeds too much into Bast as well, despite the heals from the Jae-Young, it's going to be more burn. This Buster, it's just got nothing to do, nowhere to go. Unless they get that mid-control, you can get behind this wall, and that's what so far Dropotas is doing. Well, and there's the ball from Reese. Slow-mo replay. It's brutal. He's got to stay alive now. Cannot escape this radius. The heals here for Jae-Young much required to allow him to stay in position. Have the damage gear rolling in for a little bit of time there, but he really cannot go down if SKC can have any chance of bringing this one back.
That was honestly exactly what they needed. They're still down a lot in the gym count. Brian, though, looking for a frag, grabs it. Now moving down that right-hand side. Bass being slowed down. RHC just trying to throw up a shield. Does not have the range to keep up, though. It's Dacon just trying to preserve him. Brian dashing forward, gets a tap. Not enough here, and the Bass hypercharge will turn the entire SKC roster away. They are forced for a retreat.
Just see how good Amber is on this map. Just really turning fortunes, but Politox low. 654 should be okay. He's got his teammates there for support. He just get the team wipe. And it's going to be a game for Dropotas surely here. No time for SKC to push back into the spawn. It will take a monumental blunder here for Dropotas to happen. And it's not going to be the case. So SKC have been put under pressure. It's not going to be a sweep for them today so far. But yet, it remains to be seen how this one is going to go.
Very similar match as our quarterfinal number 2 here. BC Gaming was 2-0 in the lead, then finally Fenix fought back, and now it's kind of the same here with SK Calalas 2-0 in the lead. Now a bit of overconfidence maybe, the comp this time around without Casa, and it seems like that's what they need to win in the end. I had so many mixed feelings about those brawlers coming into East Asia. She had a 100% win rate in EMEA, then only 50% win rate. So I was like, does EMEA just not know how to play her? Or is she really that good? And it seems like she is, Kenny.
It's going to be a fun one to follow. I mean, obviously, just because it's a very unique brawler in the game, but there's so many mixed opinions on it. I mean, I feel like with Arc, I feel like a lot of general players out there don't feel like she's that broken, but a professional level is a completely different ball game. And that's what we've seen. When players can make it work, it's gone really well. And especially in this match in particular, it feels like it's been some very one-sided sets the last couple that we had. So Kaboom Canyon coming up. We have seen Kaze on Heist. I wonder if we get it again, if it gets in the ban stage. I'm curious if either of these teams start banning it out like Arc mentioned earlier.
And I think Arky also said during the match how strong Amber really is. We saw it in that one. I do want to give that moment to Boss, who was playing her. It was phenomenal. Amber with the most kills, the most damage. It was certainly a good pick, and we did talk about how important area control was on Lost Stop.
That's what I kind of feel is like, is Kaze really that good, or was just the Buster completely eradicated from the comp because of that Amber? I feel like for me, Kaze certainly in the right hands is getting some results here and there, but I feel like it's just dependent upon the player massively so. I think if you've got someone who's really, really good at those assassination brawlers, those big, speedy, kind of Mortis-esque style brawlers, then you've got some good options for you, but other than that, it's going to be tough to make work. As we move on to Kaboom Canyon, and already some juicy drafts coming forwards. The Chuck ban, the Mika ban as well, the Lily, some big heavy hits. The Bonnie finally getting banned out now, as well as the Melody and the Lily as well. So really like those all-rounded for me, honestly. Some big heavy hitters that's going to be opening up the doors to things like Carl, Daryl, Colette's going to be open here, which is quite a big one for me, and for us to be able to navigate around like Eve and maybe even an Angelo, definitely going to be on the cards here.
We've seen Heist twice today. Both of those times Bonnie has been picked up. Makes a lot of sense that she's banned out here. Melody as well, super strong. And as you mentioned, some of the heavy hitters are still open though, with the Colette, for example. Angela's going to be the first pick here. They just want to go for area control, or at least control overall yet again. And Kenny, you mentioned how you looked into the scrim rates of SK Calalas. Are they also going for control in this match, or is it just going to be bashing onto save with that Lumi and the Kaze yet again? Wow.
These are the two brawlers I had highlighted. Lumi escaping the ban stage, and it's either Lumi or Angelo, I think, for a lot of players making this decision. Right-hand side's going to go with Angelo. Left-hand side going to grab Kaze, a very popular, aggressive brawler. Even on Kaboom Canyon, she's going to show up, and I think the just ability for how quickly she can either cover the entire map with the fan storm or dash to the other end, get some markers, is huge. And then Lumi, of course, needs no explanation. Phenomenal brawler, very high win rate. The right-hand side needs some firepower of their own, so they've got Angelo who can traverse over that water. Now they're going to grab Daryl to give them a little flare of aggression.
It's so hard though to know how this is going to fare, because like, have you ever seen Lumi on Kaboom Canyon? I know that I haven't. It's just like, it's going to be good because it's Lumi, but it's just never played because it's always banned out. So it's kind of tough to say. Dropotas not banning it says the statement, sure. Certainly the Angelo is the one brawler which might be able to get some important taps onto it, and that's somewhat of a sigh of relief, but Angelo can also miss a lot of shots and be a big thorn in the side of your team. Fink's going to come out now, Dropotas, and certainly taking a bit of the leaf out of the book of the EMEA region here for sure. Colette, still very much available here. I would like that into the Daryl for sure. Maybe even just send it back on defense. Who knows if that's the idea for SKC here, but certainly if they want to have a Carl to go and do pretty much what the Daryl's doing on their side and just go full aggro, I don't mind that necessarily either. Lumi can get some great damage on the save if she's on top of it by being able to bring those Morning Stars back and forth continuously. So very much the same effect as a Carl. Gonna be Eve coming in again. One that I highlighted at the beginning, it's similar to the Angelo really, but the Angelo can now have a much tougher time playing into this Eve. Those kind of hatchlings on the map are going to take up a lot of shots on the Angelo, and you don't really want that. You want to have your teammates be able to pick up the scraps, but you don't always get that luxury.
A couple things worth noting too is Daryl, especially without super, is going to feed the Eve, and her hypercharge can be very menacing to deal with, especially if you're somebody like Angelo, like you said, single shot brawler. If there is an infinite amount of spawners rushing your way, you're gonna have quite the trouble. So it's gonna be interesting to see how these two sides interact. SKC started off with a 2-0 streak. Dropotas in the third picked up quite the set, and a very convincing one at that. And now with set 4, SKC still with the lead. They have to hold on, finally get their hands on Lumi here, breaking away on that right hand side. RHZ trying to contest in the mid. Brian up in the face, TP away, and now will hit the shot to get the kill, and that's a double there for them. Dropotas with some great defense.
Yeah, KR play that to perfection. I don't want to say it's easy to make it look good with Illumi, but I mean, it kind of is to some extent. But he is playing it really, really well, juggling his time and making sure to not completely have tunnel vision. There's the slow effect over the Fenix, and that's going to be Lumi's kryptonite there. And KR falls. now. SKC need to get out of spawn side as Dropotas do take a good affirming lead in the mid. Look at RHC, they're coming forwards, getting behind enemy lines here. And that's going to be a dangerous thing to have on the safe. Ligation mode will shred through, and there's a great stun there from KR. The follow-up wasn't perfect, but they clear up the scraps. And look at the Casa on the safe, getting the damage much needed there on the side there of SKC.
Couple rough interactions, I would say, for Daryl, rushing his way to the other end, going down immediately. The good news is he finally has that hypercharge. Now they can get on offense once again, that they've removed their defensive threats. It's Portox up the middle, now making contact with that high save. 25 and a 4200 from that gadget will make this a much closer affair.
A nice jump from Bast, but he's having a tough game. And now all that shot was almost there for Dacom. There's the hypercharge. Hatchlings going down. That's going to be a tough thing. Hypercharge for the Angelo, but Bast is down low, but does find a pick up there of Dacom. That's huge. It might give a little bit more of a graceful defense here for Dropotas. Some freeze going out, importantly. So Brian, they pinched right into that corner on the left-hand side, allowing Reese a nice clear channel to the safe. And those amplified shots just shredding through the safe. That's 2 stages down, and there's no defense. Reese is still there. Dropotas got to wake up.
The extra 200% from Kaze's shot, especially if you hit it perfectly in that form, does so much work. It's enough to give them a 30% lead. And with 20 seconds on the clock, it's looking bleak, especially as SKC now dash to the other side. DP have to play this perfect. And unfortunately, time is not on their side. They still have to break through another segment of that high safe if they even wanted a chance. But SKC will go ahead and end it. They are now on match point.
You got to ask yourself the question really here. Can Dropotas come back in this regard against the Lumi? Yeah, I mean, the Casa is putting in work. Really is. And again, RIC been playing it every game to perfection, and yet it wasn't banned out. It just kind of says to me that Dropotas haven't really done their homework against SKC. Clearly this Brawl is working well for them. Clearly in their scrims, no doubt there. And it just wasn't banned out. And on the safe, it's brutal. You've got to have a solid defense to be able to take care of him. Escaping around the map like this, it's definitely a dangerous prospect. And he gets through again. Low HP surviving on. It's a bit of a base race regardless, but still, you can't let him get through. Look at him go. He's got damage gear now as well.
Yeah, that's some insane value, especially for what should have been an assured takedown. I mean, a rough go at it here. Now Bast has to do it all by himself. Good news is on the other end, DP still putting in a ton of work. A Fink super on the ground. SKC forced to clean things up, and they finally do. But now Kaze left to go on the top safe here in the middle. A lot of action going down. Portox skating up the middle of the map. Has a super available. Stunned out by that Lumi super, and not quite enough. It's neck and neck right now.
That's a crucial stun on 250 HP for KR there as well. Nice Morningstar placement. RHC will pick up the scraps now. The other close towards the safe. It's 10% in it. RHC clears up the left-hand side. That's massive. And Portox too low now. And now everyone on the side of SKC will pummel the safe and take Dropotas down. SKC proceed to the semi-finals in a very convincing fashion. And a pink duck, apparently.
The jersey's coming out too. Nice celebration. Look, SKC ultimately took care of business at the end. It was definitely not the cleanest. I feel like that's something that's been pretty consistent for the most part today in South America. Hasn't been anything less than scrappy, but at least now they still get a win. They still get that confidence. Another semifinals, because outside of their multi-finals win, it's either been win or go home immediately.
Yes, exactly. They looked super strong in March where they won the monthly finals. Then a little bit of a performance dip, and now it looks like they recovered from that. Dropotas FA are still yet to make it out of the quarterfinals for the first time. Today is not the day. Maybe next month it's going to be looking a bit better. Once again, we had the Kaze pick. They left her unsafe in that round number 1 and immediately lost the match. Yet still, Lumi was just defending like crazy, getting so many kills, not really going on to safe. And I was a bit puzzled to not see her picked up first. I did not mind the Angelo either, but yeah, when Lumi's open and Kaze, I guess you have to pick up those 2 brawlers at the moment.
Absolutely so. I mean, what's Angela going to do tapping away at a Kaze? It's not going to happen. Be dashing around the map, and it's just going to be a bit of a loose pair of hands. I think Angela's dropped off there a little bit for me, really, here, and SKC now forwards in the bracket, waiting to see who their opposition will be between Alpha Esports and Casa Brawl in their semi-finals match. Then, once we've determined that, heading straight into Loud versus BC Gaming SA, which is going to be an absolute banger as well. But, you know, as it always is in South America, a great time to be had. If RHC is not the MVP, though, again, I'm going to write. I always, like, do jinx this though. I always say it never happens, but he was just all over that game for me. Okay,
And
I
it
don't have to
seems
rank.
like you're right.
Finally, for once.
He did play phenomenally, Kenny. I do feel like he deserves it. I agree with that one on Arcure.
Look, I'm just happy to see Ark so happy. It's nice to get a little victory for the guy, especially considering all of that. It was a heck of a set. I feel like when you just watch these highlights of Kaze in particular, just so much output for a brawler with so many question marks that's been banned in some regions, that's getting played in some region. I mean, we're all over the place globally trying to figure out Kaze right now, but it seems like SKC harnessed her pretty well, piloted it, and of course, he was a big reason for that.
Very often the MVP gets whoever is mentioned most by the casters, and I definitely heard you two speak about RGC a lot when he played that Kaze. I said it before, in his hands, Kaze has a 100% win rate even in South America, so really, really well played by them. SK Calalas move on into the semifinals. They're now waiting for their opponents, and we thought this quarterfinal number 3 could be a closer one. I'm hoping for the next one to be the closest one yet, because we haven't seen a match go all the way yet. It's gonna be Alpha 7 versus Casa Brawl, and you have a little bit of time to put in your predictions now. And we are back with still in the June monthly finals here in South America. Only 3 quarterfinals done already. Now we're heading into quarterfinal number 4 and ready. I'm sure you're very excited for that one.
Oh, this is going to be splendid between Alpha 7 and Casa Brawl, and this is also the one where we differed on what we thought the outcome was going to be.
That is very true. I think, Kenny, you believe that Alpha 7 is going to take that one.
Look, I don't know if it's a red flag or not, but 3 straight months of lower bracket action for Casa Brawl and with a lackluster amount of wins does have me concerned. It's been the same 8 teams every month. So how they do in the monthly qualifiers is one thing. How they do against teams like Alpha 7 and these other 7 teams has me a little concerned. I want to see them kind of earn that trust back for me, because right now I'm favoring Alpha 7, not just because of the previous matchup, but honestly because they've been just if not maybe more consistent considering their upper bracket showings.
They now added Ice Crew to the roster. That certainly have strengthened it, Ready.
Yeah, this guy's put up numbers in previous months, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do alongside Golden and Brabal this month with Alpha 7 Esports. I mean, this was the recipe for them making it through the upper bracket. Casa Brawl not looking to be in tip-top shape. They went through the lower bracket. Again, they sort of like have limped their way through the last few months. That's how we put it at the top of the show. They got that first month victory and haven't really been the same since. And this time, now the double points are coming back to bite them. They won't be able to use that to leverage a postseason.
I mentioned it before, but obviously this team has a great history. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that Casa Brawl should maybe even be favorites in this spot. I mean, look at this last time around. It was either a Casa Brawl dominant set or a neck-and-neck one. Obviously, these guys have mechanics. Obviously, they've had postseasons, but it just hasn't felt like the same team since month 1. I feel like I've been watching a different squad. I know they've got it in them. I know Pekka and his teammates are phenomenal, but Brawl and A7 have my trust a little bit more right now.
So 3 of the casters all bet their money on Casa Brawl, even though they lost to them in the April monthly finals and they didn't have the best run in the monthly qualifier. But as we just saw, it was quite a close one. Casa Brawl definitely would have had the chance to close that one out just as well. And they're still the number 2 seed in this region with a 3-point lead above BC Gaming. So yeah, everyone is so close, neck and neck in this region. It doesn't really matter who is where. Who is where in the leaderboard. So I feel like it could be anyone's game, and as established before already, whoever wins the monthly finals today is going to be the top of the leaderboard.
That's what happens when you got double points. That is so that the strongest teams are your regional representatives at LCQ and the World Finals. But double points is a lot. I mean, 2 months is going to make up an entire half of the points for the season. Really wrap your head around that. 2 months compared to, you've got another 4 months in the season beyond that. But that's just how vital it is. We're going to get things started in just a moment here. We see Jubileu on the cams. Honestly, one of the star players has become sort of a fixture on this Casa Brawl team, and I'm looking to him, rather than Pekka actually, to be pretty much the turning point for this roster.
We were hoping for a close match. This one could be one. The predictions of the people at home say the same thing here. Only 57% voted for Alpha 7, 43 for their opponents, Casa Brawl. So I feel like, yeah, this one should be a close one. I'm looking forward to a 3-2 series. I hope you have the breath for it, Cody.
I think it'll be a good one too. I mean, this is one of the quarterfinals that I've been most looking forward to across the globe. So being on the mic for this one, definitely going to be a fun one. Jae Young going to come in as that first overall selection on the blue side. Alpha 7 rocking with a little bit of support to start things off with no Angelo, no Gus, no Lumi, no Gene, no RT. I mean, these are some frequent first picks, so I think Casa Brawl going to have to look a little bit deeper. Hank, oftentimes I see it with Byron, but this time they're going to go with Bell.
Okay, so they're going for, the Hank, which is very counterable, but they have a last pick to really come in as the surprise. I think they've provided themselves that much of versatility. Something I find quite interesting in terms of the bans is, well, you see it picked on the side of Alpha 7 Esports. They got the Jae Young because Casa Brawl decided that they were going to leave it open. I think Gus is hardly a higher priority than Jae Young. Jae Young can really, really run you down. Bell might be able to help that after the first round, but I think generally she won't be able to fend off something that's too aggressive. Same honestly goes for Hank. He can get like a 4K shot, but if you're sufficiently quick, then you can shut him up real quick.
It's a curious draft. Jae Young is an early selection here, changes things up. You know he's going to be looking to support somebody, and Daryl seems to be that choice. And Daryl, of course, in this mode in particular, when everybody's only got 1 life, we've got quick rounds, he's able to charge up that super passively. So the fact that he can just sit there and do his thing is good. Kit coming out here. This is a heck of a tandem. I mean, Kit Daryl is nothing new, but I think Kit Jae Young Daryl is the ultimate, let's just make sure Daryl gets all the kills moment.
Yeah. Well, and it's also a good thing that Casa Brawl have this last pick, that with the Hank in mind, they didn't save it for their final selection, because now they do have some options in terms of what they decide to separate the Kit and Daryl with. I think I saw Fenix in previous months used to do that with the gadget that people don't really use. It's not the teleport. It puts an enemy in stasis, and they're going to go for it. Okay, pop off, Casa Brawl.
Ready, nose, ball. Woo! Nicely done.
It feels good.
This is just two completely different strategies here. I mean, one is just hyper fixated on a Daryl, a Kit for some cheese. I mean, we're all over the place here. It's going to be really interesting. Obviously, these two teams very personal, not just in our BSC, but also in third parties. A7 have had a pretty good go at things as of recently. Casa Brawl, like I mentioned before, have had a rocky road since their opening monthly finals win. We know we've got it in them. We know this is likely going to be a close contest, and the folks at home seeing the same on the predictions. Alpha 7 versus Casa Brawl rematch. Here's part 2.
Okay, and we're starting off in knockout as well, so expect some pretty subdued gameplay until push comes to shove. I think Alpha 7 Esports have a win condition in the mid game and the late game. It's usually sort of the ways that we can divide up knockout strategies. Do we win immediately, like by running them down? Do we win when the smoke closes in? Or do we like get our abilities and try and win in the mid game? And Alpha 7 Esports, they have that adaptability as long as they can get this combo running, but they're actually going to split off. What's going on here? Brabal looking for the 3-shot, gets a takedown on Motep. It's a sacrifice. Golden running down Jubileu. There's the kill. Ice Crow trying to line up these shots in close range. Pekka has that super, but Ice Crow still dares approach. What? That's Ego right there. He thinks he can get the takedown. He's not able to, and it costs him his life.
Oh, don't do it. Pekka, don't do it to him, brother. 2k HP and he's charging up. 10,600 on Goliath on the other end. Pekka stays up. Gadget goes down. Fog closing in. All right, all is good in the world. Golden ends up surviving. That would have been nasty work. I like what you said there. There was a little ego coming with that.
Yeah.
Ice Crow with the sad face. Knows better. Next time we'll reconsider.
Dude, this is literally round 1 of game 1. It's a good thing to get this out of the way now, but maybe not good mental. Here comes a hypercharge in, though, from Golden. In, then out. Baits a super. Brabal now in with the stun to Jubileu. He's nothing, and Motep disintegrates. What a win for Alpha 7 Esports. They make it happen quick.
that was a clean round 2. I mean, just insane. This is Casa Brawl, representatives for multiple years now in South America in LCQ/the World Finals, and they're making light work of them in that game 1. I think we're starting to see the strategy come to life a little bit. Hank has a ton of health points. It is not easy to bring him down. And outside of Daryl, they don't have a big burst of damage. I mean, Jay Young, Kit, by no means heavy hitters. But if you stun him, if you jump on him, you land those shotgun shots really easily. Golden, though, doing it all by himself. 2v2 situation. Once again, Ice Crow running it down. Golden there to assist. Motep going for gold here. Has the super available and will use it here. That's going to show that he believes that he has a chance at this round. Some nice jukes and a cleanup there from A7. Smooth sailing so far as they'll take 3 straight.
This is a 500-0 outdraft from Alpha 7 Esports. I mean, Casa Brawl, they don't even have a Bell Super. What were they supposed to do into Golden? And to Brabal, it looks like Alpha 7 Esports have also pulled off like some different tricks in each round. They're going to go for a Brabal in with a sneaky box once again. Going to go for the jump on a Pekka, or maybe it was intended for Jubileo. That's a 2-piece for Golden. And all Ice Crow and Golden need to do is make this nice and easy. Take down Motep, who has popped the Hypercharge. He did afford that much of an ability. Ice Crow and Golden know that they can play this safe. It's a 1 round for Ice Crow and Golden. They close it out, and that was efficient right there.
I mean, yikes. That was some crazy work out of Alpha 7, who, like we said, have had some good go at things in these third-party events, but the BSC is a different level. This is against Casa Brawl. And look, at least for 1 set, I feel really good right now, and it may change, but that was nice. That felt good for the confidence. I'm on my own here. I'm a man of the people. Just for the predictions for 1 set, I'm a happy camper.
I should have also looked at the results of those third-party tournaments where Alpha 7 was outshining Casa Brawl, not only in the April monthly finals, that is 2 months ago, they're still looking just as strong. Daryl here with the most kills. Nobody could stop them, and already there was a huge discussion about the gacha choice of the Fenix on the other side, since if Pekka would have not played the time warp, but instead would have been able to freeze that Daryl or the Kit, things could have looked very different.
It could have, and I wonder why they didn't, because usually that's what the Fenix is used for, and maybe they decided, okay, well, we're going to make them think that we had this up our sleeve, and then we don't go for it. Hey, maybe I don't know ball, but I just knew that Fenix would be here somehow. But the reality is that this was a, like, 100-0 outdraft. You see that Hank, you see the bell come out, and you go like, I could, like, run at these people, and they would stop existing if I do it consistently, and that's what Alpha 7 did. And guess what? They 2-0.
Yes, well, the comp was okay on the side of Casa Brawl. Maybe the gadget would have changed some things, but in the end, Alpha 7 takes it mechanically, very well played, and also the draft was just a really good one. Daryl Kit is something we've seen now for so many months. You would think that people now know how to counter it, Kenny.
Yeah, and on Double Swoosh, I don't think they can get away with similar cheese. Really, the only thing that comes to mind is something like the gray combinations, which are pretty frequent here. Look, Casa Brawl are a great team. I don't think we're going to see too many sets where it's just Alpha 7 steamrolling the other side. I think it was a good strategy that they played really well. That felt like something that was in their back pocket and almost rehearsed. I don't think it's going to be that easy again.
Let's see how they fare here on Double Swoosh. Keep in mind, yes, and the on-screen graphics are correct. It's time to pay attention to that right lane. It is about getting visibility in a very difficult area to defend. Chester is going to be one of those looming threats in those conveniently close to mid place bushes.
It used to be Ember that was played every single time this map came up. Now we have a lot more options that also offer some area control, like the Chester. Also like Fenix, some teams do play him here, also on the right-hand side lane. Jean, usually the best mid, because you can scout those bushes. He's going to be banned out here. And we talked about it before, Kenny. Left open is the Grey. I think he would still be a phenomenal choice for the gem carrier.
I wonder if they pair this with the Lily. Lily is just such a demon on this map. Anytime you see Lily, you know that they're going to be looking for the disappearing act. There's that combo that you were just mentioning. We have a great teleport to set up nicely for Lily. So now she's got 2 options. She's got that Vanish gadget, which can take her to the Shadow Realm for ease to get in or out. She's either trying to steal gems or remove gems from the enemy. And of course, Grey with the teleport sets up very nicely for these tankier brawlers.
So in this case, I feel, what do you do to defend against the Grey and the Lily? You got to have some DPS. That's what Chester is here for. He's already going to do a pretty good job of it, but I think you need more than that. We saw how he can fare into some of like tanky brawlers that TP in with Grey. He's able to do some damage, but he's not able to finish the job himself, and probably not against such a tanky brawler like Lily. Not when you're not in a pure 1v1. right? Here comes Stu, and he'll be able to play a pretty consistent mid as well, break walls as necessary if he decides to go that route. I think you could really run either gadget here. And then one more selection for Alpha 7 Esports to appropriately scout the side bushes. You could have Chester go over there, but they could seek an opportunity to get a better advantage on the side lane. Whoa, okay, let's see what Kaze can do here.
Yeah, they're going to try and get some aggression of their own here. This is really interesting in terms of order of operations. Chester as that first pick makes a lot of sense to me, even though they have the X Factor on the other end. They're giving up that gray tandem. Well, Chester has a big burst of damage, is honestly one of, if not the best way to probably go at Lily here. So I think they have to take that for safety on that left-hand side, make the choice to let Lily and Gray go. And now they've got Stu, who's a very popular one right now, I would say, in South America, at least compared to our other regions. That's going to be their mid of choice here. And Kaze just seems to have some kind of way this weekend in South America so far. Undefeated streak, and now will be taking on her husband once again. It's Kenji, ultra aggression coming out of Casa Brawl.
Aggressive, solid damage, movement, and also the ability to heal himself. So anything bursty can be healed up by his gadget. That's going to heal like the most recent damage dealt to you, right? I mean, you can get like thousands of health healed there. So it may take some discipline from Alpha 7 Esports, like how are we going to chip this guy down a little bit at a time instead of full committing, bursting on him? How do you do that when there's a Kenji up in your face? I think the choice of Kaze for the final selection and sort of the omission of another like high damage brawler means that if Kaze is like jumped by both Kenji and Lily at the same time, then it's not a winning match. But Ice Crow is piecing him up right now.
Yeah, Golden was just waiting for that Lily to pop out. It's a great way to just take her down quickly, because once she gets off to the running, it's really difficult. Oh, and it looked like a flash, that super there. Couldn't tell if Motep got it off or not, but the speed zone helping out here. Brabao now working the mid. This is a nice start for Alpha 7.
How did Casa Brawl even break into this? They do have a TP from Jubileu, but it's going to cost him his life most likely. He's going straight for Brabao, looks for the kill, but Brabao got the super out. Now Peck is trying to reposition in the bushes, decide no, not to go for Brabao, instead to try and own these bushes. He does have a huge super, oh my goodness, from Pekka! He's got the movement to get out of there, but he's got to stay away from Golden Super. That was placed down in emergency. Pekka didn't get hit by any of it.
Oh, that's rough. Alpha 7. We're so good, and it all fell down at once, and now it's gonna have to be A7 to grab all of these gems, 10 of them on the back lines right now. Brabao skating, doing his best, couldn't get the shot off on Jubileo in time. It's gonna be up to Golden. What trick does he have out of the hat? It's not enough there. Pekka will survive a dash into the sky, and Casa Brawl escape with their lives.
This reminds me of a double swoosh like rug pull that we saw earlier, where there was a gray TP in. Yes, it was with Jackie to heist all of the gems and bring it back in the end. This is not something that you can replicate consistently, I believe, but when you try things enough times, like eventually it will work. You get the TP in, you keep on sending Pekka and Motep in, but Pekka getting that super was like a once in a monthly final thing if you ask me. He has gotten the win on the left side almost solo. He got some assistance from Jubileu at mid, and he's got a super up his sleeve.
Changed the line of fire there. This time Lily went left off the start. Motep with a nice dive in there. And Casa continuing to put the pressure on A7. A dive away, in and out as Pekka will slice right through him. Ice Crow there to defend. Will take down her husband rather quickly. And Golden now with a little presence in the mid. Motep though, right in front of him will dive. Oh, Golden immediately removes him from the map.
Anytime you get close to Chester as a tank, he's going to put the hurt on you. Don't even have to be a tank. It's just, you know, where tanks like to be. Generally, they have that sort of range, and it's why he's such an excellent matchup into both Lily and into Kenji. Brabao is also going to be assisting him on this. Here comes a joined TP as well. That hypercharge plus the normal TP is going to be crucial for Motep getting to the back lines. And he has a hypercharge if need be, but as long as he can stay close to enemies, he can charge a super for free. There's the Kaze hypercharge coming in. Ice Crow looking for a double kill. In fact, he's gotten the double super. Motep's still alive, though, taken down by Ice Crow, who's got 7 gems to his name. Casa Brawl still picking up the pieces of what once was an offense.
Thumbs up for Ice Crow, but having those gems as a Kaze is a bit concerning. Here comes Pekka, hypercharge available. We'll get the pull on Ice Crow, dashing away though, and we'll get away with it. Drops the Fan Storm as a little bit of coverage, and now Brabao off to the races on the top left-hand side, backs it down, and we'll get the burn on Pekka. A7 with a beautiful response.
Golden gonna use that hypercharge for almost nothing. I wonder if he just wanted to be protected against a potential Lily lurking on the right side. We'll see that TP putting in the work for Casa Brawl at the takedown on the left side. They have so much mobility in and out. They do let Ice Crow get this gem though. So their plan, what is it? I mean, they can't just stay at mid. They're gonna send in Motep for some recon, repositioning to this bush, hopefully getting close to Golden. He has a hypercharge, now he just needs a super. He's gonna get it pretty soon. Here it comes, taken down before he can even use it. Pekka trying to close in. Jubileu putting all of the damage in them that he can, but Alpha 7 Esports remains strong.
I thought Lily was going to get away with it there, to be honest with you. That was a really smart decision to go for that single tile of grass. And then you notice for a split second, he waited. He didn't move. He wasn't trying to pop out. He was getting that hypercharge. He was standing within the radius of the enemy so he could get that, give themselves at least a fighting chance. But A7 knew better. Nicely played there. We'll see if Lily changes the line once again. It's been 3 different attacks, and it's going to be Motep right up the middle here, right after game 1. It's the same exact thing. This time it's going to be an even scorecard. Kenji up in the air, Ice Crow with an immediate elimination, and Golden will own the left-hand side 2v2 situation, and the gym's still residing with Casa Brawl.
We theorized about what can happen if Motep and Pekka go in on the same enemy at the same time. It worked at the beginning of game number 2. It didn't work here. They also tried in a different position. Excellent dodge from Ice Crow with that dash. Looks like Pekka's going to fall to that burn. We see a bit of bush break there from Jubileu, who brought back someone with his gadget. We'll see Motep now sneaking in, trying to get some damage versus Brawl. No, Golden had the 4 and 5 shot to take down any enemy that got close to him. Another takedown for Pekka around the left side. He's trying to get ownership of these bushes, and it's going to be assisted by Jubileu, but they don't properly get positioning in here. Really scrappy game so far. No clear leader unless Ice Crow makes something huge happen with his hyper.
That was another nice moment where Brawl dropped a gadget to protect himself, but there's no way to save him from that Pekka hypercharge. Now Motep popping 1-2, and all of a sudden it's a red team countdown. Casa Brawl walking it back. They've got Ice Crow on the back lines with a marker. Pekka going to receive that. And with 9 seconds to go, Ice Crow has to find a way. Brawl climbing, Golden right-hand side, 3v2 situation. Lot of HP to work through. Pekka with the shield. Shots going down in the air. They do get the reset. Brawl trying to escape, but can't. They're there to capture him.
Motep and Pekka surely got some super and hypercharge out of that. There's potential that they get fed it once again. Jubileu getting a hypercharge also is crucial. He's getting the takedown with the proper amount of damage. Now he's able to reposition if need be. Motep in with that gadget. Has to keep Pekka alive. Pekka trying to stay away. That's good. Casa Brawl get the set with the hyper aggression. The purple buttons put in the work. Kenji, Lily, use it at the same time if you want to sweep all the gems over to your own side.
It's the tale of a married couple. They've faced each other now 3 times in the monthly finals. It's 2-1 for Kenji, so the husband wins this time around. Let's see if that's going to continue like that. For one of the first times we see Casa lose today in the hands of Alpha 7. It did not work out for them, even though at least I think they had the better comp in that one. Pekka just made Kenji work goldenly, and Golden on the other side, also the MVP of his team, could not really stop him. Every single time he did get a takedown onto Pekka, he just came back even stronger, Kenny.
Yeah, the game number 1, I think, is the one that stands out to me, just because Alpha 7 were so leaps and bounds ahead of them for the entirety of it, except for one little steal of the gems. And sometimes that's all it takes in gym grab, and why some of these teams, like we see Casa Brawl here, lean on these aggressive brawlers, because even if they're losing 90% of the game, it doesn't matter as long as that clock expires with you having 10 plus gems and your enemies don't. And after the second one, it was very evenly matched. Game 3 was evenly matched, so I think that's a little bit of a seal of a set from Casa Brawl, to be honest with you.
It was very even. I would even go so far as to say Alpha 7 had the upper hand during the matches. They had a little bit more control usually, but Kenji came in clutch twice there for the side of Casa Brawl in the hands of Pekka. Good pick here. They turned things around and we're now evened out in a score. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Finally a match that could go all the way already.
I'm looking forward to it, especially since, at least among us, the experts, supposedly, this was the most hotly contested prediction, which means that it was the only one where like a single one of us disagreed. We were completely in lockstep the rest of the way. Alpha 7 Esports have shown us why they deserve some big credit here. They totally won that first set. They outdrafted. Now Casa Brawl, they overwhelm in number 2. And to be fair, they were given some of the strongest hypercharges in the game. Usually Kenji and Lily are must bans, and we'll see them both open this time. moving over to a bushy map. Note that Alpha 7 Esports have decided to ban the Chester this time. Not a top priority pick for them. They just don't want the response to be a Chester. So they've got something aggro up their sleeve. They're not going to reveal their hand just yet. Gus is how they start off. That will enable something aggro.
The way Sneaky Fields looks, you usually have one of those long-range brawlers in mid. Fenix and B are your top most picked brawlers here. They had to go with Gus because both of them are out of the way. Now for the lanes, you usually want to go with some aggression, as you mentioned. Lily and Kenji, very, very good here. Could both be picked up still. A good answer to that, of course, would be the Chester. He's banned out though, so I do think Alpha 7 has some tanks in mind for their next pick. Pairing them with the Gus is going to do well for them, Kenny.
Willow is a top thrower choice in South America here, even more so than the Juju, I would say, just because into those tanks, Willow's super is so powerful. When you mind control the enemy, you can take all your health points alongside it, and it's just an extra force into the enemy side. So I think they could go for tanks, but I really do think they might go the opposite. Yeah, it's going to be a max here. So now they've got any chance they want at pairing a tank later. They can see what Gus does alongside him, because oftentimes we're going to see Gus being paired with brawlers like Kenji. A popular one for Casa in general has been Ashe, so that's good homework being done by Alpha 7 in that ban stage. Frank, Primo, all come to mind here. So I'm curious to see how Alpha 7 do this. Will they have Gus go solo, or will they pair this alongside some tankier options?
I think they have to pair it with a tanky option here. They need to be mindful about what they're going to do against this thrower. Maybe something that wall breaks like Frank could be a top selection here. Kaze is the way that they decide to start. She has some invisibility, which might be useful in close range if she decides to go for that gadget. You're looking really to overwhelm this like Max and the Willow, for example. If you can break Willow's walls, that's awesome. If you can take advantage of Max's, to be honest, quite low DPS, she doesn't have any CC, then you can run her down as well. What you don't want to do is play control into her, because she can run you down, and Casa Brawl has the last pick, so they can pick something pretty strong to be accented by the additional speed. Alpha 7 Esports seem to be completely content with that, though, actually. The only aggression that they have here is Kaze, which they'll pair up with the Gus. But Griff is here to break walls, and in my opinion, he's one of the worst wall breakers in the game, but he's one of the best team counters in the game as well.
That's a couple wrenches in this plan. Griff is an interesting one. I think when you see somebody like Max, a more mid-ranged brawler, and Willow, who really relies on those walls, they decide to just bring them down. In spite of that, Casa Brawl are still going with a Rosa pick, which heavily relies on the coverage and the grass on the map. So we have breaking down the walls on one side, and we really, really need these to stay up in order to be successful. That's an interesting choice out of Casa.
Honestly, I can totally see what Casa Brawl is doing working here. My concern is whether they get run down by this Kaze. She's been putting up numbers today. She's looked fantastic throughout her monthly finals this month. But Jubileu, once he gets that super, once he gets that speed, is going to be this unstoppable force. So that's really the win condition for Casa Brawl, is get those two abilities in tandem. But the issue is, if he consistently is laning against Brabal, then that's unwinnable.
Oh, and there's the mind control going through. The bouncing of the bubble, bashing the ball up and down. I can't believe Golden pulled that off. I thought surely it would bounce into Ice Crow's hands at one point.
That's crazy, but Jubileu is now thrown back. He's got this ball on the left side. Golden really needs a super. He's close. He's got it once again. Put him in a time loop, why don't you, for another defense.
Oh, Golden just putting the team on his back right now. That was some unbelievable defense. And now Kaze up in the face of Motep. This is going to be a tough choice here. Doesn't elect to go for the mind control. Will fall instead, relying on the teammates to really clutch up here. There's the face shift. A hypercharge will eliminate him, though. Brabal moving this up the middle. And Motep now going to take over. Ice Crow dumping this ball onto the top right-hand side against their will. And we'll have to fall back as this piggy bank breaks open once again.
It was pretty shoot to get the mind control onto Ice Crow and move him closer to Jubileu, who had that hypercharge and super ready to move, but also could have gotten the takedown. He's going to go for Golden, who's trying to use a hypercharge of his own. Close range versus Ice Crow. He's just sort of ricocheting off of different targets. At least Pekka's helped him get a double kill. That's got to be another one onto Brabal, but Pekka's can dodge and juke so hard. Business Resilience is also putting in the legwork for Brabal to get him that consistent healing. We'll see Ice Crow with yet another super. Little surprise attack on the Motep. No issue. Here comes Ice Crow to come close to Jubileu once again to feed him that super.
Oh, and a nice super to combat that as well. Here comes the hypercharge, though. Max speed touches down on the map. P.E.K.K.A gunning down Brabao, and Ice Crow has to fall back as well. We'll be going into the other form. Jubileo, though, a freight train running straight up the middle. This time, Golden not enough. Yes, he does, but it's not quite there. Tried to kick it out of their grasp, but P.E.K.K.A will grab it just in the nick of time.
What do Alpha 7 Esports even do into that Rosa and Max combination? The answer is really nothing. They have to get some aggression of their own. They've got one takedown. Only 8 seconds to go. Golden with one takedown on the right. Ice Crow on the left. We're going to OT.
And in overtime, it's a Rosa for one side and a Willow versus Gus, Griff, and a Kaze. But Casa will be off to the races right up the start as these walls go down. Jubileo now moving towards that ball. Will pop a super. Gus has one of their own, though. It's a kick forward, a dive in for Brabao, and it's a nice takeover there. Ice Crow has to go for this ball quickly. P.E.K.K.A has to play it perfect and just not within striking distance. What a save there from Alpha 7. 2 back-to-back goals in about 30 seconds.
I think Alpha 7 just overall has a stronger composition. Overall, yes, general, whatever you really want to call it, I think this could work into numerous different things. But the strategy out from Casa Brawl is almost a little cheesy. We're going to use the Willow, and we're going to mind control to move people close to Jubileo so he can get his super. Our win condition, the one time during the match where Rosa has a hypercharge, and P.E.K.K.A also has a super at the same time. But P.E.K.K.A has the ability to receive a pass here, take down into Brabao. Just need to slot in the goal. Golden can't save you now. That's one on the board for Casa Brawl already.
That was nicely done. And honestly, Casa Brawl were so close to winning that on several occasions in game number 1. It was just the heroics of Golden. Now when we pair that with Brabao's super, it's a takedown on that right-hand side. P.E.K.K.A without a super is going to have to fall back. Motep looking for shots, has a super, will try and take over. Oh, it's a misconnection, though. Ice Crow goes down, and Golden super will be useless. That's a big pickup, but it's max speed coming right at him. He doesn't stand a chance at that range.
Hypercharge and super combo available for Jubileo. Ice Crow's going to try and get it out of him. He's got a super of his own and a hypercharge for the next time he moves in. Look how devastating that was. Jubileo was dropped within pretty much an inch of his life. Now he's feeling the hurt at the hands of Golden. If that ball could reach P.E.K.K.A, that could have been a goal, but Brabao was staying in range. Now he's got the hypercharge as well. In fact, 3 hypercharges available for the team. Ice Crow's going to solo it! Incredible! The aggression, the damage that Kaze is able to pump out is unmatched. But now Casa Brawl are going to get to put themselves in the driver's seat.
It's a purple button battle, and Motep will take over, so now a 4v2. Jubileo working the left-hand side, backs up. Golden has to try and stay up, and they're forcing Ice Crow to interact with the enemy side. And after all of that chaos, only one brawler will go down.
Jubileo's got the unfriendly bushes down. That's a free kill into Brabao. Now the ball's been cornered. Golden going to blast him back because he knows if he hadn't done that, that would have been a surefire goal, and it might even still be. Mind-controlled pass to the left side, and Casa Brawl will put one more game on the board, keeping this as competitive as can be. We've gotten a set apiece so far, and 1 game per team here in set 3.
A dramatic set, to say the least. Both sides really contesting. Want it bad. This is a big moment in the match as well. Big moment in the seasons, I would say. Casa Brawl just have not gotten the ball rolling since their grand finals debut in month number 1. And now they're taking down a rival, somebody who bested them last month for Brawl Cup hopes. They can't quite slide it through. Nice goalkeeping there out of Golden.
Oh man, Golden's been the premium goalie today. It's been the bubble shields, it's been the positioning. He's just in the right place at the right time. Because he is the backline for this team. When he gets on the front line, he can get punished, but he can also put the hurt on some enemies too. He's going to be looking to support Ice Crow here, picks up the kill on Jubileo, and a pass up to Ice Crow. Looks pretty good. They can't really get this in versus Motep. They have to find a way to get this super out of Motep or take him down.
They have to pray for a Motep miss as well. Jubileo will force himself up the middle of the map. Hypercharge goes down. An immediate elimination. Not such a good look there. Ice Crow matches with a Hypercharge. Motep does have the mind control. Will take over Brabao. Ice Crow just trying to eliminate Willow before she goes down. It's just enough in time. Will drop a super as she fades away. P.E.K.K.A phase shift. Not enough here. Golden has just enough HP, but Motep needs to bring it down quickly. It's an easy waltz in, and Golden will take the lead here in game number 3.
Casa Brawl don't have any utility to take advantage of this newfound positioning. No max speed, no Rosa super, and especially no hypercharge for either of them. That was their win condition when they did win a game, and they haven't gotten it just yet. Though P.E.K.K.A does have a speed, doesn't even pop it onto Jubileo, instead goes for himself and Motep. Jubileo looks to fin for himself on the right side. He's got the ball, but what does that really do for him? Maybe some punches onto Brabao. A takedown to Motep is a solid start for Alpha 7 to now begin their rebuttal. going to be facing Jubileo on the top right side, who has a hypercharge, and P.E.K.K.A was easily disposed on the bottom left. Need to see a max super out from Casa Brawl in these next 40 seconds. Otherwise, there is not going to be potential for Casa Brawl to score a goal. They had the two abilities ready to go online. It's drive time.
Oh, and Brabao with the max range hypercharge. Not going to be doing much there. Jubileo now in the bottom right-hand corner. And Ice Crow trying to buy some time. Oh, no. Something catastrophic going down there. Not sure if it's a connection issue or what, but that is a rough go at things for Casa.
That was their ability to score, and he goes frozen in the bottom right. Didn't even take anything from Alpha 7 Esports. What a disaster. I don't see how Casa Brawl can come back from this. They don't have the ball positioning. They can force Jubileo into this back right corner. There's a blow away from Golden, and Brabao easily takes things down. A really underwhelming finale that leads to a set win for Alpha 7.
Yeah, hard to speculate what exactly happened there, but nonetheless, it's going to lead to an A7 victory in this set. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, obviously, that would have kept it going, possibly, if they end up grabbing that. But here we are, A7, a very close set. Those games 1 and 2 were evenly matched the whole way. I don't expect things changing up in set 4.
I did not expect such an ending. It was a very close game overall, but Alpha 7, was clearly the winner in the end. If that was a rage quit or some crashing games, I don't know. Just looking at the draft though, I thought it was over already for the side of Casa Brawl. Picking a Rosa into a Griff. Rosa was the last pick, and that's usually such an important tool, and they, decided to go with the brawler that was counted out. It still somehow worked out, even in overtime, where I felt like they have no chance with the Willow and the Rosa already.
I really do think, maybe I'll play devil's advocate here, or maybe I'll advocate for my own opinion. I think there was a chance. They just were really like out of step, pretty much. Jubileo and P.E.K.K.A needed to have their supers ready at the same time, and at many points they were forced to pop those abilities individually. At some points maybe a lack of synergy as well. Take a look at some of these stats. Golden was putting up numbers, even more so than Brabao, who's supposed to be really the antithesis to this strategy from Casa Brawl. I think that this speaks pretty much, first of all, Golden being a star player for Alpha 7 Esports, defending numerous goals by himself using his super, and also I think viability of Casa Brawl, it's not really that chalked in my opinion.
I think Golden, no matter how you spin it and how that ended, was phenomenal throughout that entire set. I mean, regardless of kills, especially on defense. I mean, how many times did we see a little cheeky Gus bubble just force the Rosa away? I never really think of Gus as a goalkeeper, but my goodness, I think I have to start considering it. What a defensive mechanism that I just didn't really think about initially.
Just bizarre right there. Though some of the things that I did enjoy about this, I think Alpha 7 had some incredible defense. Kaze really showing up even into tanky selections. She can get so much damage. She's a very technical brawler. You need to get those critical zones hit. And I think we are exploring also with this brawler the upper limit of mechanical ability in Brawl.
I think it's one of the hardest brawlers to play, if not the hardest to play. You have those two modes, you need to master both of them. You need to know when to switch, and even like when to press your super and when your gadget is so important on this brawler, because sometimes you want to switch the moment you dash into a brawler. It's very important to know when to press which of the buttons. We had 6 hypercharges that game. Sometimes it just looked absolutely crazy. Kenny, I think you called it a purple button race in the end, so that was super nice to see. And even though I really did not like that Rosa pick at the end, Casa Brawl came super close to winning that match a couple of times. They even won a game, so I do feel like it's very even between those two teams here.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I mean, despite what the result is, it obviously looked odd. You got to feel for Casa Brawl a little bit here, depending on what happens. But Alpha 7 looked like an equally matched team. I mean, Casa Brawl are rising back up to the occasion. Obviously, the last time these two teams played, it was 3-2. Came down to the wire. Would love to see it happen again. But I think Casa Brawl are in a spot where they're proving themselves to be a good team. And honestly, Alpha 7 consistently now feel like one of the better teams in this region to me.
We saw a lot of the same tanks now. We saw Kaze and Fenix, Kaze and Kenji a lot of times. We saw not many others, honestly. Lily won Sterile sometimes in Heist. Other than that, not really a lot of those other suspects showing up. We didn't see Primo in quite some time, and we also didn't see Doc. Now, the Brawl Cup Brawl Talk came out today. For anyone that didn't watch it yet, head over to YouTube and have a go at that. Watch it. It's another one that is super good, I feel, and I feel it's gonna catapult Doug into the meta.
Doug stars.
We love the Doug rework. That's incredible. So first of all, he charges super from his healing, so that's a huge start. Then he has like incredible homing with his super, so now you're not missing those hot dogs on a teammates, and it's funny to see like another ability, like for example, Gus's shield doesn't get that treatment, so I think they decided that Doug like really needed that help. And then of course there's the hypercharge where now when you attack and teammate that you put the hot dog on now gets to like get your attack too. It's gonna be insane, I think.
We talked already about how strong hypercharges have had an influence on the meta. In this game in particular, we now had 6 bowlers with hypercharge on the field. That's something we aren't used to seeing. In the last couple of months, more and more hypercharges got added to the game, and this is now the new the new picture that we will see in Brawl Stars quite often. There's another 2 batches of hypercharges getting added to the game soon. And are there any, Kenny, that you're looking forward to in particular?
I'm a big Doug fan in general. I'm excited. It's nice to have the guy with a little love coming his way. He's not been the best for a while here. It's no secret. Outside of a cheeky Snake Prairie back in World Finals time, we never really see the guy. So it'll be good to see him bounce back a little bit here.
I'm looking forward to the RT one. I'm kind of scared of that one. It's gonna be super, super strong, I feel, just like the Hank one was at the beginning. Well, we're figuring some things out in the background. We're gonna have a little look at Alpha 7 Esports, and we wanted to know a little bit more about that roster.
Então, ano passado eu já havia feito time com ele e acho que ele seria uma peça ideal para encaixar agora nesse momento. Por isso que a gente chamou ele. E ele tá saindo bem, acho que vai dar tudo certo. Pontos dobrados, qualquer erro pode ser fatal, então eu acho que a tabela pode mudar em qualquer final mensal pode ser decisiva. Então, por isso a gente tá mais focado que nunca. A Loud, pra mim, ela é a favorita. Acho que a Casa, a SK Calalas e nós, a gente briga de igual para igual com todos, né? Com a Loud também. Mas eu acho que a Loud tem mais consistência e a gente vai tentar buscar essa vaga também direto pro Mundial. E acho que é os melhores times.
As Brabal says, now it really counts. We're in the double point split, so any monthly final can decide. And as he said, they're more focused than ever. It certainly seems that way since Alpha 7 so far didn't really make a run for it. They did not make it into the finals, but they're looking super strong today, Kenny. I think today could be the day where they finally make it.
I think so too. I mean, when I blocked in my predictions at event.brawlstars.com, did the same exact thing I'm doing here. I put them in the grand finals, and that's not a guarantee. Obviously, they're only up 2-1 right now, and even if they made it there, it's a tough semifinal opponent ahead. But I really do believe in this squad and the results that they've had. I feel like they've had some bad breaks, quote unquote, this year. Obviously, it's been the same 8 teams every time, but they've had a lot of Loud and Casa Brawl that they've had to go up against. So the fact that they're starting to get the ball rolling a little bit, making it out of those upper brackets instead of those lower brackets, I really like the momentum, and obviously a little bit of a roster increase here, I think, with Ice Crow coming in too. So loving what this team's been doing recently. Still got a lot of work to do, but I certainly think it's possible for them to make a run.
Something I think about like Alpha 7 Esports coming up into what appears to be the top 3 in this region is that it creates so much native competition, and I would almost attribute the responsibility of why this region has seemingly leveled up since our last international competition, why we see Loud performing at a different standard than they have previously when it comes to these global competitions. When you have a top 3 instead of a top 2, it becomes a lot more competitive. Then you have stuff like SKC as well. They made a grand final in the past. So these sort of underdog teams now rising up to play with the big dogs is incredible for fostering native competition and leveling up the region as a whole.
And in a region where every single month the same 8 teams qualify, teams are neck and neck in terms of points in the leaderboard. We're now heading over to Layer Cake, and this is one of the maps where I used to play a lot of Dynamite. That was like my main push map for him. I don't think he's going to show up today, but I still think throwers are quite valid on this one. We do see that there is double band on here, which No surprises in South America, but we still have a couple of thrower options that I'm certain we're gonna see here, like a Tick, like a Barley, maybe a Dynamite if you want to be fun. Kenny?
I think Willow actually at the top of that too. I think especially if we see something like a Hanks come out or some of these more aggro brawlers. Yeah, there it is. I think Barley is certainly in the mix here, especially with Juju gone, but I just like Willow more in particular right now as a rise of a brawler just because of that super. I mean, we saw in that previous set as well, but Willow at least can combat those more aggressive brawlers, the close quarters brawlers. So I think having that maybe instead of a Barley that's more control oriented at least gives you a good defensive mechanism if they decide to run at you.
See what we have in response to the RT. We are on layer cake, so really he can be out-sniped. Generally, he's just here to safeguard anything that gets a little bit too close to him. So stuff that outranges him is going to be huge. That's only going to be useful for the mid matchup, by the way, so you have to break walls in order to get some true utility out of that. Casa Brawl will find themselves a bit more limited in terms of their options here. Ollie is pretty gutsy. Oh! Ollie Barry. Okay, so they're looking for survivability. They're also looking for a thrower that responds to the Willow. I think Willow's going to outdo Barry in the thrower category, but as far as the support, you got two supports on Casa Brawl. It is all about enabling this Ollie to just do what he does. Gus and Ollie is so strong. So Alpha 7 Esports, I believe, will have to play reactively into this and find something that can properly defend against it.
Curious to see what they do here. Ooh, it's a Lou. Okay, so they're just going for the anti-tank right now because Lou, of course, in something like Bounty, isn't necessarily a staple of the mode. I think this is more circumstantial than it is speaking to the level that Lou is. It's really interesting, though. They do get a little range out of Lou. Obviously, the ice rink can be really deadly into somebody like Ollie, but I think this is honestly one of the best ways to deal with Ollie, especially if he's going for a crazy hypnosis play or something. You have the ability to freeze him if he starts running at you. You now have mind control with Willow to try and take him over. So they at least have a couple ways to try and deal with such a good brawler.
Let's get into it. It's time for set number 4. Alpha 7 Esports in the lead by a single set as we're getting started here on Layer Cake. Who gets that blue star? Casa Brawl have the survivability, and they've got the dodges on line 2. It'll be P.E.K.K.A to pick up that blue star. Since he had the most health, he was the safest one to send out there. The man should do this without feeding too much damage to Brawl as well, which is quite nice. Now, Brawl is going to be useful for any sort of aggression, maybe P.E.K.K.A trying to go for an assassination, but if Casa Brawl can hold their own on each one of these layers, then that's not as much of a consideration. He's not much of an aggro brawler, but he's going to go for an aggro play, trying to cut off P.E.K.K.A from his lifeline, which isn't that much of an issue, because P.E.K.K.A can jump back very easily.
Casa perfectly content with just playing in the back here. Barry will drop a super, heal them back up, and obviously as he heals, he gets his super. It's just this endless cycle that the workhorse has. Left hand in, Brawl just looking for an angle here, and Jubileo trying to pop around these walls. They have to be careful though. At a moment's notice, P.E.K.K.A can go for a super gadget combo, and it's very difficult to deal with.
Well, they've only got a minute left to do it. They're looking to farm their utility first. Brawl is a couple of super cycles away from getting his hypercharge, which would be instrumental, but he's not even on number 2, and we're beyond 2/3 of the way through this game. Ice Crow, likewise, is looking to get some utility himself. It's a bit of damage there onto Jubileo, and he's got to be getting close to his super as well. He's got it now, trying to fend away P.E.K.K.A, looking for some damage, and more moving it towards Brawl. That was quite smart. No doubt got the team comms to bring in that free kill closer. It's a blue star available for Alpha 7 Esports. They're only down by 1 star.
Ooh, and Brawl, low HP and has that blue star. That is a brawler they cannot afford to lose as the shot clock goes down. Motep expanding their reign, and there's going to be a movement up that right-hand side. Motep just keeping the distance. P.E.K.K.A no super available, but they need to see A7 go closer. They have to find this last-second kill. Instead, though, it's a takedown there. Brawl going to lose his life as well, and it's Casa Brawl cleaning things up rather nicely in those final seconds.
I think that this composition is very reliant, that the Alpha 7 one that is very reliant on getting that blue star and then playing D. Because, cool, you're good at dealing with an aggro Ollie. How about one that isn't? Oh, it turns out that half of this game is about playing offense. Only half of it about do you get to play defense. But you can start things off on the right foot if you get that blue star. And things are way less centralized for Casa Brawl than the last one. They've decided to go on individual lanes, which has worked out quite well for them. They're going to get that blue star on the ideal brawler, which is probably Jubileo, since he sits the furthest back and has the most range.
they've been baiting it for a while. I mean, they haven't made a decision. Whoever they want to have it, they certainly could have given it to any of the three, but it seems Jubileo is finally the one to claim it for himself. Golden, super available. P.E.K.K.A gunning down this left hand in. Ice Crow has to be careful. P.E.K.K.A does have a super. Knows better, though. With the poison damage trickling down, it's harder for him to heal. So they'll back up for now and once again be looking to take a defensive game.
That was a good tank from Motep also. I know he intended to heal Jubileu, but kept him from dying to any of the hacks from Golden. We'll see Ice Crow also on the left side. He's equipped with his first super. If he can land that onto someone, then that means he can pretty much give a free super to Brawl by walking the Brawler towards him like he did in the last game. That's what got them 2 stars. And look at this deficit right here. They're only down by 1 star. That would be a winning play.
They're just going to take their time here. Further this goes along, the crazier gets P.E.K.K.A going for the mind control. Oh, just in the grasp of Golden. They will grab him to freeze. We'll get P.E.K.K.A though. Brawl lines up some shots. Not enough for a takedown though. That's another great steal out of Casa Brawl.
They're looking fantastic right now. This defense seems impenetrable. And they have Motep's super as well to keep them alive in the final few seconds. It's about to be the point of no return for Alpha 7 Esports. They need to get a push in now. We're reaching that 20-second mark. There will not be enough time for them to respawn and come in for another push, starting with this countdown. It's coming in just a few seconds.
Plenty of utility available for the red roster. Brawl has an ice rink, going to drop it, but P.E.K.K.A skates right on around it. A nice little jump and a double takedown as well. Golden left all alone amidst a pile of ice cream. 11-0, a clean sweep here in set number 4. And Casa Brawl will bounce back and extend us to a 5th and final.
Do it 11-0 style as well. There seemed to be no way in. Incredible. Just excellent draft and wonderful gameplay. They got the blue star on exactly the brawler that they wanted as well. They tried a different start in game number 2. It worked even better than in game number 1. No complaints for me for Casa Brawl. They won this draft and they played it excellently.
Finally, we get what we wanted, or at least what I wanted. I don't know about you two. We get a 3-2. We do go all the way in Alpha 7 versus Casa Brawl. So whoever makes this one, they certainly deserve their foot in the door and their way in the semi-finals. They have to face up against SK Calalas. I do think it's going to be a close one, that one too, but let's see. We still have 1 set to go. I'm super excited for it. For me, this one is actually the first time that Casa Brawl has comp. I feel like they have been outdrafted every single time. They somehow managed to win double swoosh. They made it close in sneaky fields, but now they just had a super good comp. And we also see that reflected in the stats. There was nothing that Ice Cream Golden were able to do on their brawlers. Also, Delu just got 1 single kill. Yeah, I feel like they had everything under control with that one.
One of the more convincing sets of the day, to say the least. I mean, especially that game number 2. 0 kills, 0 stars for Alpha 7. That's one they're going to have to put behind them pretty quickly, because especially when it comes down to a coin toss in set 5, you have to be ready to go in terms of momentum. Got to think that Casa Brawl are finally getting their feet under them. Obviously, a little mishap happening, whatever happened in that set number 3. It was still a close call, though. I mean, both of these teams are playing rather well outside of that previous set. I mean, we had a dominant set 1 favoring Alpha 7. We've had a dominant set 4 now favoring Casa, and very even throughout the middle. No idea what's going to happen here, but it's been a heck of a match.
It's a really nice back and forth pattern here. I'm also really liking to see that so far Casa Brawl hasn't really let themselves being in the back foot bother them too much. They always come back. They don't give the momentum to Alpha 7. Every time Alpha 7 was in the lead, but Casa Brawl comes back and wins the next set. So set number 5, if we follow the same pattern, should go to Alpha 7. Kenny would certainly be happy about that, but we'll see if that's the case. The map is Dueling Beetles, and this is one of the maps where you want to play some area control once again, where Kaze certainly is one of the best brawlers once again, because she has a lot of damage output. She has a super that covers that circle twice, probably. It's huge. Yeah, just a really good pick overall here. She could also just be banned out, finally. Ready.
I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I love seeing Kaze wipe the floor with people, but I need my prediction to be correct. And for whatever reason, I just don't believe that Casa Brawl would pick up that brawler. And yes, they have banned it out. No first pick Kaze for you, Alpha 7 Esports. Let's look at some of the other things that Casa Brawl decided were high priority. No complaints about Lumi or with B at all. B is so strong right now, and there are many different ways that you can go with B left out of this. Fenix, first selection from Alpha 7 Esports, is going to be a fantastic way for dealing with some like snipers, anything that outranges. Fenix has high DPS. It's a circle brawler. He puts down a circle. Where do you put it? Inside of the hot zone circle. So you pretty much get to own this zone. And I think he has a decent matchup into Lou as well, which is another brawler that I'm looking out for.
Lou's certainly on my mind as well, but I think something like a Gus combo could come in here too. It's been interesting to see Draco be either so polarizing in some regions, showing up a ton, in some regions not. I feel like his viability goes down a little bit now that we see somebody like Hank removed, because often Draco is going to be a way to deal with the Hank. Looks like they're going to grab an anti-tank of their own though, so Lou could be pretty solid in general on these maps, just because like the circle that Fenix has, Lou's Ice Rink can cover that entire zone, and also just going to do good into Kanks, which is something we see quite frequently.
And Kenji also has a circle with his hypercharge. I'm seeing a whole lot of circles here. So who has the superior ones? Well, looking at what Casa Brawl have, they have that Kenji that is going to be uncontested by really the best tank counter in the game, which is Lou. There are other ways that you could go about this though. Alpha 7 Esports, if they decide that they want wall break and they also want some like ways to deal with aggression, they could lead with the Chester mentality. Might open up some tanky options for them as well. Anything that can outlive this Kenji and can exist on the point for a sufficient period of time. Might also be looking at something like a thrower. They're going to go for Bell, which is not one that was really on my mind. If you're trying to deal with enemies that are sticking close together, like at mid, for example, then yes, Bell's shot bouncing between them is awesome. She also has Nest Egg, but in order to get Nest Egg in a valuable position, you have to actually be there to begin with. She doesn't have the CC, the health, the mobility to effectively get in aggressive positions where those Nest Eggs would be great, but she will be fantastic on lane if she's soloing against the Lou.
Lily? Yeah, Lily coming in here.
Nice.
So it's going to be Bell, Lily, and the Fenix. I'm curious if this right-hand side decide to get crazy with it and go something like a Barry here. But now that I see that Lily, I'm a little more skeptical of something like that. I feel like it would have been nice to empower the Kenji, just a great control brawler, and also one that this region really likes. Juju may be in the equation just because of the region. But again, with Lily being so aggressive, I feel like that's a risk you have to run. There's no wall break here. You don't have to fear that. But I could see maybe a Pam coming out for that Scrap Sucker gadget. I really don't know if there's an easy fix here for somebody like Casa Brawl. It's going to be that Draco. That's nice. You get the indestructibility with Lily. If she's die pop a gadget, you will survive. I don't think that's a bad beat, and one that actually shows up quite a bit in other regions here.
I'm looking once more at this Casa Brawl strategy of, well, really it's the same thing that they did on Double Swoosh, which is they run in and tank a bunch of damage, die, whatever they need to do, as long as they get into mid for a longer period of time than Alpha 7 Esports. The key thing to note, though, is that in Double Swoosh, when they decided to run that Lily and that Kenji, they didn't have mid control. They sort of just ran in and died enough times to where, oh, eventually they got those gems and they were able to bring it home for a win. We'll see Ice Crow get a couple of shots off on a Motep, and now he's looking to get behind Jubileu. Pekka's trying to defend against him, and Ice Crow's putting the hurt on him, but Pekka still emerges alive, but he's the last one remaining for the team.
Pekka put his body on the line for the teammate, and it worked out nicely, but Alpha 7 now take over. Motep right-hand side, and Burbao is going to start lining up all these little nest eggs. The longer they can hold the middle, the better. Ice Crow, though, look at this. Taking off to that top right-hand side, will get a takedown as well. Golden teleporting. Pekka skating, can't go anywhere, and that Lou Ice Rink took about 10 seconds just to get down on the ground. We'll buy them a little bit of time, but Ice Crow's going to dip that pinky toe in.
Motep finds an opportunity to go for this pinch versus Ice Crow, looking for the kill versus Motep. Motep stays alive with the gadget, and Pekka is a dead man at the hands of Golden. Once more, very slow super, and Jubileu didn't put it in the most ideal position. Good if you want to slow someone's entry to mid, not good if you want to keep them out of there to begin with. Ice Crow is seriously injuring this Kenji. Doesn't seem like there's anything that Kenji is able to do into that matchup.
These Golden Supers have been crucial. Now Burbao is sending sniper shots at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Golden able to teleport as well. Jubileu down. 3 brawlers standing for the blue side, and Motep forced to switch forms, and the Dragon not enough. They will slay him rather quickly.
One more attempt for the Dragon. Jubileu's got to go for the slow. Oh, he didn't pop Hypercharge? Okay, I guess he's saving it for the next game or to get in for a bit of extra aggression. Must have been a mistake. They know that this one is just not possible. Golden needs to exist within that zone for a very short period of time. Even Lily could appear in there. And Ice Crow's going to do it. Little TP in. That's all they got to do to get to a match point and a draft that I think really cannot be topped.
Big moment for both of these teams, especially Casa Brawl. It is a set 5. It is the start of our summer split, and double points are adding up quickly. Familiarity breeds contempt. And it could be another early exit here for Casa Brawl. Players that have made it to World Finals on behalf of this region, and now they could be going away rather quickly. Blue side starting off strong once again. It's going to be Lily popping out right in the face of Jubileo. A 2v1 in the middle. Pekka takes to the skies, dives. A complete dodge there. Ice Crow dancing around his enemy, and Motep left all alone.
Motep's also marked up. He cannot stay within this zone. Ice Crow 2 shots him. Unwinnable. Jubileo also, those shots are not going to hit when they're traveling through that slow-mo. Rabal's able to dodge them like he's in the Matrix. Alpha 7 Esports are all over this point. And look at Casa Brawl. They're sort of going in single file, not even really as a team. They do now assume positions, but Ice Crow's going to get this kill on Motep. Now Pekka is up next. Really easy when he's marked up by the bell, but Peckham remains alive with the use of the gadget. Very handy there. Casa Brawl are putting on a better showing this round than the last, but it's still not looking like a win.
If they go in single file, at least the bell bounce shot isn't as much of a factor, but if you're tapping the way they have, it'll still work out. Casa Brawl put themselves in a fighting chance here. Ice Crow, though, diving in, going for the hypercharge, grabs one, looking for a second, vanish. In a moment's notice, they'll get another takedown. All the way back is Alpha 7. They're on this top right-hand side, now creeping forward.
Healthy advantage for Alpha 7 Esports now. They're climbing up to 70%, and that almost could be a win. Casa Brawl looking for their next offensive in. Pekka knows that he can't super on this. He's going to be in slow-mo. He's going to go for it anyway. Pretty slow. Does manage to get a takedown to Rabao. Now in hot pursuit of Ice Crow. He remains alive, but he's being tailed by Motep, who decides, no, it's not worth it. I need the help. The dodges unlocked for Motep. Keeps him in the business a little bit longer, but now the hypercharge is out from Ice Crow, and that could lay them to rest.
There's the gadget that goes through. Pekka will take a moment to go into the sky and will finally fall down. 5% remaining, and A7 are running it forward. It's another early exit for Casa Brawl. Alpha 7 have done it again.
Defeat me once. Hey, shame on you. Defeat me twice. Shame on me. Yeah, he's shrugging. What's up? What's up? Alpha 7 have looked fantastic today. In those 2 sets that were won by Casa Brawl, I mean, Sonny, you said it. You thought that they were out drafts. Finish it off with yet another. Alpha 7 have looked phenomenal. This is without a doubt, at minimum, a top 3 in the region. There's not even a counter argument.
I'm still very glad that finally we got a quarterfinal that was a bit closer. It was a phenomenal watch, honestly. One of the best matches we've seen all day, and I'm super excited to see Alpha 7 compete in the semi-finals now against SK Calalas. I did mention before that maybe the rest of the teams are just hungrier now than the points are doubled in the leaderboard. Alpha 7 is not looking too good, but a win today could change everything, could turn the leaderboard upside down, and as Prabal put it in the interview, any monthly final can decide. That's why they're more focused than ever, and it definitely shows, Kenny.
Alpha 7 with a big win, and this is another catastrophic go at things for Casa Brawl. They had a reset in the halfway point in the season. They come in here with double points and a revenge opportunity, and they were so close, and to their credit, they played really well, but Alpha 7, once again, just a step ahead, and I mean just. It was a lot of really close sets in there, some phenomenal drafting out of Alpha 7. That's a big reason why I believe in them, but I think a huge storyline coming out of this region is Casa Brawl are a team in the past that have been at the forefront, and now this is a consistent showing of lower brackets and losses, and I think it's going to take a lot for them mentally to reset and bounce back in the second half.
Let's see if they keep that momentum going also in the semifinals number 2. First up, though, are going to be Loud versus BC Gaming. Looking forward to that one. And, of course, Ice Crow is going to take the MVP vote here ready.
Ice Crow, the most recent addition to the team, and he's looked phenomenal today. On Kaze, this guy was getting double kills solo. Didn't matter if you stacked 2 brawlers on his lane. And look at him once again on the Lily. Put him on the most difficult, or rather, not necessarily most difficult, but the most contested brawler on the roster, the one that needs to execute the most, and this guy executed. He executed every enemy on the other side, staring down the barrel of the strongest brawler on the team by the looks of things.
I'm super excited now when we are through with the quarterfinals. That always means we're heading into the semi-finals. Both Loud and BC Gaming have rushed through their quarterfinal 3-0 and 3-1. I'm super excited to watch the match between the 2 of them now. I think we're going to give the players some time to cool off after that one. The 3-2 was a long match also for our casters. So we're going to head into a very quick break. You have some time to lock in your predictions yet again and grab your friends because that next one is going to be a banger.
Eu acho que a Europa está em um nível acima das outras regiões. Por lá tem muitos times competitivos, então eles conseguem estar sempre no maior level possível. Acaba que eles têm uma vantagem por causa disso. E a gente tem que acabar correndo atrás para buscar eles e dando o nosso melhor aqui na nossa região para conseguir representar melhor o Brasil. Eu acho que para final mundial vai passar o meu time, que é a Loud, e vou colocar o Facete aqui, porque tá demonstrando muito bons resultados no treino e tal. E para LCQ, eu acho que vai para Casa Brawl e para BC Gaming.
It's time for the semifinals yet again, and now we're in South America. Super happy to be here, as well as Ark, I'm sure. Yeah, what stood out to you in that previous match? It was a 3-2 in the end, so that gave you a little bit of a longer break finally.
Came down to one thing, and one thing only for me, just draft. That final draft was just a sheer outdraft. Nothing more, nothing less. I think the Lily went to town. Ice Crow was playing it phenomenally well, and Casa just had no answer for it. They were just outdrafted.
Yeah, I think draft was a big topic that we talked about in that previous match. Every single round we felt like Alpha 7 had the better draft, except maybe on Bounty. Let's see if Loud and BC Gaming are gonna show up with a nice draft as well, because this is our semi-final number 1. Ready?
Ooh, I cannot wait for this one. So you got Loud. They're fresh off of a quarterfinals victory, 3-0. And let's not forget Brawl Cup, where they took a international win. They did fall to mainland China there, but in their home region, they are still the big dogs. They looked fantastic in that quarterfinal. They looked like they got drafted, they looked confident, and they looked as powerful as ever on those mechanical matchups.
How can you not side with Loud? You know, just looking at their performance, they've just been the most consistent team in what is a region where sometimes inconsistencies lie. Certainly, you know, it's down to more or less top 2 teams in this region on a year-by-year basis. This is like the first year in the longest time that we've really seen teams come to the forefront, and Loud really are leading the pack.
BC Gaming, on the other hand, wants to make it to the finals. They've never made that before, but enough of what we think about those two teams. Let's hear what Loud thinks about their opponents.
A BC Gaming é um time bem forte também. Eles têm players muito bons. O Derp eu acho que é o mais esquilado do time deles. E o Doritos é um bom capitão e tem boas estratégias de comp. Então acaba que o time deles fica bem forte, ainda mais quando eles estão jogando junto. Fica um time bem complicado.
We have another rematch going on here, and it was a close one, yet it was clear that BC Gaming will not make it to a finals again. Or they did in the end.
Yeah. This is very true. Honestly, though, Loud, like, I think they have this one in the bag pretty much. They're looking so strong. BC Gaming SA, look, they've made semis before. They have the metal to get here. To get onto the grand finals, I'm in agreement. I'm not so certain about it.
Yeah, I gotta correct what I said before. They did make it to the finals, they just never won one. And I feel like this is the top contender to win a monthly final in this region that has never won before. It's been Loud, it's been SK Calalas and then Casa Brawl. I feel like BC Gaming was missing out so far, and they're only 30 points behind Loud in the leaderboard. That means if they win today, they are gonna take that top seed, Arc.
Yeah, which would be huge for them. I mean, it's still early days. This is the semis. You know, there's a long way to go before we get to that stage. So they've got to play it very, very cautiously, I think, because Loud for me are the team to be in this region. And coming off the back of a Brawl Cup performance, it's why we're kind of united here on the desk. You know, they've just come back from a pretty good performance, I would say, for the most part. When you look at some other teams like North America, as we know, they did pretty well for themselves, I would say. Just gotta say it.
They would have liked to win the World Final slot for their region in the Brawl Cup. Now they can still take that World Final slot that South America had and take it away from their region ready.
Look, we've gotten so much of a beat down North America. I hear it everywhere. But hey, look, it has been proven, at least for now, that Loud is better than our number 1 in North America. And perhaps also they have a better drafter. I mean, look, that was a rematch against Killer's drafts, and they managed to 3-0 once again. And I think once more, it came down to drafts on the difference. I'm looking at the same happening once again. To go against your Brawl Cup opponent, pretty much, as far as a drafting mind, in the quarterfinals is massive. To make it 3-0 is even better, and that's only the beginning, okay? That was breakfast. This is lunch, and I think dinner and dessert are coming up in a grand finals for this Loud roster.
Players getting the refreshments in, warming up, gearing up, looking pretty confident, it's got to be said, for me today. Loud had a decent showing already, and you know, they're one of those teams which don't really seem to take the additional pressure of an organization too much to heart. They just seem to focus up and let the good vibes really carry through, as they tend to do in this region. South America really is all about just bringing that chemistry, that brotherhood which these players have together.
The brotherhood was also reflected in the hair of Loud. Slowly but steadily, that white hair is fading. We only see it a little bit still on Dino. That's sad, but I guess they didn't want to rock that look any longer. Loud made it to the finals every single time in South America, and we talked about it a lot today, how it's always been the same 8 teams, but every month the other winner. Even though Loud was twice in the monthly finals, they only won it once, and the one time they didn't even make it to the grand final. They did lose to this team. So let's see if BC Gaming is just that kryptonite to the team arc.
Yeah, it's a draft soon coming in for Ring of Fire. Players geared up, ready to go. Certainly, I feel like in this region, we've seen a lot more Casa than we ever expected to see. I want to see it starting to get banned, really. At least, you know, in MEA, they didn't really kind of play it or be worried about it. They had an answer for it. In these stages, they were terrified of Kaze, banning it every which way. In this region, it's getting good results. The win rates are very high today. I think it's about time. It's not going to happen. I'll be at all surprised if we kind of see it skate through. That's all I'm saying. Be open here. One of my favorite picks here. Pink's banned out, as well as the Lumi, the Pam, the Kenji, the Buster, and the Hank here as well. Very going to be open. Still an opportunity for some tanks to be able to scoot on through here, but bans of Loud. But yeah,
no mercy.
Yeah,
no
there you go. I mean, I give up.
And she will run you down. It doesn't matter what you put on a lane. It seems like she's been picking up these 1v2 matchups pretty much throughout the day. What do you do against her? Well, you get some good mobility, and you also get some close range damage, right? Something that's real bursty that can shut her up when she gets real close. And another thing worth noticing is, hey, we're on Ring of Fire, a ring. You know who has a ring as her super? That's right. She can block off all of that stuff at mid, get that damage down if necessary. We talk about close range damage. I think Chester is pretty much the president of that club.
This could get dangerous.
Yeah, it's a very, very solid thing to have when there's already B ban. Gus going to come in. Not necessarily my favorite place for it, but Gus is still so versatile in the current meta. Ring of Fire was always a good place for him. So I don't necessarily mind it too much. Are Loud going to go in with some tanky ideas here into the Chester? It would be a bit of a dangerous thing to do, but certainly wouldn't be completely out of the question for them. They've got the aggression of the Kaze. They need some control for the mid for sure. That's the problem that they have currently here. Wouldn't necessarily mind an amber on this map either. That would be the time to pick it up if you want to go for it. Byron to me smells tank. And combining that in with something along those lines wouldn't be the worst of ideas. Cast is going to be very hard to heal along the way. So Byron for the mid and something tanky maybe for the right-hand side lane. Still things like Frank available. Bit of a risky thing to have with a potential Lou on the horizon, but let's see. It's just a bit of a pick which comes in at this stage of the competition where you just kind of feel like they've got to be feeling tank, surely.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Byron's likely going to be paired up with some kind of tank. They got a few seconds to decide on what they want. They're certainly taking their sweet time. BC Gaming SA mapping out all of the possibilities. Juju is the way that they operate. And okay, you know what? I can actually see how this works, because usually the place that Juju is going to exist is behind a wall or on top of water. Those are all zones that Byron can track really easily. I think often she can sort of operate as a turret, since there are these key positions that she likes to sit behind. And BC Gaming know that. They're going to go for the stew. Once he gets that first shot, those walls are getting broken down, especially the one that's on the left lane, and you'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. It's a little corner-shaped piece of wall. If you don't break it, is a key place to put a turret or place a thrower behind, which is where I assume that Juju is going to prefer existing until it's inevitably disintegrated.
I'm still scratching my head on some of these drafts today, to be completely honest. I just kind of feel like Loud were just gearing for something up, and then like, I don't know, normally you just pair Byron with something. You know, it's just that kind of brawler pick. I guess they want to have a bit of the range advantage over the Gus, to have something there and potentially keep Kaze in a more aggressive spot. But Kaidog's going to have his work cut out for him, and he's the best Stu player in the world, in my opinion. And they kind of left that pick open for BC Gaming, just unlike Loud to have. Good taps from Kaidog, cannot be denied, and almost got a follow-up there. The double potentially was lurking. Derp was ready for it, but Kaidog whiffed it. The left-hand side, Arco going in deep, but Dropotas comes out on top there. So good stuff from BC Gaming, getting the flank on now as well.
It's actually cracking me up how hopeless this matchup is for Derp. That so many times Adinho's dodging his shot that Derp has decided it's not even worth playing the right lane versus Adinho. He's going to go for the left, and he does get that breakthrough he was looking for. Now Adinho is left alone, the last one standing, and Derp will finally get that wall break. It's going to take him a moment to get that gadget back up to break open this wall. But here comes Firecrow with a hypercharge. That's damage on the zone. A counter hyper there from Gus to keep things alive. Derp, there's the wall break. Man, he really had to fight for that, but it wasn't Adinho that fed it to him.
Yeah, that gut shield was very handy for Zurita's there to be able to just shy away from the damage that would have incurred from that radius. Adinho lurking on the right-hand side. Krieger goes down as well. Takes a lot of shots for him too. And staying on that wall side, just going to affect some slow if he can connect some of these shots. Vico dancing around that back line. Eventually goes down to Loco on that Gus. Look at the objective now as well. Neck and neck, literally. As BC Gaming just about inch towards 50%. Vico goes in. Dropotas does stay alive, however. 433 HP. But now Cardo finds the connections, shots. That's what he needs. Adinho again on this right-hand side of the gadget. Huge slow as well. And Firecrow going to be able to eat up these scraps.
He's got a hypercharge as well. Things are looking pretty good for Firecrow, but who's he actually going to send himself onto? Well, with Doritos out of the equation, things are looking pretty tasty for him. He's gotten well and kill on the left side onto Derp. Loco also looking like a key target for him. Kaidog needs to put in the work to keep Doritos back. Same could go for Adinho, who's now missing a wall on the left side. At least, though, he's got some speed. It's going to allow him to stay away from Derp and keep this control for Loud. Only a few more percent to go, and BC Gaming cannot break through this unless Loco makes a huge play. Firecrow's got the aggression, and Adinho's got the HP to send things home for Loud with a Game 1 win.
Yeah, Adinho went crazy towards the end of that game. Really had a good time. It's not an easy matchup, not by a long shot. And especially when that wall broke on the left-hand side, I thought maybe that's going to give the Stu enough to be able to scoot on around. It's a very, very close opening game that cannot be denied. And every opportunity for a potential comeback here for BC Gaming. Let's see whether they'll be able to do just that. Because Loud looked very, very composed. I mean, very well together and supporting each other neck and neck each and every step of the way. Let's see, Kaidog very low at this stage of the competition now. Derp weaving around this back line here. A break early on as well. That's going to allow a lot of maneuverability. He's not done yet. Goes to Kaidog. Kaidog just stays on his feet. But now in 2 versus 1, he's going to use the heals to splash top for himself there as well, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think he assumed that that enemy was going to be in range. Even then, I mean, sure, it would have helped him cycle back his super, but it wouldn't have made that much of an impact. And now Derp has been fed his super from a different source. As usual, it's not Adinho's fault that this guy gets a super, and yet he is going to have to pay with the most dinero. You know, he's going to tank this, though. Whoa! Takedown on Derp in close range absolutely nuked him, but Loud still don't have that confident positioning on the map. Kaidog is going to be looking for a long-range kill versus Doritos. He's gotten a couple of shots there. And now Adinho circles around to that left side. It's a 2v3, not really the most winning matchup for Loud at the moment. We'll finally see Adinho fall. Kaidog is looking to support Firecrow on this next push in. Hotly contested at the moment. Firecrow's got the super, and he's got the hyper too.
What he doesn't have is the HP. That's the problem now. He's going to have to heal up. Derp is going to be quickly on his tail here. No, distracted. Firecrow coming down now as well. Needs the helping hand of Kaidog to stay alive. The splash has got to go down. It didn't. It goes on the aggressive yet again. Surely they're better served on the defensive to get themselves back into the mix, but no. And now, BC Gaming advancing forwards. It's 74% on the zone. Loud are having to defend off now. This top side, Firecrow should win this engagement and does. That's a bit of a saving grace, especially now that Derp's in a 3 versus 1. Loud will retake this mid, and that's an aggressive smash that I don't mind.
One more super out from Firecrow is going to put that final nail in the coffin. 3v2, Doritos and Loco approach with full HP, and they're about to leave with none because Loud has really thrown the kitchen sink at them. 2-0 in set number 1. That Kaze matchup was so dominant. You see Kaze dashing onto that Gus, and he's throwing everything he's got. He's got that spirit animal star power with the super ready to go, knock her back, throw the Spooky Boy Adder as well. Try and get some additional damage. It's really like a 100-0 matchup, which she's able to get quite easily by dashing her way to the enemy side. Excellent draft and execution from Loud.
So far, pretty smooth run from them. Also a 3-0 in the quarterfinals. They haven't dropped a single set yet today. Also not against BC Gaming now. The draft, a huge topic today, I feel, Ark. I did not like that Sue last pick. It usually doesn't deal well with the Gree, with Nita Bears, with anything you can put on the map, and Stu just doesn't really have the reload speed to deal well with those things. And once again, Kaze left open, picked up first, and she wins again.
I literally said as we were going to the draft, why are we not seeing more Kaze bans? And then look at the stats, and then it's just like the highest in Brawler in terms of the kills. I mean, also, in a region like South America, when you got Kai, dog, if he's not picking Stu, you shouldn't be picking Stu. It's that simple. He's so good with it. If he's leaving it open, it's for good reason, surely.
I mean, I love me a good Stu. I love to see him on any map, but it did not work out in this in this constellation here, I'd say. Golden Gulch is going to be our next map. I don't think we're going to see Stu there. For Kaze, it might also be a little bit too open. We do see a lot of throwers on this map, and I feel like they can deal with Kaze pretty well when they can hide, or as long as they can hide behind walls. But yeah, we'll see if she's going to be picked up here yet again, if she's finally going to be banned out as per Ark's wishes or not. Ring of Fire, Hot Zone in general, is going to be her best mode, I feel already.
I think so too, or really just anything where control is your objective, because she's an assassin, okay folks, but killing enemy brawlers is like a pretty good way to get control of an area. And then also she has the super that creates a big old circle that you cannot see inside, and also you take constant damage when you're inside of there. But you have to pay the price in form of your blood. You have to run in and die at least a few times, or at least play risky matchups in order to earn it, which makes it not a top pick for Knockout. In terms of things that I'm thinking about for Knockout, I would love to see like some Buster mentality. I'm just a fan of the guy on this map in general, and it's also quite good. One of the best brawlers to play right now. Loud, they're getting rid of it. It's a strong 2-3, and they're not having any of that.
Ark, do you remember that Ruffs comp that we've seen so often in Knockout, where you just play a second star power, buff off your teammates, just wait out for the last moment to strike then? I feel like we did see Ruffs before today, so that's why I'm even like having him on my mind. I feel like he and Kaze would be such a good matchup to just like buff her up, and in the final moment you throw a super down and you immediately win.
It's very ahead of the time, Sonny. I've yet to see it. Maybe you're a mind reader. Maybe you're seeing the future. I'm not sure. But Ollie was the pick that I had in mind. Angelo has got some options on his map. I think RT's a bit more of a safer bet for me personally, especially when the later stages of the gas come in. It's the kind of brawler which I think can have a pretty decent place. But I'm liking the Hank ban for me and the Buster. I think banning out some of these tanks was a pretty wise idea. But the Pearl still going to scathe through. Not really ever really a bannable or offensive brawler to be had. So I don't mind it necessarily. It's kind of more my preferred brawler. I think Daryl will be quite a nice kind of idea to have here as well for BC Gaming, just to having those later stages of the gas closing in. Certainly the Ollie is a really tough brawler to work around. That's the problem. So in that regard, no, I think that's their biggest concern at the moment. I think Gus wouldn't be a bad shout here for me. In fact, I'm surprised it's not already picked up already so soon. RT comes through. Gus is like the most picked brawler in EMEA. He's not banned out. I think it's kind of got to be a loud brawler to pick alongside this Ollie now that BC Gaming haven't picked it up.
I would call that a viable selection for Loud right now, because they got to find a way to confidently get Ollie into position. Ollie is going to get a shield. He's going to get some hypnosis if he hits that combo correctly here on Gold Arm Gulch, but he could use a little bit of extra oomph, you know what I mean? And I don't think Gus right now is really afraid of getting like stacked out by an enemy sniper. And there we go. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty safe into something like an RT, which is what they're facing. But the final selection now for Loud, I think that there are numerous things they could go for right now. They don't want to get run down, so I think it would be an overcommitment to go for something like a Bell specifically to deal with that Pearl, but they're going to go with Angelo. Okay. Now, it seems that the mentality from BC Gaming SA is to go for the late game. I think that Loud has viability in that late game, but I think they might draw quite a bit of strength from getting like some early game picks, especially with Angelo. And if they're feeling pretty confident, Master Fletcher, 4K damage through the wall. It's a huge ability to have here on Gold Arm Gulch.
be a tick. Final pick for PC Gaming. Probably, to be honest, not my throw of choice on this map, but certainly by no means a bad one. The question is, you know, for me in the reservation is when you're kind of left in a scenario where you're outnumbered and you're playing tick, it very, very, very rarely is ever going to come out on top. And when it is, it's one of the biggest players in Brawl Esports, so you'll know about it. But, you know, in a region like this, I feel like maybe Juju, especially on this kind of map with the amount of lake coverage, might have been a better sort of consideration here to be had. But nonetheless, let's see. Already Loud going super aggressive early on, just getting everyone from BC Gaming bunched up together. That's exactly what you want. When Angelo and a Gus all paired together, this is a great start from Loud. They're just holding no punches, just going straight in.
I loved watching the way that Cowdog was playing Angelo off the beginning. The way he's like just being a machine gun. He's basically like shooting little like Tic Tacs at the enemies, but he's getting vision. Now he's gonna have to pay the price for not having a charged up shot. Oh, okay. Escapes within an inch of his life, thankfully. It wouldn't have been enough to kill him necessarily, but it would have gotten him pretty low. Derp's also putting the hurt on him, lining up some pretty solid shots. But now we're back to the old river, the good bread and butter, playing the diagonal on this very diagonal focused map.
I have to say I'm impressed just how BC Gaming were able to endure that opening start. Oh, but now it's starting to crumble as the tick will fall. But to be honest, that's the problem that you kind of want to go first, in my opinion. The RT and the Pearl could actually get something done. Let's go out for Derp, and now it's a 1v3 with Loco, not going to be able to really do much in this scenario. Had Super, had a dream. It wasn't to be. Loud, cleared up that quite nicely. Let's see, though, this time around, what the spawns say. Already Loud has spotted BC Gaming, who are not trying to hide in any way, shape or form into that bushy area. Michael goes straight in with a Hypnosis, not going to be able to find the connection. Loco, oh, kind of a jump away as well, just for safety. Love that from him.
That was big. BC Gaming SA are now at a deficit. Just about a 1 round in a game for Loud. Just got to get this kill on Derp. Okay, cool. Clean it up on Doritos. Make it nice, clean, and efficient. Tied up with a little pretty bow. And that's a game win for Loud. As soon as they got that early game pick in round number 2, this one was in the bag. Cowdog is rehydrating as well. I don't think that was that exhausting of a game, though, by the looks of things. They played a game, or excuse me, they played a composition that was very focused on getting early game picks. They executed. They're facing an enemy that's focused on the late game that did not have the sustain to make it there to begin with.
Good opening tap there from Kaidog onto Doritos. He always went down there. If there'd been anyone from Loud there helping hand it. An instant eradication, but look at this. Loud are just walking all over their opposition at the moment. A swift takedown early on. There's the follow-up. I mean, this set is almost done. We've barely started. Loud are just on another level. Doritos is standing still. He knows. Well, what can he realistically do? I mean, they can farm him if they really want. I mean, thankfully for BC Gaming, Loud want to get this one over with, but they could have literally left him alive and just got all the utility off the back of that.
You know, that's true. And if he's running well-oiled, then he could be really useful to pretty much torture so they can farm up their abilities. But they would run the risk of feeding him a hypercharge. Maybe there's that. But here comes Firecrow in for the initial kill with the assistance of Edinho. Ends up falling. Maybe went in there a little too confidently. Close range versus a Pearl that has a bunch of heat stacked up is a risky thing. Now Loco does have it. So now Loud, they still have their Brawler that's looking for these early round taps, which is quite useful for Cowdog. Oh, he flew a little too close to the sun. Icarus gets her punishment. Okay, or not. Escape with only 500 HP. That's pretty lucky there for Loud, I'm going to be completely honest.
Oh, I thought he was sure dead, but I mean, there he will fall as he's not able to realistically heal up, and Doritos will absolutely be saving this hypercharge for the next round. Realistically, Loco wants to get his, and then BC Gaming are looking into a much better spot. Able to put on the brakes just a little bit here. And Edinho just going to surely go into gas here. I mean, he might want to try and get a hypercharge. But he's one shot away from it, and he actually gets it as well. Goes into the gas, but not before getting that valuable utility. So let's see whether he can put it to use now, as this round really matters.
To be completely honest, is this like the first time that we've seen Loud try to send in Firecrow versus an entire team? I think so. Previously, Cowdog got the first pick, or Firecrow won a matchup like a 1v1, which he's supposed to win. Oh my goodness, the gadget from Edinho drops this to a 3v2, and now this is a winning matchup for Loud.
We might just be far great to be able to get a 1v2 here, and there's just 126 HP left on the side of that Pearl. Loco falls, and that was a very, very convincing set from Loud. I mean, this is looking so good. They're all smiles, and it's just all calculated. The draft is perfect.
You said a lot of words that were very, very true here. Convincing, calculated, clinical, clean. You can say all of those things about Loud today. They're looking very, very good today so far, yet still not lost a single set. Not really given BC Gaming a chance to take over control in this one here already.
Not at all. The one time that they really did give them a chance, I mean, okay, look, can you do math here? BC Gaming SA, they got 3 kills. Cool. That was the one round that they won. They only got kills in the round that they won. They never got those early game picks. This is this is a late game focused composition. And when you look at Loud, identify some of these brawlers and see if you see anything that looks like it's a response to what BC Gaming was running, and you're going to come up empty-handed. They played their own game. They were undeterred. They just kept their eyes looking straight ahead at what they had planned out for this specific map. It worked beautifully.
Really like the Oli pick in that one here as well. I feel like we don't see him as often anymore as in the previous months. Yet when he shows up, he's there with every right. They do usually win the set, so I feel like it's a good pick in the right situation, especially paired with that Gus. Made a lot of sense, had the heals in the back, or at least the shield in the back. So yeah, just solid draft from Loud today. Very good gameplay. I'm super excited to see more of them. Let's see if we're going to see more than just one set, though, in this certain matchup, or if we're going to see them in the finals very soon, Ark.
I'm feeling a sweep. The way this is looking so far, I mean, especially off the back of that last set, I mean, if Loud keep this up, and I just kind of feel like they will, there's been so little that we've realistically seen from BC Gaming yet. I mean, going into this next set, deflated off the back of that last knockout, whatever that was in that draft, it's just not looking very good for them at all. This one has to be a night and day difference for sure, and a higher heavy consideration. Let's see on this draft coming in soon what the bans will be. For me, I think Augusta's actually kind of worthy ban here, believe it or not. I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be the worst. It's actually open, first pick it. I mean, that's what my mind would be saying. Nani is banned out. It's quite an unusual ban, but I quite like it, along with the Piper and the Angelo. Really nice stuff there to be seen. Gray open, Carl open here as well. Byron, we've already seen Loud flaunt a little bit today. Been banned out, and the Max, as well as the Jae Young for BC Gaming.
Nanny to me looks like a very targeted pick here, or ban here, because Shooting Star was played before by BC Gaming today, and they also had first pick, and they picked Nanny as first pick. So no surprises here that she's going to be banned out. Mandy is going to be their first pick instead. I like her just as much, especially with so many long-range bowlers out of the way, but what you can play into Mandy is always going to be the aggressive gameplay. And yeah, with the Grey and the Gus, the picks are just flying in. I feel like we're going to see a tank as last pick here.
Tell to slow down. We can barely keep up. Okay, we're going to get through this lightning fast. Loud, they're getting rid of all the snipers except Mandy because he only got 3 bans. Mandy, I feel like, is sort of served to them on a silver platter. Loud are basically begging them to pick it because, like, what sniper is going to out-snipe the Mandy now that you've gotten rid of them? So Loud sort of wanted to play into that, and BC Gaming decided, yeah, we'll bite. So they go for the Mandy. Loud respond with something that looks like it's going to get super aggressive, and BC Gaming SA respond with what they wanted to go, apparently, which is the Byron and the Kaze. I think that works really well into something that is quite vulnerable in close range. Is that going to be that RT that Loud went? There's a 2-letter word answer. No, it's not. It would be pretty bad into the RT, considering that he can split top from bottom, become like 2 Jackies in 1 sharpshooter brawler, and annihilate her instantly. So I'm seeing the potential there for RT to work quite well here. Loud, this is the draft that they wanted. Let's see if it works out for the Mark.
Lumi was not banned. Often a last pick on this map. I'm not sure the win rate really stack up, so interesting that Loud didn't go for it. I kind of rate that, to be completely honest, because I've always had reservations on on this map. Dirt below there, kind of trying to flank around it, can't get the angle here, and Zurita just comes into body block, but not going to work out too well at all. And with the shielding, Cardog should be able to get out of this situation, maybe with the helping hand of one of his teammates, but yeah, just an interesting observation there. Loud just had Lumi on the platter, didn't take it here.
I feel like Lumi has some counters, most notably things that outrange her, but also, and there is counterplay. If she's outranged, she can use the gadget. There's also anything that gets in close range versus her, anything that's hyper aggressive that doesn't get hit first. There's a super from Derp. It's avoided by Dog. Look at this, Loud, in the meantime, have gotten a 3-star lead. That gap is going to close at the hands of Doritos and Loco with the kill onto Firecrow, but Loud have the ability to fire back. If they get a TP up, then they can get some kill combos out here.
Yeah, Firecrow really does need to get some good gadget connections, get these TPs, get a hypercharge, most importantly. That's when Gray can really shine. Oh, that's, yeah, a bit unfortunate from Derp. But a derpy super there, Derp, I feel. And it's punished very quickly there with a nice cookie popper gadget on the side of Loud. And most importantly, the blue star as well, meaning they only need one more kill now to take the lead. Doesn't matter who it's going to be. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they've got really quite an opportunity here with everyone bunched together as well. These RT shots can land, and Viper goes in, but he's going to come out as well. And Doritos knows it, going on the aggressive. Doritos can get the super down, but the Manny super misses as well. Deserves the strikes, and Loud just run away with all the stars.
Excellently done by Loud. I had my doubts about how that was going to go for Firecrow. He's sitting there with his hypercharged super, and you know what is waiting for him on the other side of that dimensional door? It's a Byron with a super of his own. You saw how long Byron was holding on to that super, hoping that he could use it, and he did. And guess what? It didn't get him any sort of defense. It kept him alive a little bit longer. It only extended his suffering, really. And then Gray had the holes to get the goals right back at the home base. And we'll see the same start for BC Gaming SA here in game number 2 of set 3. Loud currently looking at a match point if they can replicate that success of game 1.
The scary part is, for me, is that Loud are just looking calmer and calmer by the game, by the set. I mean, as they advance through the competition today, they just look more and more confident. Miss Walken came in from Firecrow, bit of a rarity there. Not any problem at all, you'd think, to land them against the Mandy, really. Let's see those. Firecrow being tapped up by that fire and poison, forced to the left-hand side. Now Doritos as well needs those heals himself. BC Gaming are pushed back a little bit here. They have the blue star, so Loud are doing the right things. He's finding the spiral realistically here, or focus on Derp. Now they're doing just that on the right-hand side, getting great taps. And there is the kill that Loud we're looking for, but Adino's stuck in there. That right-hand side needs some helping hand. Now Firecrow to the rescue. Lovely double kill from him. Adino's probably going to fall here, but it doesn't really matter too much. Loud have got the lead. That's what matters.
Right, that was really just the distraction, the bait on the right side. Derp managed to pick up a kill, but at what cost? It wasn't the highest priority enemy. We'll see a gadget out from Dog. Here comes a super in. There's already one kill. A miss from Derp. He's being kept alive only barely, and that is an unfortunate gadget out from Firecrow. He almost dragged Loco through that indestructible. Would have been a few more stars for the team. But I digress. They are at a 5-star lead currently. That's very comfortable. They're even able to take down Doritos' overextension.
You can't first pick a Mandy and miss every single super. It's one of the strongest in the game, but you just got to land it. What nice walking came from Firecrow, and now BC Gaming are in a world of hurts as the time ticks down, 10 seconds on the clock, and they need a healthy number of stars that are just going the way of Loud. Derp stuck in. He's not going to be able to get much for it yet again. And Loud, victorious versus BC Gaming, a ticket to today's grand final, and well deserved. It looked so easy. Everything going perfectly well for them. The draft spot on today so far. This is the team to beat in South America.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that they did it. Just kidding. We all knew that this was coming. Loud, they're just that good.
They really are. After the after the Brawl Cup, sorry, they now want to show up big time in their own home region. Did not win an LCQ slot in the end at the Brawl Cup, but they're still the best of their region. They prove it once again, not even losing a single game in the semi-finals, still not have lost a single set today overall. And Ark, as you mentioned, I think that Nanny ban was perfect because they did not know what to do with that Mandy. Picking her up as first pick, but then missing every single hypercharge. Yeah, it's sad. Just sad.
Yeah, it's not my pick of a brawler really for me. It's the Gus is so safe, you know. It's able to work with other brawlers or just be a standalone. A great gadget utility. The shield can be used on defensive for yourself or your for your teammates. It's just the pick. it's the first pick brawler for me, and they didn't go for it, and they were punished heavily for it. Mandy's so risky at that stage of the draft, so Loud, very deserving of the grand finals, not dropping a single set today so far. And up next, SK Calalas versus Alpha Esports. This is going to be a really tough matchup, I feel. This is going to be much the closer of the semi-finals matches, in my opinion. So, in which way you go on the event side for your predictions, I'm not really too sure here. I think either way, it could be one to consider as a bit of a 50-50 matchup, actually.
Great call out here. You can still hand in your predictions for our semi-final number 2. I'm sure it's going to be a closer one than the one we just witnessed here. Loud finally got their revenge. BC Gaming did beat them in the March monthly finals. It was a hard-fought battle. It was a 3-2 in the end for BC Gaming. Now it's a 3-0 for Loud, and Firecrow takes the MVP. Ready?
Firecrow deserves it. I shouted out Jubilee at the start of the day, though Firecrow really did put on a show here. He was the one to go in and get those aggro kills with the Ollie off the beginning of some of these interactions, and also on this great, the things he was able to do with these dimensional doors. There was a moment where Loco had a super and was waiting for the TP, and Firecrow still managed to get the kill in the end. You see him, look at this. Dude's dodging every shot. He's got the kill, the inaugural one as well, hitting pretty much every single hook. Just a great performance overall from the guy. He's in his element, and by my predictions, I think he's ready for any opponent that meets him in the grand finals.
Well, let's see if that's gonna happen. We still have to figure out who they're gonna play against. It's either gonna be SK Calalas or Alpha 7. Alpha 7 just comes out of a 5-set match against Casa. Let's see if they still have some energy left in them. We're gonna give you some time to grab some new snacks, because that's semi-final number 2. I hope it's gonna be a close one again. In case you just blinked, that was the semi-final number 1 already. We're now heading into semi-final number 2. Kenny, you still followed along. Did you think that Loud would give us such a dominant performance yet again?
I was feeling pretty confident in them. I feel like Loud are the strongest team in the region right now. Coming into this month, that was kind of the presumption I had. And honestly, BC Gaming were a little shaky in that quarterfinal. Leading up into the event, I wasn't necessarily overconfident. So Loud winning 3-0 didn't surprise me too much.
Now we're heading into a match though where you have put your money on Alpha 7 before, and you were the only one that was right. They have to face off against SK Calalas though. Ark, who are you betting here? Who's going to win this match?
Well, I've joined Kenny. I mean, I feel like the way that Alpha Esports, the way that they handled Casa Brawl was fantastic. I mean, it did come down, in my opinion, to that 5th and final set draft. I will say that, but Alpha, got it right when it mattered, and Casa Brawl were left in the dust. I feel like they had the better of the quarterfinals matches for me, and the tougher opposition in that regard. So I've got to side with Kenny. I'm really impressed that he went with them for that quarterfinals match, because I think for many of us, Casa Brawl was the favorite there.
I appreciate you joining the good side, Sonny. I don't know how many supporters we have for Alpha 7, but we'd love to have you. It's a great time over here. Are you riding with us as well?
I think I'm the only one that isn't, because
okay.
In East Asia, I went 7 for 7. I had every single prediction correct, and in EMEA, I followed the same pattern as I usually do. I just go with scrims stats, and in this one, SK Calalas is looking worse in scrims, so I said they would win here because, my predictions were just out of the window in EMEA, and I feel like SA also has some surprises for us in store.
So you went with the team with the worst clustering.
I was gonna say,
race,
that wasn't mapping at all.
That's not the map, is it?
I am
Really?
riding the Spoo. I'm doing what Spoo did last week, okay? And it worked out for him. It might as well work out for me now.
That's a good point.
Glad we're on the same page. Just want to make sure.
I'm believing in SK Calalas. But in the end, for me, always made a better team win. Kenny.
That's a great point. 90 to 10 arc. I'm loving this right now. This is exactly the energy.
I've never felt better about this.
in terms of value, that's some incredible stuff. Look, regardless of jokes aside, obviously SKC are here for a reason. This is now the second time they've made a semifinals. They were the month 2 winners, and they are certainly a qualified and good team in this region. I agree with you all. The first semifinal, I did anticipate being all loud, but Sunny, this one I do expect to be much closer.
I would hope so. We had enough 3-0s today, I feel, especially in the semifinals. I do not want to see that. I want some close matches because in the end, those are the 4 best teams of the region. We're heading into Hard Rock Mine here. A lot of bands that we've seen all day, really, especially that Kenji, Kaze, Lumi, some of those brawlers that we've seen all day. Finks as well. Dust is going to be the first pick. Makes a lot of sense here. What is left open yet again, and probably will be picked up here, could be Grey Arc.
And Jackie, I really hope not. Pick a Chester, you know.
I'm loving it.
Pick a Chester, like just have that in the back pocket for the main tanks, but don't bring in the Grey. We don't need to see any more of that. It's always on this map as well. Hard Rock Mine has been ruined. My favorite map. It's such an OG original. Yeah, Chester. Yeah, here you go. See, they're listening. They got it in the back. I like that much better. I think it's safer and it's just less cheesy. It's just a bit more run-of-the-mill, in my opinion. You know, I think that's, you know, for me, Jaeyoung's definitely got a place on this kind of map. It's not really necessarily flaunted around everywhere. Stu's definitely up there as a very South American pick, but also in EMEA, this gets played a lot as well. Carl as well, Max, those kind of brawlers are pretty decent. Even Juju's not a bad brawler for throwers here, but definitely going to have a tough time with the Stu and its mobility. I think, you know, the Fix ban really quite warranted on this map here. Great to see as well, finally, some Kazi bans coming into the mix.
One aggressive brawler I could see happening is Ashe for this left-hand side. When we see the Gus, it's kind of a telltale that they're possibly looking to branch out and maybe pair it with something. But obviously, I think they have to take into reconsideration after seeing a Chester and then also the Stu on the other end. So there's that Ashe coming through. Of the tankier options left available, obviously Lily gone, Hank gone, and Kenji gone. I think very intentional that they leave Ashe on the table. I do think the Rats do really well in particular into single shot brawlers. Obviously, Chester can shred through a few of them, but somebody like Stu can struggle into that.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Stu's going to have a much tougher time now, but there's still a final pick available for Alpha 7. Definitely going to be another lane side brawler coming in for SKC now. It is going to be the Juju as well. I think it's quite underrated on this map. The Gree, of course, can help to search through some of the bush and get that kind of thing working in some harmony. Great into tanks as well, so good to take it off the board. It would have played pretty nicely into the Ashe and that splash as well. It would handle Rats pretty easily. I mean, Buster wouldn't be the worst. I'm trying to think of any other tanks that could be an option here. The Grey and the Jackie's not really going to be an option now, so I think the Jackie's going to be off the table, but not always. I mean, North America will play it pretty much anyway, regardless of Grey itself, but I mean, they don't necessarily have to go tank, but I think the Ashe, you've got to have something like that. It'll be Daryl. Yeah, I mean, this is a brawler pick which sort of seems like Heretics in EMEA would bring in quite considerably so, and for that reason, I do quite like it. You know, if you can just land directly onto the Ashe, you're not really going to be able to, you know, have to worry about the rage getting too much ahead of yourself, because Daryl can take care of brawlers like Ashe pretty swiftly, in all honesty. If they can really land the roll and get it bang on, I think this is not a bad brawler pick, despite it being maybe looking a little bit out of place here for Alpha 7.
Yeah, out of place is a good word. Daryl has shown up quite a bit today, especially for this region, and I'm used to seeing him on things like Knockout, maybe the occasional bounty for good matchups, but on Hard Rock Mine, especially with all these tanks down the line already being banned out / picked, I feel like they're really scraping the barrel for what they want here. Brabal with a nice lane victory on that left-hand side. Yeah, thank you. So I can pay the big bucks, brother.
I see it, champ. I see it. I'm here for it. Well, it's a good start on both sides of the field, to be fair, already. Ice Crow not wasting any time to get into it. That's what I'm saying. The Daryl into the Ashe matchup, it's not a bad one, really. So it does seem like the brawler that you'd kind of least expect here, but I think when you consider the options and the fact that so many tanks were banned out, it's not a bad one here.
Obviously good mobility as well. Golden gonna be piloting to that Daryl, and now gonna be facing down Juju's, the fourth brawler touching down on the map. Christian, left hand in, looking for a couple shots, will remove Golden from the equation. Brabao trying to do his best to preserve his teammates, but Ice Crow just gonna have to fall back as he watches his two teammates go down immediately.
That's a lovely use there of the Gree, and almost actually the Daryl comes out on top regardless. I mean, that Gust shield really did save there, and I'm kind of worried for it. I feel like as Alpha 7 get warmed up and get themselves cooking, they can definitely retake these gems. It's going to have to be a pretty calculated way forwards, but Golden has got the roll, and you can see the awareness there of SKC, RHC, and they know it. They're all coming in, but they were very savvy to on the side of SKC and just survive. But that's what I'm saying. How long can they continue just to come out with a slither of HP against these Daryl rolls?
Gus has been a star player to watch all day long. Now with 10 seconds to go, Golden popping a hypercharge, diving up the middle of the map, right in Dakon's face, looking for the shotgun. RHC there to protect him, and now a hypercharge right at Brabao. Shield going up, Dakon narrowly holds on, and SKC will take game number 1.
Yeah, the problem is there's not really any team support there when the Daryl rolls comes in. There's not really anyone else present. If there were, this would be very, very much the other way, you know, before our very eyes. I mean, SKC there had a lot of close calls, and it was simply because when the Daryl rolled in, it was a 2v1, which, by the way, they almost were able to win on the side of Alpha 7. So if they can just have someone like, you know, Brabo or Ice Crow just a little bit deeper into enemy territory, then Golden will come out with the goods.
That's a great point. Never really saw them cross over to that enemy side. This is an excellent start once again. Brabao with a left lane win. RHC wreaking havoc top right. Dakon once again popping off. This time it's Golden rushing forward, but bounced away immediately. How many times today have we seen a Gus bubble preserve his life?
So I'm saying it's like the perfect first pick brawler. Between that and Chester, they're my top first two best pick brawlers to have burst, regardless. If they're not banned, you can't really go wrong with them because they're just so versatile. But look at this, a huge push coming in from SKC here. Golden's got to defend for his life these gems, and he's doing a great job buying valuable time. There are gems respawning from the mid 2 there for Dakin. So now a lot of time to catch up for the sort of Alpha 7 Esports, and it's certainly dwindling away from them so far. Ice Crow dashing in there with the help of the speed zone as well. Now's the time for Golden, and still the Gus survives. What have Alpha 7 got to do to take Dakin down?
This man is a problem. Now Fire burning away at KR will give those up. And all it's going to do is deliver those gems, all 10 now, in Gus's pockets. It will reset. 15 to go. Ice Crow up the right-hand side. Golden without a super, working that left hand in. RHC there to guard him. Ice Crow skating up, down. Brabao eating bullets right now, and Golden popping a gadget, just hoping to get this super, but it's a Gus shield available, and once again will be the saving grace for this SKC side. It's going to be a convincing game number 2 and a set win here for the blue roster.
Yeah, great set. Really nicely done by SKC. And, you know, I feel like there wasn't really anything too wrong with the draft, in my opinion. It might look a bit kind of wacky, but it makes a lot of sense. There's no support really there. You can see how much the Gus needed to have that kind of support to take him down. He wasn't the immovable object in that set.
Never forget though, we're in South America right now, so when in doubt, always pick Juju, and it turns out well. At least for SK Calalas this time. So far, I'm feeling pretty confident with my predictions, guys. Kenny, that Gus did pop off though.
I think Art kind of alluded to it, but I really feel like Gus might be the best brawler that's not in the ban stage in the game right now, at least for this
100%.
region. I mean, the win rate is astronomical right now.
Yeah.
It's such a textbook safe first pick. You have range, it's been a brawl ball goalie, it's been a gym carrier, it's been a bounty top fragger. There's nothing that Gus can't do right now. I think especially with that hypercharge, he's just so threatening.
I think for me, like, the only place where he's not like a first pick brawler is Heist, where Bonnie has taken that kind of mantle. But I mean, between Gus and Chester, all day long, I mean, there's no reason not to pick them. That's why kind of like I look at the drafts that I'm seeing, and when we see like a Manly first pick and Shooting Star, I'm thinking, why? You know, you're giving yourself such a big disadvantage when you can just play it safe, and that's the way to go.
Maybe the grey Jackie would have been better into Gus, you know? Maybe, just maybe. Gus was the most picked brawler in EMEA, and yet still he slides through the ban phase time and time again in South America. Yes, he was picked up quite often. He has a phenomenal win rate. Could be even played here on pin or punt, honestly. It's a very open map. We see a lot of those long-range brawlers here. Once again, it's area control, it's mid control that is most important on this map, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Casa here. In the past, we've seen a lot of Meeple. Did not see him in a long time, but he's still one of the best brawlers here, in my opinion, just because of that gadget that can close the gaps between those metal walls that you can't destroy. I don't think he's going to be picked up today. I've kind of waited for him to pop up again every single monthly final, and so far he hasn't showed up. I'm sure South America agrees with the other regions here. We have Lumi, Finks, and Hank banned out on the SK Calalas side. Hank double banned, actually. Chester going to be the first pick, and Ark is certainly happy about that.
Hells yeah. I mean, it's correct. I mean, Gus wouldn't be the worst of brawlers here, to be honest. I mean, Jae Young, I would kind of prefer a little bit more myself here. I like the B ban for sure. The Finks ban, I think I prefer even more than the B ban myself. Kind of like a first pick brawler worthy thing there for me. Meg ban, not for everyone. I can kind of understand it. It is definitely a brawler to be concerned about on this particular map. The Kenji not being banned here as well, and the Buster, you know, those kind of tanks, Frank, I'm not too worried about, but those two specifically, I'm a bit more worried about. There's the Gus. Yeah, I quite like it. I mean, I wouldn't turn my eye at Crow here. I think Crow is a very South American pick, which can really work and have a place here as well. But Carl, you know, others like that, the aggressive ones are still available on this map.
I think Gus is just a safe pick. I don't think you have to lock in a tank or an aggressive brawler here if you're SKC. You outrange Chester right now, and they have Chester on the other end, so definitely want to be cognizant of that. Obviously, that big burst damage can be a problem. Yeah, they're just going to lean right into this control factor.
Didn't see Amber coming, really, myself, but I mean, it's not a bad brawler at all, and the hypercharge has just elevated her now into a really nice place. Certainly the Dancing Flames gadget as well, you know, it really does deter your opposition from being, you know, able to hug the walls, and that can catch teams, you know, off guard at the best of times. So let's see. I think Alpha 7 might go tank here. They've got the tank counter, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. Ash is a potential. Casa, yeah, I mean, again, it's how you play it, but you know, from what we saw earlier today from Alpha 7, they were doing a wondrous job with it. Let's see what they want to kind of pair this with. Let's go. It's going to be Jae Young. Yeah, I was surprised they took the third and final pick to see it. Definitely a dangerous one, especially combined with the Kaze. I quite like that for Alpha 7 for sure.
Curious to see what SKC do with that final pick. Like I said, they could kind of take their time, wait and see what the enemy side did, and then react with their aggressive brawler of choice if they want it. Now they could just completely lean into Gus being a solid brawler alone. Doesn't necessarily have to be a supportive choice. This is a semi-supportive choice too. I mean, Buster going to be a tank of choice, going to be able to charge that super pretty passively just by standing alongside teammates, and they're going to be playing some backline brawlers, so I think Buster should have a pretty easy time to cycle in those hyper charges.
Yeah, I feel like Buster, out of the tank options that were there, is definitely the one. Ultimately, that slow-mo gadget can just, you know, draw in the Kaze better than most other brawlers going to have. It's going to be a tough matchup no matter what, but his shots pack a punch. They're quite quick. It means that the Kaze can't really go too on the aggressive in that regard. Let's see, though. I'm interested to see how this Amber will fare for SKC. RHZ on the left-hand side, very low here. Forced to have to heal, but chooses to shoot, and that's going to delay the healing process. Again, this weekend warrior gadget of Golden, watch out for that. That really is the damage that you need to have for the best of times, and really a pretty decent defense, I would say, for SKC. A chance for Kaze to escape through the cracks, but it didn't happen.
Not a great possession there, I would say, for A7. I mean, a couple close kills that probably should have happened and didn't, and now Golden on the back lines. Ice Crow has to march forward, and Brawl rushing out of the spawn just to try and meet SKC. There goes the super now. Little fan storm to help out. No visibility, and RHC just simply taking it. He's sitting in there just waiting for the enemy side. Oh, a nice pull. It will be a trade with Golden. Brawl, breakaway, left-hand side, wide open net, 520 HP, just enough to slide it through.
Lovely body blocks there as well from Ice Crow, just tanking as much as he could to ensure it. Now a response, a hypercharge for SK's Seers now. RHC pushing his teammates forward, past the Golden. Shot away though, as the defense is there, but Ice Crow can't quite get to the ball in time. So he's shot up, Proposed in the perfect spot for it. Be able to defend it off and get some shots. Golden as well, coming in now. That was a pretty decent defense, all things considered. A lot of pressure there to get things right for Alpha 7, but they bring the ball forwards into the mid now and got to recollect themselves.
A7 gonna have to find a way to keep applying that pressure if they don't want SKC to take over. I feel like this Buster Shield alongside Amber is such an easy way to gun down any lane that they're looking for. They just outrange A7 so well. Here comes a hypercharge for Chester, breaking down all of those walls and more importantly, taking down Amber. Ice Crow looking for a shot, buying time alongside the teammates. They just have to line up a couple and it will be enough to waltz it on in.
Good baits there as well, just to get the shots out and just to tank around that little one tile of box there. And definitely a pressurized circumstance there for Alpha 7, but one that they looked very composed and just getting right. Now behind, and they wouldn't mind to try to even out the playing field, but I feel like this comp is definitely a much better draft for them so far. Let's see. Already a great start from SKC. Pushing forwards now. Day comes very low here, though. He's got the Bragas shield, but the pass straight into Burrow's arms. Bit of a mistake. I think he might have been able to walk that in.
I think it was going to be a close call to walk in, but nonetheless, that certainly wasn't the play, no matter what happened there. And Ice Crow now going to be healed back up alongside Golden. They've got complete control of this middle ground as Chester rounds it out, rolling this ball up straight to that indestructible three-pronged wall. RHC throwing up a Buster shield, but Ice Crow going to try and penetrate through that. Golden with a nice takedown this right-hand side. A pull goes through. Buster grabs one. Ice Crow dashing away, fans through one. Now Dagger into the second, and it'll still be ball control for A7.
I'm sure they were going to try to go for a little cheap shot on goal there with Ice Crow, but Golden was saying, no, I've got the heals. Let's just get you back into the mix. And now the speed coming in for Golden, trying to maneuver things on that right-hand side. Super down. Fanstorm is going to be a helping hand. Can't brute force this, and now Ice Crow just dashes into the ball, gets the goal, most importantly. Now Alpha 7 have got a fantastic opportunity to get this set. They've got the aggression, and so far SKC haven't really proved too much with this comp.
A perfectly placed Fanstorm there, too. If Buster moved a muscle, he was going to take damage from the outer rim of that. Now a kick forward for Ice Crow. Red roster in complete control of the map. And SKC just left to defend this ball. There's a super available for Brawl. What will that be? KR, though, with a nice takedown. Now a shield going up, a kick to the right-hand side. And Brawl gets taken down here, too. Ice Crow has to run for the hills. They need to find a way to defend this. Will buy just enough time for Golden to get back in on the action.
Yeah, tough spot here for Ice Crow, choosing to flank to the right-hand side, staying in geisha mode as well, not utilizing the invisibility at all from the assassination mode, but ball pushed back. That top right bar now. Uses super, I think, to stun out, but ball to left. Golden's going to super it straight down as well, and Ice Crow now just skating through. Might be able to get a potential pass here even if the super gets to the Golden, which it does in the nick of time, but no HP to really dash into this. They'll just go straight into Reese, and Reese will take care of it pretty swiftly now. So 15 seconds, and it's still Alpha 7 Esports in the lead here.
Most insane game of Kickaway, and now all they have to do is keep it out of the net for 10 more seconds. Ice Crow will dump it on the top right-hand side. A few takedowns go through, some nice cycling of those hypercharges, and A7 will find a set of their own. It's going to be 1-1 overall in our match.
Much better. And Alpha 7, as quickly as that, get themselves back into this game, because that first set was not the way to go. Great Kaze plays. Ice Crow again really did play it to perfection.
Kaze once again works out here. On the other side, we had the Gus yet again. SK Calalas is betting on the same horse. This time around, it just didn't work out. And I can only reiterate, on Pinhole Pond especially, it's super important to always look out for mid control. And for me, Alpha 7 just had mid-control most of those times, especially every single time Kaze had a Fanstorm, they just immediately got that mid-control back. SK Calalas just didn't really find their way into those bushes in mid, Kenny.
Now that we've had a couple weekends too, I feel like Kaze is starting to show more and more legitimacy here, because obviously it's a big question mark when you have a new brawler, especially one like Kaze that's so unique, and there's kind of two brawlers for one, right? So I feel like players are really starting to see the vision on that. It was banned a ton in the past weekend, of course, but now it's really hitting the field and doing quite well. Ice Crow with a nice little dump off there to get a couple goals in that opening game. And then look at this. This is what I was talking about earlier. That Fanstorm perfect, because RHG can't go behind it. He's going to take damage, so he just has to eat those bullets. Goes down, and they knock one through. Beautifully played there by A7.
We're talking a lot about Kaze today, and as mentioned before, in East Asia, she had a 100% win rate in the monthly finals. In EMEA, only a 50% win rate, and according to Semantic, even worse in scrims. She's doing abysmal in scrims in EMEA right now, but in South America, it seems to work out. Maybe EMEA just really doesn't know how to play her. She certainly looks very, very strong in the current meta in South America specifically. Yeah, I feel like Kaze and Juju, as always, are the two specials this month from SA Arc.
I think it's the exact opposite way around. I think it's because EME know exactly how to deal with her. So she's no threat. No one bothers to play her because they just don't get anywhere with it. And that is the story that came out of Brawl Cup. I mean, come on.
We get it.
Brawl Cup 1 and 2, guys. How many times do we have to say it? EME just better.
Gus is left open for once, and he has been one of the most picked up brawlers in this region so far. We're an open business. This is another map where Casa would be super good because of how much area she can control with her fan storm. She is going to be banned out. Instead, we have Chester, which comes in as the first pick, I feel, every single round between SK Calalas and Alpha 7 here, Kenny.
I think it just makes a lot of sense. Like Ark said earlier, it's a very safe pick and anti-tank. Grabbing that early gives you a little more safety. I think berry compositions are certainly at play here as well, not just because of South America, but I just think in general across the world, it's really solid. I feel like we haven't called B's name really out at all today. It's occasionally showing him the ban stage, but yeah, this is going to be the same logic, right? It's safe, it has a range, and it is an anti-tank and one of the better ones in the game at it.
Griff potentially here is a massive, South American idea, and it kind of like has then the question: do you bring in, like you said, the berry and tank? I'm looking at brawlers like Draco, brawlers like Frank. I mean, Kenji as well is not banned here, and it's gonna be Griff as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not unplayable into with a berry tank kind of comp here for Alpha 7 if they want to go for it. So brawlers like Botho and Lou are still on the cards here as well. I mean, Lou's normally like a pretty much an insta ban brawler here as well, so I wouldn't rule it out in that regard. So let's see how they fare, but those are the things that I'm kind of most concerned about really for me. Fenix as well, banned out by SK Calalas. I think it's quite a good worthy ban, actually, one that we don't see nearly enough. And the Stu ban as well. I like that from Alpha 7. Yeah. Gus, interesting.
I was waiting for Gus just because it slid through, and now you have a brawler that's going to play into this wall break, right? So they still want to go with a tankier option, strong pairing, but more importantly, Gus is going to be able to outrange and keep up from that distance with something like a B and a Griff. So I actually think this is a good shout out of A7, especially for the value they get it at pick 4.
Oh, we've got a third and final pick to be able to pair with it. Let's see what they are thinking. Lily, interesting. Definitely a very high risk brawler to have here. Wasn't really on my radar. I was kind of thinking maybe they might go for something like an Amber, but Lily is definitely, I mean, in the hands of Alpha 7. You got to remember that was the very brawler in Hot Zone that was able to give them the win against Casa Brawl. I feel like they played that so well. It's a brawler which they are very accomplished with. So I think it's a great pickup.
It's going to be Draco here. Going to be a response to the Lily. This is something we saw earlier today too, but that indestructible gadget just really helps out, not only for the game mode of just getting you those extra percentage points, but in a situation where Lily is all outing on you, you just click one little gadget and you're guaranteed a survival. Some more time can line up more shots. So I think that's a pretty good go at it, especially on the return. The thing that gets difficult here is if Griff does elect to just keep piggy banking open the map, sure, it helps B, but you're also helping Gus on the other end. You're also hurting your Draco. So I think this is going to be a pretty big balancing act in terms of strategy for SKC here. Saw the vision. I think that was a really good shout out of you just for the natural B Griff pairing, but I think things really get changed up now that we see the enemy side.
I'm not convinced on the Draco pick at that stage in the draft. I mean, like you said, I mean, it's really kind of not going to synergize well with the Griff, and I think that if you just go with the full wall break comp, then you kind of like really give Lily less option. And Ice Crow is dangerous with it, you can see already. Nice pick up there from KR, very important to do that, and can he duke around this Gus as well to allow Reese to come in? He can as well, just to buy that little bit of time. And now 2 bodies from SKC on the zone as Alpha 7 just trying to pick up for lost time now.
Ice Crow going to be dipping into the Shadow Realm. So much aggression coming out. He's going to get a pickup 2v2 situation, but all things considered, SKC still standing in the mid. Ultimately, they're playing the objective just a little bit better. Gus Shield going down, Ice Crow diving in, Team Wipe goes through, and all is Dacon left. It's just a B trying to defend against all 3 of these members, and as a single shot brawler, that's never going to go well. Yeah,
not great. Not by a long shot. KR has got super. That is something of a blessing here as Ice Crow and Reese on the right-hand side. It's Reese now in Dragon form. Ice Crow low as well, so be cautious going into his super now. Needs to heal up before he does so. Last stand for Reese and another heal off the back of that super. Cycling it really nicely here as well. Nice Battled Hive as well from Dacom. KR and Reese really just surviving on here. Hypercharge there. We'll get something, but probably prefer to see him stay in position there, really. 88%, now 90, as SKC are starting to be able to be in a winning position here. Let's see whether they can hold on. I think they should be able to. It's going to be close. Even with this, though, can realistically here Alpha 7 do the unthinkable? It'd be amazing if they got the comp to be able to potentially do it as well.
All they need is just a Draco gadget to run it up the middle here. RHC taking over. Indestructible gadget pop. They just had enough percentage points to where they could knock that one down. Honestly, a pretty convincing one there, I will say, for SKC. It looked like a pretty strong draft coming out of that red roster, but that Draco gadget did show up quite a few times as being pretty valuable. And despite maybe the kill death ratio being pretty even for these teams, I just felt like the SKC side did such a great job of cycling in their brawlers. There was always somebody in there, whether it's an aggressive Draco, B from the distance, Griff knocking down walls. It was just really well played, I think.
Got Icecrow just beelining straight into B there as well. Comes out on top, behind enemy lines. Vo finds a nice pickup as well. And already Alpha 7 getting stuck in. Keeping Dacon back as well here, but again, they're up against quite a lot of pressure. Almost set down here, not where they want to be. Nice shield there from Golden. Gave Vo a nice amount of aggression on the left-hand side. Icecrow and Reese is going to be dancing this whole game, and yet again, I just feel it. But already a hypercharge for Icecrow, and there it is. Look how swift those takedowns really are.
And he's just in perfect range of continuing to charge up that super. So now Dacon has to work from multiple angles, a rattled hive just to try and back Icecrow off, and RHC right back to that right-hand side to try and deal with him. It's a tank versus tank battle. Now Icecrow, a dangerous assassin, right on top of the enemy side. Will grab one, won't be a second. It's enough for RHC to flame away up the middle of the map, and Brawl just left all alone.
Amazing value there from RHC as well. The only thing that stopped him was the fact that he just had no more shots left to breathe out. Now Icecrow goes in and goes quickly down. Another last stand pop there from Riz. And now a big break from the left-hand side from KR. That's going to allow that piggyback to really rattle things up. But look at the objective. It's very quite close here. 70% now for Alpha 7, but most importantly, the mid control. And now if they can just hold this, they're going to tie things up in this set. Not going to be easy though. They approach 85%, but there's a hypercharge from Chester, and that's the sort of thing that really opens up the opportunities here as well. A couple more percentiles and they'll be able to be there. Reese with one final stand literally for SKC and doing a pretty decent job, but not quite enough. Lessons learned, it seems, from Alpha 7, but they got to do that all over again.
Huge moment for both of these rosters. 1-1 in sets, 1-1 in games for number 3. I feel like this is very good for both sides. I mean, genuinely, I think this early game will dictate a lot. It's been a back and forth. Clearly both compositions showing its worth, and I think just getting these early game pickups, especially these interactions with Lily and Draco, for removing the tank / aggressive option if it's for A7, then it's going to make things a little bit easier. I think those are going to be the two key players, but an early takedown on B changes things up entirely.
Huge taps from Golden. Huge gadget as well. Reese goes quickly down. KR low HP behind this wall. Might choose to break it when he heals up. Let's see. But already, this is the start of dreams already from Alpha 7 here. Icecrow already has super in a good spot to be able to use it there straight onto her IHC. Now into the realm yet again. Golden's going to go down here top left. Icecrow going to trade out as well. It just leaves SKC and Alpha 7 dancing in that mid, but it's RHC on the zone. That's the key here realistically. Hypercharge from Icecrow goes straight in as well, and that's the sort of thing that can just open up so much space for your team.
Draco gave SKC a chance here. Now they've got 2 members versus the 1. Chester has to run back in on the action, and now they've taken the lead. Excellent job done there. Even though he did go down, it was enough time bought there. Once again, a duel. Tank and assassin, and it's Icecrow popping up right in front of Dacon's face. No kill though. That's a tough trade. Brawl makes the connection, but the gadget goes through. He's building so much time for his teammates, and now it's 20% that A7 have to come back from.
That's an important takedown. It gives Alpha 7 the control. And now finding KR as well, and another hypercharge from the Chester. This is what I'm saying. This hypercharge is one of the main reasons why Chester just elevated into a first pick brawler everywhere. And look at that, as quickly as that, 80% on the zone. Icecrow into RHZ again on this right-hand side. And it really is that Drake is opening up the space for SKC now with another picky bank to break open this top left-hand side. And on the zone, 80% apiece now. Alpha 7 have got to come off the spawn and retake very, very quickly to stay in the chance of gaining this set.
This is going to be really difficult, but Icecrow, dangerous intentions, pops the hypercharge right in the face of Dacon, but they're cycling in brawlers perfectly, and SKC pick up a pivotal set.
It's neck and neck every step of the way. I feel like this could be our 5th and final set today. And again, it would be the 2nd time that we've seen Alpha 7 have to go the distance, but I think that this could be the one.
Yeah, another set turning into a tug of war between those two, especially that 3rd game was really just some back and forth. Coming into the draft, I was super surprised to see the B come out of SK Calalas this time. They picked Gus up twice already. Didn't want him this time around. I already feared for them that maybe they should have picked him up, but in the end it did work out for them. What was the key moment every single round was whether Icecrow gets an early kill or not. That Lily was really the key to Alpha 7's success in the end. Her hypercharge is so strong. It's a free super, really. It's a free kill, really. And with every super, Icecrow also managed to get kills more often than not. Yeah, I think in that last round, in the first one as well, it was just him not performing as well as in the second one, despite still being very good.
I think for me as well, RHZ, I mean, didn't really kind of show in the stats too much, but looking at the replays and certainly in my mind throughout the whole series, he was just always there being a menace on the zone, whether he was in the realm or not. I mean, he was really always present on the zone. He had a good amount of, objective capture, but I felt like that replay just kind of demonstrates just how pivotal he was for his team and just being alive, being present. And I think if he hadn't have been nearly as much on the zone as he was, then it could have very much gone against them.
KD certainly favored that right-hand side as well, but ultimately, like I mentioned in that game number one, it just felt like SKC were rotating brawlers in really well, just always cognizant of trying to get somebody on that hot zone, whether it was Griff from the distance, B from the distance, or just Draco hugging it down with some gadgets. I think that was a really intelligent way to go about it. Now we move on to Bell's Rock here, though. SKC taking a lead. It's been an all or nothing affair for them this season. It's either been a grand finals win or an early exit. We'll see if that trend continues here today.
Draft soon to come in here. And again, I'm just going to throw it out there. I think Gus' first pick would not be a bad way to go. I don't see it really as being that kind of worthy ban brawler here for me, but let's see whether they do want to. I think for me, brawlers like RT work hit really well here. I think Gray's kind of like a ban brawler kind of concept idea, if it is, and the RT for Alpha 7. Buster banned out by them as well. Kit banned, as well as the Hank and the Ollie for SKC. Nice stuff there. Angelo's still potentially open here. I like the Hank ban as well. I think Carl is potentially that kind of aggressive idea. And the long range brawlers, I think the Gene is a pretty staple diet here for some good amount of healthy heals also. But I do like the bans for the most part from both sides here.
Bell's Rock is a map we have not seen yet today in South America. And as you mentioned, Ark, usually we see a lot of Gray, Ollie, Byron. Two of those brawlers are banned out. Lumi had to be left open to ban out that many brawlers. And the other side, RT as well, one of the most picked up brawlers here. But leaving Lumi open, I don't know if that was the best trade here. Yes, she's kind of a glass cannon, Kenny. She is very squishy. I still feel like she's worth it.
Looks like they're going to try and out Ranger as well. Lumi and Angelo both not being in the ban stage here is pretty surprising. Gene's still left on the table, like Ark mentioned earlier. Really interesting to see that. I mean, this is a big decision considering Lumi's win rate, how good of a brawler it is, how much she's been banned. So this is some maybe confidence coming in from SKC, or just in the sense that they're willing to give it up because they know they can deal with it. Clearly, this has to be something they practice. They're those two brawlers that we just mentioned. Look, in any other draft, Angelo and Gene, still great. I mean, that's an awesome 2-3 turn for this map. It's just, I am a little bit concerned. I know Lumi can be outranged at times, but it's still Lumi.
It's very rarely ever in any kind of scrimmage kind of data, because it's just, people just expect it just to always be banned. It's as simple as that. People just are not willing to take the risk, and we kind of saw it a little bit in East Asia not be valued as much. I think it's still the best brawler, like you said, coming into the show in the game. Gus as a pairing, I think again, Gus is pretty much that first pick brawler when Lumi's not banned. So Alpha 7 already cooking up a nice idea here for me. I mean, something wouldn't be out of place here to be potentially Byron. Something long ranged here to really help out. Bell wouldn't be a terrible shout either for me potentially here, but either way, I mean, Alpha 7 already got a fantastic comp kicking off here. Maybe some control. Rico, yeah. I mean, it's when I think Rico, I think SK Gaming or sort of iChaos and EMEA region for Team Heretics on this map. But I often forget that when it's not them playing it, it's still very much a potential brawler for anyone to take on. It's just those sort of players
a really
and teams.
I mean, it's not one that I had on my radar, but
not always tested and tried by other regions, is it?
Right. It's high DPS. I mean, if you get a good matchup for Rico, it's awesome. And I guess you're gambling that SKC don't go something like a thrower. Yeah, I mean, thrower was where I anticipated after seeing the Rico that early. Oftentimes, if you see Rico, it's going to be a 6 pick on this map. I think if they can get through that Sprout, though, or Sprout's not as much of a factor, then Rico's going to struggle a little bit more. It's really frustrating to play against Rico on this map. I know my fans at home are also going to be in a similar boat. I mean, just the amount of bounce shots, especially if there's like a hypercharge or something where it's all over the place, especially with no wall break. That's an interesting way to go about it. I mean, again, not one that I necessarily thought about, but I don't mind.
Interesting stuff. Sprout final pick. It's been a long time since I've already seen it, and I love it, especially with the Rico as well. Makes a ton of sense here for SKC. Getting that nice little additional range, well, when they can just actually connect, there you go, with that part of the wall. It's going to helping hand this interaction in that middle lane a lot easier for him to just get that little forwards as well, and then shut the lane down. Exactly beautiful from him. He can also cycle this as well to eradicate the bush when the Rico's out of harm's way, which he might just decide to do now. Exactly that, once he's got that upper hand. Perfect from him. Exactly how you start things off in a Sprout pick.
Daikon going to be an excellent selection to deal with that Rico. By adding those walls, you're cutting off Rico, you're cutting away visibility, you're making it harder for them to move up the map by taking some control of their own. But that gadget from Lumi is also the exact same mindset. You're going to be able to pop that ice, and even though you're not catching anybody, well, now A7 are back in the mix.
Golden pushing forwards here, fighting KR. Iceco forcing out the heals there for the bouncy castle. Just finding the angle, but there's the gene pull as well from SKC. Lovely stuff, making it a 2 versus 3, and now Golden in that top right as well. Going to be trickling down to the gas, and everyone from SKC in a very, very nice spot. Wonderful stuff. I mean, at the end of that round, everyone was full HP, and the plan worked like clockwork.
Yeah, Sprout's just an awesome answer into this Rico, and I like Rico, but that's the risky run out of picking him with the 4-5 turn instead of that 6 pick. Rico really relies on these good matchups, and he has 2 good ones, but not 3. Sprout is a perfect answer into this. Now Golden forced to move to that left-hand in alongside Barbal. Ooh, it's Daikon taking several shots at the enemy. He could go for the double wall if he really wanted it. Will throw one down immediately. Ice Crow pinned against the wall here, and another takedown for Sprout, the top frag right now in this lobby.
Hypercharge as well. Coming out, and it's a very straightforward win for SKC there. A very important game as they move on to match point, and it's dwindling. Our Alpha 7 dream, Kenny, our prediction, it's dwindling. It's a tough one. I mean, you know, like you said, you're playing a huge risk, and the Sprout is paying off dividends for SKC here.
For sure. I mean, right when we saw that Rico, I'm happy because we don't see Rico a lot, but then no throwers really banned out, and now it's kind of a free matchup here for Sprout. So despite picking A7, credit where credit's due. I mean, SKC just doing what they're supposed to do, making the easy click and selection there. Meanwhile, A7 still have a lot of work to be done. This could be the first time we see Lumi lose this entire monthly finals, which is also a wild thought too.
Still time, but it is Alpha 7 that are pushed back. Both left and right hand side lanes having to heal now, and Iceco really not enjoying this middle lane interaction as the Sprout can just kind of sit back and try just to get these shots, get that wall down. Nice freeze there from Bavara, very patient as well, forcing a little bit of pressure. Vengeful Spirits going out, I think, for KR there as well, but the right hand side is very weak, and there's a piercing shot there from RHC. Wonderful stuff down the poison as well, forcing out the shield of Golden, and Bravo in the top right, forced into the corner. SKC now 1 round away from the grand final.
Ooh, that was a tough look for Alpha 7. I mean, insane clutch plays out of SKC there. RHZ getting the takedown through the wall, and now Sprout walls being rotated in. This castle being built right in front of the A7 spawn.
Already that position of power yet again, as perfect start from SKC. Gene heals coming in from KR as well, and the magic hand, which Alpha 7 cannot risk now. No time for mistakes. That time is gone and past. Good freeze. They need to get the Sprout down right now, and somehow they managed to fall yet again. SKC have been all over this, and now the spins and pins come out. The clown is there, most importantly, and Alpha 7 now can wave goodbye to the grand finals appearance today, because SKC have been able to make this happen spectacularly so, and they are in the grand finals yet again.
Just a tough way to end things for A7. And in all honesty, I think it was just a lack in draft. I mean, that Rico never stood a chance. The second that Sprout hit the map, it was just a toughie. I liked the DPS. I liked the matchups originally, but when there's so many throwers still available and it's not your 6th pick, you gotta know better. It just is what it is.
I didn't even have time to find my sunglasses there, but you still can call me Prediction Master if you want to. If you really,
We don't
really
want to. I speak for everyone's behalf. We don't want to, Sunny.
It's beautiful. Well, I believe in them. They did very well. Also with the draft, changed it up a little bit when Ghost didn't work out anymore. Switched to the B on open business. Now also did pretty well on Balls Rock. Made it a very clean 2-0 in the end. Not a single kill on the other side, even though they had the Lumi that we were talking about so much coming into the draft arc.
I mean, if you're picking Lumi and it's left open and you get it, on a map like that as well, it's a bit unforgivable in my book, and I feel like, you know, you don't deserve to be in the grand finals, really. It's one of the yeah, I'm just gonna say how it is. That's why I'm here. I feel like it's just like that brawler was just so suppressive. I don't think the nerf has done really enough to her to knock her anywhere away from that top spot. It's the perfect map, and she's just that good. If you're able to, by giving a gift, quite literally, in the draft to obtain it, you cannot lose with it. And, you know, it's just a bit unforgivable, really.
Definitely with you. I mean, honestly, just a huge blunder with the team that's done so well today. Obviously, a close affair there versus Casa Brawl. And SKC, we're simply better at the end of the day. I think well-deserved, obviously. And Loud is going to be a completely different test. Coming into the month, I really did feel like Loud was probably going to be a step above the rest. But now this is the ultimate test. It's a grand finals.
It really is. Between SK Calalas and Loud, you should definitely tune in for that again. It's a grand finals that I'm really looking forward to, since Loud is yet to lose a single set today. They're looking very, very strong. For SK Calalas, they just handed Lumi their very first loss in all of the monthly finals across all of the regions. Lumi had so far a 100% win rate, not anymore, thanks to Daikon and his team arc.
Yeah, I think, you know, Daikon being very solid today, SKC generally being very, very solid today. And I think this grand finals is going to be an absolute banger. I feel like I need to kind of side with Loud. I don't really want to go against what I was thinking coming into today, despite what SKC have really brought. But I feel like this will be the closest match today in that regard. Both teams really have been doing a fantastic showing, but that final pick from Daikon there, that Sprout really for me is what kind of sealed it. And against what was otherwise, you know, for all intents and purposes, a very scary comp coming in from the other side of the field. I think Alpha 7 could have won a set there potentially, but I mean, that was the way it goes.
Loud could now show up and mark the territory, finally win a second monthly final, because yes, in this region so far, we didn't have a single team winning 2 monthly finals so far. Loud could be the first today, but the same also goes for SK Calalas. So either one of them will write history in this region. If you don't want to miss it, you better tune in for the grand finals. Get your predictions in right now. You have one last chance, events.ballstars.com, and we'll see you in a bit. Just tuned in now, you tuned in at the right time. We're heading into our grand finals. One of the two teams comes out of a 3-0, the other one out of a 3-1 run. Both of them looking phenomenal today, and so do you already. Welcome back.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, that's exactly why they brought me on here, was to look pretty. Kenny's actually going to take over the entire cast once we get in game.
jive because 90% of the nation agreed with her. It's crazy out of you. That's crazy.
You didn't, and that's what counts.
You forget so quickly that I predicted alongside 5% of others. You forget so quickly.
I wasn't there then, I think. Totally. Grand finals time. It's Loud versus SK Calalas, the giants that went to Brawl Cup for the regions. Versus SK Calalas that did win a monthly final in March, had a little bit of a dip in their performance in April, but now they're back ready.
The story of the day for SK Calalas was that like a fluke because they had quarterfinals exits aside from that, especially our most recent monthly final in April. They exited top 8, but Loud have looked indomitable. Not only did they win our most recent monthly final, they also got a pretty solid performance at the Brawl Cup, and they have not dropped a single set today.
Should be a fun one to say the least, and the streak finally over. We've had 3 different monthly finals champions in this region, and there will be a guaranteed repeat. One thing safe to say about SKC as well, they've either won it all or they have fallen quite short. We'll see if that repeats here today as well.
Loud did manage to knock out NA's finest with Tribe at the Brawl Cup, a very respectable team. Let's see if they also respect SK Calalas.
SK Calalas se mostrou um time muito bom, ganhando a final mensal de fevereiro. Eu não sei como vai impactar o time a entrada do Meliodas, então não sei se o time ainda tá muito bom, mas acredito que eles sejam ainda um time top 4 aí da região.
That's right, SK Calalas isn't playing with one of their teammates, yet still they made it all the way to the finals and now they could cause a huge upset, Kenny.
Well, I guess the whole Melodius doesn't really matter here. He couldn't have known that, of course, but Loud making 2 of these grand finals of the 3, now make it 3 of 4. And SKC, of course, there's that result that you saw. Clearly some respect going down. I feel like Loud have really seen the other teams here as being quite good, and they're very respectful, but on the map, they've been anything but. It's been all 3 O's today for them. I can't imagine they do that to SKC, but boy, would it be something if Loud bounced back after Brawl Cup with a 9-0 streak.
I think since SK Calalas is 4th in the leaderboard, they could not actually take top 1 seed. Loud would still keep it by around 2 or 3 points, but still, a win would mean so much. Since we now are in the double point split, leaderboard can be turned upside down in the end. And yeah, not such an uneven prediction this time. I think this time we all said that Loud should take it, but SK Calalas did show up quite strong today, both against Alpha 7 and also against Dropotas, so maybe they're here for a surprise, ready?
I think it's always like, honestly quite clear like who should take it. The question is more of like who will take it, and that's what we're predicting. We think that Loud is going to do it, and they should also, those things just coincide this time.
That is the question, really. That is so true. Who will take it? Whoever probably wins and more of the sets will take it today.
That's why I'm placing my bets. Yeah, I'm thinking like 3 might be solid.
3 sets? Yeah, I think whoever wins 3 sets should be the winner in the end, Kenny.
Yeah. Should.
Hot take, but I agree.
Yeah, ice cold, honestly.
Whoever is tapping more, whoever is not dying will probably win that first set, since Layer Cake is all about getting those kills. So usually whenever you are in the lead on Bounty, you want to fall back, maybe not feed the opponents. Certainly never happening on a pro player level. I'm not referencing last weekend at all. You both didn't cast, so yeah, it's fine. We're on Bounty, Layer Cake. I mentioned this map before as a very good map for any throwers. We are in South America now, so wouldn't be too surprised to see a Juju here. We did see Willow before, worked out phenomenally as well. Barry on the other side, together with Gus and Ollie, was the comp that Casa Brawl came into today's match, and they won. Maybe those 3 brawlers are gonna be picked up here as well, Kenny.
So no Lumi, no Hank. Those are the top 2, at least in my books, on this map. And there's that Willow and Juju. So those throwers being removed here. Buster is the tank of choice. And of course, Fenix just gonna be a top option in general. I like Gene. I think Gene's a very safe pick here. I know we're on the Gus bandwagon right now as he's very good, but I think Gene with just so much poke damage in the magic cane is totally fine here as well.
Love the Gene in general as a brawler. As a first pick, raises a bit of an eyebrow for me. It's like not that out there, but it is like a little bit out there because he can get run down. That's one of the hazards. Gene also is like totally counterable. If you decide that you're going to play a bunch of turrets into him, guess what? He's never going to pull anyone. you run a bunch of brawlers that have some sort of movement ability. Like here, Gray. As soon as he sees that Gene super come out, he's able to TP, and there's really no way that Gene can secure it. When also you see that Gray, you start to think about the aggression that is going to be headed Gene's way. He doesn't really have that much in terms of like burst damage, especially at close range, which can pose a major hazard for the Gene. Carl selection in Gene, though, is hazardous because Gene's one of the best ways to deal with Carl.
This is interesting for sure. We haven't seen a ton of Carl today, but I think Carl's still in a very solid spot in the game right now. Plus, when you go with Gray, I think you can just have Gray as a standalone here if you really want. I think this gives SKC some flexibility later down the line. Love Ollie in general, though. The Hypnosis is so powerful in a mode like Bounty, where all you're focusing on is kills, and especially on this map, if there's no real wall break features, I think Ollie can obviously hop over those walls at ease, get in and out with the dash from his super. I think there's a lot of reasons to love Ollie in this game mode, and especially this map.
Ollie's classified as a tank, but you'll find that he operates more like an assassin than a tank because he's able to jump over those walls. He gets so much mobility from his super, for example. You use the super, then you use the gadget, then you get some kills. He only has like 2,000 damage per shot, which is really the shortcoming. It's the drawback of picking the Ollie is that you're looking at about like 6,000 damage once you land. That's if you survive. It depends on who you're jumping on. Here's a Max as well. It'll be able to run things down from SK Calalas SA. If they try to play the control versus Loud here, if they, went for like an outrange, that's fine. Eventually Adenia will get a super, eventually get a hypercharge that will allow them to run at SK Calalas. Also with the Ollie, I think they should be pretty safeguarded against throwers. Looks like SK Calalas, they decide not to go that direction. It's the Ashe for them, and that will be able to fend off the Ollie appropriately.
So that's the pairing they're going to roll with for the Gray, and then of course Carl can really get in there with the tailspin and be aggressive if they want. I imagine they're going to be rolling with a flying hook to try and claim that blue star off the rip. Loud and SKC could be the first team in South America to take a second grand finals this year. Loud obviously rolling from the Brawl Cup. They beat North America but fell short, reset the mental here, and SKC, according to interviews, are looking to prove they are the best new player and possibly new result for them.
Well, it comes down now to who can get this first blue star. Our very first game of our first set of this series. Adenia grabs a blue star, but he's quickly taken down by KR. SK Calalas in the lead by a single star, and now we get to see what Loud can do in terms of playing as a unit. They're going to be circling around sort of the cozy campfire that is Kyodog. He's going to be giving them a bit of healing, and they'll move as a unit towards the ideal target. There's the pull and a takedown into RHZ. That looks phenomenal.
Now the whole squad clustered together here. They can get the heals, they can get some max speed going, and now Adenia gonna pop that. Gonna be moving up the map. A resurgence here as Dacon is going for the extra incendiary on the ground. No flying hook here. RHZ putting Adenia in a corner. Phase shift, more max speed, and it's not gonna be used for aggression, just to get them out of a bad situation.
Well, he'll be cycling a new one seemingly soon here. Just a slow, calculated approach to the enemy side. A little bit of burning facing Adenia. He's going to need that healing from Kyodog now more than ever. And an attempt at a hook, but no long pull for you, KR.
That would have been a nasty play, though. Always fun to see that. Speaking of pulls, here comes Adenia and his teammates. Kyodog knocking one down there. Dacon left all alone. Here comes Ollie. Hypnosis going through. Oh, and a tailspin to try and get away, but he wasn't far enough away, so it's a wasted super and now a takedown. Oh, and KR gonna fall too. Loud bouncing back in a huge way.
Oh, RHZ at risk of getting taken down. Firecrow's gonna get greedy, goes for it, and is denied the opportunity. TP back for RHZ, and look at all of that super and the rage that was fed to RHZ just now. We gotta keep our breath bated for a potential hypercharge in here. RHZ not going to be offered it. Pops a hypercharge. Now he needs a super. Just a few seconds to go. Do they have the damage? Well, they can't keep RHZ alive. KR in with the TP and a takedown in the final seconds to reach 20 stars. That's game one. Loud.
My heart skipped a beat there. I really didn't know who's going to win in those closing seconds. It came down to Loud stealing the final kill. But honestly, SKC were right in there for that game. I think this is going to be a pretty even one once again. I think SKC, we have a little, or I'm going to speak for myself at least. I had some question marks. You mentioned it, but I'm kind of right there with you in that train of thought. March just seemed to be a different meta and a lot of chaos across the world. That's the month that SKC won. And Loud have consistently shown up in these grand finals. So I think this is a big moment for the Red roster. Can they prove that they can be at the top, or was it just a one-off? And right now, at least it's feeling like they can compete, but they still got a set to get their hands on.
100%. This is basically the same meta as last month. This is like the Brawl Cup meta because we only got 2 balance changes in the last set. It was just Kenji that got nerfed, and then we saw also a little bitty nerf there for Lumi. Her slow is 1 second instead of 2, and that's allowed her to sneak through a few more times. She still looked actually quite dominant. Whoa, long pull for Edinho. Thankfully, he's able to dash back to safety, and he's got a bit of body block there from Firecrow, but everyone's weak. It's a perfect opportunity for Dacom to come in. He's battered around, he's bruised, but KR looks for the kill. Now he needs to get Kyodog taken down and TP away.
Oh, and now they've got a TP set up to the enemy side as well. That's devious. Loud, with a little max speed in the back pocket, will move it back up the middle of the map. That's the kind of momentum shift that they need. They have to find a way to get out of a bad situation in their spawn and move forward. Dacon dashing forward, has the incendiary down as well due to that hypercharge. Won't get much out of it, and Firecrow sees this. It's a weakness for that right-hand side. Easy takedown to Carl, and now they're only 1 star away.
Dacom's a new addition to the roster, and I think you could sort of see that a moment ago since he was taking a very different approach from the entire rest of the team. When SK Calalas SA, their comp is going to thrive off of staying close together, especially when they have the lead. There's a pull onto RHZ, and now the tide has shifted. Dacom trying to come in, but he's shut up by the hypnosis from Ollie. Everyone from Loud now running home. SK Calalas do have a weapon up their sleeve. They do have this TP on the left side, but it's going to be Dacon's responsibility on the right side to keep everything secured on the right. Could be an opportunity to play as a team here. Hypercharge, RHZ the first to fall. KR looking for some sort of pull, but Dacon's hypnotized and KR falls. What a lead for Loud as they take away a 2-0 victory in set 1.
I love the coordination. I think this is a team that's very concentrated, that are talking to each other, because especially if you're playing something like a Gene and a Max, you really got to be in sync with each other. Several times in that second game especially, they made a big-time pull onto Ashe, and if you're going to pull an Ashe, you better be committed to it. So everybody focused fire on them. They kept putting themselves in these 3v2 situations. I think that's really why it got away from SKC there.
I have to quote Reddy here. Wow, I'm so surprised.
Okay.
Loud won the first set. Crazy. Did not think that would happen. They performed pretty well again. So far, still not dropped a single set today. Not in the quarterfinals, not in the semis. Now, yeah, still continuing with a phenomenal draft, good mechanics overall. And we've been talking all day about how those teams that are a bit lower in the leaderboard are so hungry for those double points that we have in the current split. Yeah, Loud just doesn't let them get any points today, Kenny, it seems.
Definitely a toughie. Look, Loud are in a really good spot right now. I thought after that game 1, it could have gone either way, but game 2, Loud were in sync, and Reddy called it out as well. It did feel like maybe some miscommunications or some bad decision makings on things like Carl, but I think a big factor there was just no real way to defend against Ollie unless you land a walking cane, but you got to be pretty perfect there. 7 kills for Edinho, 6 for Firecrow. I mean, Edinho just putting up numbers, especially as a Max. That's really astonishing to see the good work he did.
What a demon, this guy. And Kyodog, you see, he's picking up 0 kills, but he fulfills a much different role. I think that speaks to just the synergy that they had as a team. He doesn't have that sort of damage output that his teammates do. And did you see him miss a single pull this entire game? I think he was, like, spot on. What a marksman with that magic hand. Surely there's going to be another clip of him getting a pull. Yeah, you see the circling dotted line under Edinho. It's a highlight reel. You know what's going to happen.
Look at that. Just good coordination. And another moment there where Ashe is a beefy brawler and it's still Max gunning away, able to get those takedowns. Really impressive stuff out of Loud to open things up here.
I did like the Ollie once again. Gene coming in. Just a phenomenal combination as well. Pulling your opponents into the tank is yeah, something that I wouldn't want to experience if I was the opponent. We're heading over to Bridge to Far now. One of those maps where we've seen a lot of Bonnie today, another heist map where you really just want to base race usually. Now we have a little change in heist already. It's split into 4 parts. It's been like that also already for a month, but I feel like the meta still hasn't shifted as much as I expected.
What I will say has changed more than anything else is like now you have to play strategically around those shields. It can prevent someone from just getting an inordinate amount of damage on the safe in a single push. So you get a little bit more forgiveness if, say, like a Melody gets through. You'll have a bit of time to respawn and then take her down. Another thing that matters is like you know, Crow's hypercharge or Colette's hypercharge. Previously, they were doing catastrophic damage to the safe, and they'll still get you through like a whole 25%, but we're not any longer in those days of like Crow sitting on top of the safe and getting a solid 40-50%.
it certainly hurt Crow. We don't see him as often anymore, yet he's still picked up sometimes. But yeah, overall, we still see a lot of tanks on Heist at the moment. They did effectively change it so we don't base race anymore, but tanks are still just as good as before, because you can also just wait next to the safe, go bring yourself into safety until the shield is despawned, Kenny.
Yeah, and especially this map too, you're gonna get those chip away brawlers. The ones like Chuck are still gonna show up in the band stage, and especially on a map like this where water is a factor. Look out for Angelo and Eve. Those are some of those more control-oriented ones, not necessarily the big burst of damage onto that heist safe. That's more of those sharpshooters that you're seeing on your screen. The Bells, the Mandys, the Brocks of the world. I think it's just a little bit of a mix of everything right now. I think that's the one thing I will say is it's not necessarily just all out oriented in terms of the draft strategy. It's more of a balance. You want your offensive piece, you want your win factor, but you also want a way to defend. So I think it's made Heist a little interesting right now in terms of just, instead of just these all-out, one push wins you the game kinds of brawlers, they're mixing it up a little bit.
If anything, it made Chuck even better, because he can go in, deal the amount of damage needed for the shield to pop up, and then go out again thanks to his whole setup. Bonnie is left open, but she's not picked up first. A brawler that we've seen on every single Heist map today, but Angelo seems to be the pick here on Bridge Too Far, at least, ready.
Yes, it's one that stuck out to me since it wasn't banned. Yeah, and there's Bonnie. It's like the sort of the main characters here, at least the ones that weren't banned out, because some important stuff has been disposed of in the ban phase. Kenny, you mentioned Eve. She's gone, but the other brawler that's pretty good when it's positioned on top of water is here as a first selection, and I think it's a pretty obvious one as well. Keep in mind, SK Calalas deliberately have left this open for Loud. They were more intimidated by Chuck than they were by the Angelo, so they believe that they can win this matchup. I don't think Lumi's going to win the 1v1 against the Angelo, but I think Go Crazy. She's not going to be too great at switching lanes, but she's going to be phenomenal at holding one as long as she is not outranged like by this Angelo.
It's just really hard to pass on a Lumi because, especially at this 2-3 turn, if you're giving it to Loud this late in the game, it means you're sacrificing that choice for another one. So it's definitely an opportunity cost when it comes to this, especially in the ban stage. I mean, they know they didn't have the first overall pick, so it's left to Loud to make a decision. Do they grab Angelo or Lumi? I think those are probably the two big decisions. Bonnie, of course, in that mix as well. Daryl, a good one, I think, in particular to both of these brawlers, but also that's going to be their win condition that I mentioned. So they have this brawler like Angelo. Not necessarily great for high save damage, but great for control. Great for winning a one-on-one matchup in a lane. And meanwhile, Daryl can get to the other end. The more times that Angelo and now Bell are winning their lanes, the better off it is for Daryl to get to the other side.
See this Bell locked in alongside the Daryl. That's just basically a tool taken out of SK Calalas' toolkit for dealing with that Daryl. But there is more, you know, Billy Mays will tell you that Bonnie is pretty weak into this Bell. Anything that stays close together will be weak. Sure, I don't think we'll see that on this. More leaning towards the angle of you have that mark that's going to allow you to punch through this asset that Bonnie has, which is her HP. Now, Bell also, I think, largely wins the matchup against Piper. Like, I know Piper is able to two-shot her if she gets that first bit of damage, but I think Bell, if she just hits that first shot, she gets like a 30% shield, provided she's running the correct star power, which she should be. There's no reason for her to run grounded here. I think she can win that matchup against Piper. It's pretty skill-based, but that Piper is very directed at winning these sharpshooter lanes, like against Angelo, like against that Bell.
There's one team that can come away with a skill diff. Firecrow is certainly one I'd like to bet on. KR going to be on this left-hand side, going against Adinho. And remember, Daryl can passively charge that super. He doesn't have to take any punches. He can just sit there, stand idly by, and wait for his moment. Right now, they're going to switch Lumi onto this brawler. KR is going to go right up the middle. Going to be fighting against Firecrow now. Dog gets a big lane victory on the right. This should open the floodgates for Loud.
Firecrow only needed to hit one shot there, and he did. He's really hoping that this Piper doesn't come down mid once again. You saw him almost go for that right lane swap, and he's going to do it now. Dog moving over to mid, but now we got to see the defense of the safe. Notice this, that RHZ, he almost procced that shield on the safe. Really, one jump in from a Bonnie can get a solid 25% as long as it's uncontested, which is especially deadly.
Adinho's doing a really good job of diverting attention. It's been these long-range brawlers capping, and then Daryl just rolling in to secure these kills. A nice jump here. Angelo getting aggressive. Will get the pickup, and a trade certainly worthwhile for them. Adinho running it down on the right-hand side. RHZ diving away. Now a big-time decision. Adinho decides to stay. Ice covering up this top right-hand side. Meanwhile, on the bottom of your screen, KR pummeling that high save. Angelo there to defend, and Bell gets a tap in the mid. We are neck and neck.
Here comes Firecrow with the hypercharge. He's marked up Dacon, and now he's shifting his focus over to KR, the more convenient target, or possibly over to the safe. He's tapped up KR once, had that shield active, but lost it pretty soon after. Look at Kyodog also reposition away from RHZ, and Adinho wins the matchup on the left side. Stun from Dacon. He's finally going to win this lane, and he gets another couple of taps on a Kyodog who's slowed, but he could not get that finishing touch. 7%, but it's taken down by KR. An extremely fast-paced offense, a blitzkrieg almost, as now we see another elimination out from KR, but it's got to be fast because they got to outpace this Daryl connecting with their safe and bringing home a game for Loud.
Close one, but Loud still coming away with a victory there. Nicely done, and I think once they got through that final stage of the high safe, it was going to take 2 for the SKC side to win. They were close, but all Daryl had to do was break away at the very end there, so enough legwork being done earlier on in the game. I'm really a big fan of what Daryl did that game. I feel like he was just doing a great hybrid of dashing onto the enemies and getting those kills on the brawlers like Bonnie or KR, those kind of squishier ones, or at least Daryl as a shotgun brawler can obviously do well. RHG, all he can do in those situations is just dive away like you see there, but this is a great start for SKC. It's a full engagement of brawlers. They lose 2, but Dacon's still there for a little extra chip damage.
Kyodog got diffed on the lane. They double stacked the right side, and he just really wasn't prepared for that. But thankfully, Adinho was wholly uncontested. And check it out. Louder now in the lead pretty much off the back of that. You saw them get beaten down in their own base, but a lone Daryl on the safe is enough to equalize things and in fact give them the lead. Adinho's once more looking for the ideal lane or just waiting for his opportunity with a super. He can utilize some of this water to get ideal positioning. Dacon doesn't look for the stun. In fact, he's going to try and use it on offense, but Kyodog shuts him up before he can even get it done.
Devastating stuff, and now Loud have penetrated through that 25% check mark. Just 1 to go. All they have to worry about is getting that high safe down. That's a takedown, a trade. Kyodog in prime position here, and on the other end, SKC will even things out. They're on the last layer of this onion.
They're peeling the layers back. Adinho might as well just chop him, turn him into shallots here. He's eviscerated on top of the safe as SK Calalas have a solid defense, but only one more shot will do it. Kyodog and Firecrow combine to secure set number 2 in yet another set victory. Uninterrupted streak of wins for Loud.
Loud are 8-0 so far today. That's crazy, considering how cinematic this region has been all year long. We've had a different winner every single month, and Loud just seem to have found something here in this second half because they are unfazed. They look bored out there, to be quite frank.
Wow, that's a bold statement there. Yet again, they take it without even dropping a single game. I don't know if I would say bored. They just look very confident, I'd say. They also picked up the Angelo first that... I wasn't quite sure if that was the right pick since Bonnie was the main pick on Heist overall in every single region, but they certainly were right in the end. That's why they're playing and I'm just hosting. Ready.
Well, you know what I think? I think the reason that we don't see Angelo as a star player here often on Bridge Too Far is because he's not even allowed to like participate. He's usually banned because he's simply that strong. And you can see why he is first pick worthy. He's picking up kills. Now, look, that's flashy. Wow, you got 11 kills. That's pretty cool in a mode where the objective isn't about getting kills. But once again, a dead brawler can't damage your safe. And if you keep winning those lanes, then they can never even get close.
I think in the days before we had this 4-split save, it was the case that you just want the strongest brawlers to deal as much of damage in the shortest amount of time. Now, control is so much more important. So I do feel like we have a little shift in the meta, and those long-range brawlers are going to be better in the future once, the pro players get even more used to this new heist that we have now. We're going back into a mode that hasn't changed in a while. It's still the newest one in the competitive play. It's out in the open. We are on Knockout. And this is one of those maps where Angelo is also going to be popping off if he's left open, because you want something that can either go on the left-hand side over the water, like the Angelo, like the Juju maybe, we are in South America after all, or like a Shade, for example, Eve as well, or you just want to break open the map. We did still see some Brock this month, but it did not always work out ready.
No, not really. See, Brock, he's so effective for breaking open that wall that was shown to us just a moment ago. Gives you easy passage into mid, problem with Brock is that he's just terrible. He's like pitiful in close range. I'll just put it that way. His rockets are so slow. Like, cool, they do damage if they hit. So if he gets run down, then he's a dead man. So he's going to be a more effective brawler later on in the draft. Still viable. It's just not going to show up most of the time.
Yeah, he's so viable when it comes down to breaking wall, but otherwise he's just terrible. I like that. We have Jin, Jaeyoung, and Angelo banned out, so the brawler that we talked about a lot in the last few minutes is in fact banned out. On the other side, we have a lot of tankiness banned out together with the kids. It's a comp that we've seen before today, and oh my.
Okay.
A terrible brawler comes in. First pick.
Perfect.
Lovely. Just
Thank
lovely.
you, SKC. Thank you. My favorite part about all of that was, like, you just continued to berate Brock, and then you were like,
whoa.
But that's just how you just attacked him. You attacked him, brother. You just, you were like, you said, just to put it like this, and then proceeded to talk about how awful he was. And he's the first pick.
Tore him
Just
to
perfect.
pieces.
That's
Just
how you
perfect.
set up
And then you just
storylines.
obliterated him.
Okay. Look, let me defend myself. I think that Brock is a good selection on this map if you're playing at range, if you're playing to something like a Pearl as well. But something that closes in versus you, Brock is like not good at all. So that is my opinion, more fully like fledged out.
I just thought it was funny. That's all.
No, it's
it's just amusing.
it feels like an affront to my opinion.
No. I mean, I think Brock is. I'm not gonna like act like Brock is a top brawler or anything. It's just interesting. I think it's very much like an archetype. It's not necessarily going to be the best brawler in the game, but you are clearly picking him for the wall break and really no other reason. When I look at this left-hand side, however, I see Gus, who's been a favorite of mine today, a favorite through the month, favorite in the game right now, and then you pair it with Ollie. I love the hypnosis. I still think Ollie is very legitimate. It's a reason why he is still one of the top pick brawlers even after months.
I'm looking at two brawlers that could combine to form something pretty strong against Brock. We were so distracted by that first pick that we didn't even clock that Lumi has been allowed here. Though, I will restate my opinion on Lumi. I think she's a very good brawler, and she's good into so much, but she's not without her counters. It's just kind of annoying to draft into her. That's just the general consensus that I'm getting. But the method to deal with Lumi is you get into close range at like full health, or you outrange her. We just saw her outranged. Now we're looking at an opportunity to get in close range. It's going to be Gus outranging her at first, getting some shots off, farming up the super, and then giving that bubble shield to Ollie, who will go in for the kill.
I think this is one of the few times that I'm pretty okay with letting Lumi slide as far as she does. It's a great brawler, but especially in knockout and a map like on the open, there's plenty of good options, and I have no qualms really with this Loud draft. They're 8-0 so far today, bouncing back from Brawl Cup after being reverse swept, after being cleaned up by EMEA. They're looking to come home and redeem themselves. Be the first team so far this year to win 2 in a row. On the other end, SKC desperately need a bounce back. It's been a couple months since they've had their grand finals win, and now they could be going down in a clean sweep.
Even a set victory could stop this indomitable streak that Loud have earned themselves today, and have also sort of created the foundation for with their performance at the Brawl Cup. But look at this damage coming out from Dacon. RHZ puts the hurt on Adinho for the first takedown of the game. We didn't even get to see Gus get his super. Firecrow's been largely estranged from all of that action, trying to get in range versus KR. He's been unsuccessful as of yet, and Dacon is sort of covering the retreat for the roster.
You can see what Brock can do. Now that they have their spawn side open, SKC have multiple escape routes, ways to get in the middle of the map outside of a launch pad, which is very telegraphed. 3v2 situation. Firecrow holding on to that super. Kyodog going for the pull. Oh, goodness. Now it's a 2v2. All of a sudden, things just got interesting. But too low of HP to punch one through. SKC take care of business and grab an opening round.
Some important utility earned for Loud in that last round. You see that Kyodog has that teleport. You see Firecrow has his super. Adinho has his as well. Here comes a TP in. Kyodog's going to soften him up. Oh, okay. Or just take down Dacon. And look how useless Lumi can become in close range, where her shots have to fly out into an open area. She's not able to get the DPS. She didn't have the CC ready because that super was not going to do what she needed. RHZ, largely estranged from the roster, is taken down in the back right, and now KR is just going to do his best with his hypercharge and super. In the next round, he's determined not to feed that hypercharge to Adinho, but it's a bygone thought because he's got it.
Full house available for Loud, and just short of a Lumi super on the SKC side. Hypercharges everywhere, and all that utility will be spilled out. Adinho dropping it early, going for the tag team here. A hypercharge into a hypercharge. RHZ ready to respond. Not enough though. Adinho slides the shot through. Firecrow over the wall, strikes back the teleport to put them in a 2v1. Now 1v1. All of a sudden, it's Christian versus Firecrow.
Firecrow has the method. He has the gadget to get in range. Even better if he can get a super to put an exclamation point on that. And look at the crying already coming out from KR. He knows that he is about to meet his fate because Firecrow's got the speed. This is exactly where Brock is just not a good option for this mode. In mid-range, his shots are so slow. If KR manages to hit these, then that will be insane. But even with a 3-tap, he doesn't have enough to take down Firecrow. Even with a 4-tap, Firecrow should remain online. We got the cams, each of them locked in deep concentration. There's an expected victor here, Kenny, but only one can emerge.
Firecrow knows he's at an advantage here. KR certainly not a duelist right now. Big dodges out of Firecrow, who's just being patient. Now he's even spinning. A little taunt coming out as well. The fog closing in, but the super going down. Not quite enough there, though. Oh, no. Oh, I was kind of selfishly hoping that would go the other way. Nicely done from Loud. It just would have been poetic if after all that talk of Brock not being a duelist, not being a great brawler, that he somehow won that 1v1.
Firecrow showed me mercy just now because if
he did.
If he had been taken down, I would have fallen out of my chair. And Kenny, you just hear like a cacophony of sound coming out from my headset as it like toppled from my head. My goodness, that is quite a cinematic way for Loud to go to a match point. SK Calalas SA, they came so close to winning this ridiculously unlikely 1v1. They are holding on for dear life, but they cannot escape the clutches of the walking cane from Kyodog.
Oh, and now a 3v1. RHZ doesn't stand a chance here. Unless he has a super and 3 perfectly lined up Loud brawlers, there's just no way they're going to be able to pull this off. They're spacing the floor a little bit. Loud know they can just charge up their utility here. They're buying their time. They're not even eliminating RHZ just so they can charge up supers. Look at that. Now 3 available. Beautifully executed and just playing better, frankly, right now.
You called it a full house. I think they're about to, give SK Calalas a royal flush and wave goodbye to them in just a second here because they are looking so strong. But they could really use that early game pick on a Daycon. It's going to be difficult against a really control-centric roster. Firecrow's going on a solo mission. He's baiting out stuff on the left side. It's just a distraction. Kyodog in with the TP on the left. Now forming yet another one. RHZ, a bygone thought. And now KR, the last one remaining for the second time in a row, throws up the pin. The spins. Loud with a flawless streak. Not a single set loss to become your South American champions.
Oh, and he knows it. Throwing up the 9. 9-0. They're trying to get it all in one camera. They need 3 hands just to pull it off. Nicely executed. Look, I think a lot of us expected Loud to do well. I did not expect Loud to walk away in such fashion. It's crazy that if all the dramatics leading up to Brawl Cup, they come home from an international venture in Dallas, calm, cool, collected, unfazed, and most importantly, unchallenged.
They needed more hands to pull off that 9-0 into the camera than to win those games, it seemed. It was super easy for them, just running through today's matches after we had all those big talks about Brawl Cup curse and every team coming from Brawl Cup is not performing as well as they usually do. Well, Loud kind of just proved us all wrong, didn't they, Kenny?
I mean, just look at the kill category. We've got 6 kills for Kyodog, a gray after all. And that's more than the entire SKC roster combined. Just good stuff. I mean, look, this is so interesting in a real development in this region because the biggest story, I think, compared to the other sides of the world is this has been a full-out civil war. There have been teams fighting every single month. You never know who's going to win. But Loud just put an exclamation mark on this one. I mean, without a doubt, we're the best team. There was no team in this region that was going to beat them today.
They looked so good. In Brawl Cup, they did have a good run. They did not make it into the Final 4, but they definitely showed that South America can do fairly well. And we're definitely going to see them in the World Finals now. I'm super excited for that. Let's see what they can show us there. Reddy, did you think coming into today that it would be a Loud win? And there's the second monthly final win too, because we never have had a double winner in this region so far.
This is very true. What a tumultuous region this has been over the course of the year, but Loud have shown up when it mattered. They did it on the big stage. They've got it flawless here too. I came into today expecting a Loud victory. After seeing what they had to offer at the Brawl Cup, I thought to myself, well, they've been, practicing for Brawl Cup. It's pretty much the same meta. They had excellent drafts, and especially after seeing what they were able to do against repeat opponent Killer as the drafter for Zurita gang in that very first match of the day, they had my full confidence. Though Alpha 7 made me question it just a little bit. I was very impressed by what they had to offer, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do next month, but there can only be one. That is Loud.
Looking at the big picture here, it's so interesting to me that we have 3 regions that kind of show that one breakout from the masses. We had Tribe Gaming win Nano before, Zeta Division as well is very dominant at the moment in their region, and now Loud is following them and is also just breaking out of the pack here. Whereas in EMEA, it's just a huge tumult every single month. We have no clue whatsoever what to predict over there because, it's just so hard to tell. And I'm super excited to see if Tribe can do it tomorrow as well. First up, though, we're going to close out the show. And for that, we need our third caster here. Of course, the 3 of you have done a phenomenal job today. We're all super happy to have you back here, Ark. Talk us through the bracket, please.
I know you are. I know you miss me. What a day. What a day in South America. Honestly, Loud. They're just an incredible team to beat. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 every step of the way. And, talking about the reasons why, as you were just saying, I feel like a lot of it's to do with speed. Bringing brawlers like Max back into the equation, the Ollie with the kick push, star power, it's just really struggling with other teams to really land the shots. And I think for Loud, coming off the back of Brawl Cup, we saw the best performance from South America in a LAN setting since like 2021. And it's great to see that they were able to bring that forwards, because as we questioned coming into this month, were teams that were doing well at Brawl Cup going to continue that streak forwards? We saw the downfall of SK Gaming in the quarterfinals, the downfall of Humble not making it to a monthly final, while Loud are the team that had a commendable performance at the Brawl Cup that have continued on. And look at the leaderboard now. 294 points of a lead. The Loud then, or out in front in 294 points. SK Calalas is slightly behind there on 229. BC Gaming 203. Casa Brawl, a big drop off now, and very at risk of actually losing their LCQ position on that leaderboard in 186, as the rise of Alpha 7 Esports this month, honestly, is really quite commendable here. Just shy of an LCQ spot.
Loud certainly on the top right now. At this point in the year too, speaking of Casa Brawl, this is a team that I was watching out for. Obviously, Alpha 7 able to climb a little bit up that leaderboard, but not enough for an LCQ spot. Alpha 7 is a team I'm going to look out for, but it feels like Loud, SKC kind of at the top right now, and enough of a separation there in terms of points to be a difference maker. In terms of World Final spots, Casa Brawl got some things to figure out. This is now a perpetual streak of not winning. I think there's something they have to overcome. There's something they got to look in the mirror. They had a whole halftime to kind of figure things out. Still lost 3-2.
With 70 points ahead now, Loud should not be giving away that first seed anytime soon, even now in the double point season, unless they drop out in the quarterfinals next month, or they don't even make it into the monthly finals, which would be a huge surprise, but it can happen. Now, for the 3 of you, I want to know what was your favorite moment and your favorite pick. I know Arcs, so I'm going to start with Kenny.
I liked that I got Alpha 7 right. I liked being right. It felt good.
I'm very proud of you for that one.
Thank you.
I like the Brock. I'm going to say it now. You know why I like the Brock? I feel like it proved my point, and also it gave me probably the most intense nail-biting moment of this entire day, even though it was versus a total outmatch, total expected victor. Dude, they were down to 400 health apiece. You got to be kidding me.
My favorite moment was when Sunny tagged me on Twitter about getting her prediction right, and equal to only that Kenny didn't, I would say. That's probably my favorite moments from today. Yeah.
That's weird. And also you sided with 90% of the nation, I sided with 5. That's weird. Weird, isn't it? Weird, isn't it? Picked a favorite. Good for you.
I usually just try to get one post out per weekend, and that was my post for this weekend, so enjoy everyone out there.
Wow.
But yeah, that wraps up our action for South America. We're not done yet. Tomorrow we're heading north for the final stop of the June monthly finals. And I've got to ask, quoting Tribe themselves, was Brawl Cup the rule or the exception? Is Tribe washed? We'll find out soon enough. Thanks for tuning in, and see you tomorrow.
I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic.